Chapter 3751. The sixth arrow of the Great Solar Calamity Bow, Seamless Tao. Completely merge the illusion God true inheritance into the steps of wisdom. Lin Ling secretly said. At the same time, his soul force also surged, quietly fusing the two different types of power. Fortunately, these two types of energy were based on soul force. Thus, after spending several hours, he succeeded. This also slightly increased the power of the step of wisdom. Looking at the sky again. It just so happened that night had fallen, so Lin Ling estimated the time and immediately began to refine the Dragon Balls again. Speaking of which, this was also Lin Ling's second time refining the Dragon Pearl. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the road. This time, Lin Ling placed the Dragon Pearl on the Sky Dragon's bone. This was because Lin Ling's Great Calamity vanquishing Sun Bao was nearing the final level. Therefore, he wanted to make use of the breakthrough in his talent to successfully break through to the best level. Rumble. After the Dragon Pearl entered his body, one of Lin Ling's Dantian's Dantian had a majestic heavenly dragon swimming around it. It sat cross-legged around the Dantian, looking extremely shocking and spectacular. At the same time, an endless stream of dragon god power poured into his Dantian, causing the Sky Dragon to have an even more imposing aura, as if it had completely come to life. Speaking of which, Lin Ling originally did not have the dragon god bloodline. After refining the heavenly dragon's dragon bone, he was also just a half-dragon race bloodline. But all these years, he had continuously accumulated and tempered the dragon god's bloodline through treasures. Now he already possessed a pure dragon god's bloodline. While he was cultivating, the dragon demon inside the broken dragon pearl hidden in his body had also benefited greatly, and its strength had greatly increased. No idea how long had passed either. Lin Ling's Dantian emitted a rumbling sound, soaring straight to the 9 heavens. On this night, many people could clearly see a golden dragon rushing out of the sky, hovering around Snow City. This dragon had undoubtedly shocked the entire city. However, this matter was suppressed by the city lord's mansion. Anyone who attempted to investigate or approach Lin Ling's courtyard was chased away. This allowed Lin Ling's breakthrough to remain undisturbed. On the other hand, the old woman and Songqiri both knew that Lin Ling's strength was going to increase again. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the early morning, Lin Ling's cultivation room finally quieted down. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and breathed lightly, but the air he exhaled was like a dragon's breath. If someone was present, even a peak martial progenitor realm expert would be shocked, as the person sitting there was not a human, but a dragon. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. There were 2 dragons lingering in his eyes. Sky Dragon's dragon god talent has reached the 4th grade. His body's strength has reached the strength of 10,000 worlds, and his speed has reached the speed of 1,000 worlds. If he fuses his talents, he might reach the strength of 14,000 worlds. Coupled with the art of wind and rain myriad worlds, his speed will reach a terrifying speed of 1,500 worlds. Lin Ling's voice was filled with shock. What kind of concept was that? It meant that Lin Ling could travel across more than 1,000 worlds with a single thought, and destroy more than 10,000 worlds with a single punch. Furthermore, after fusing his talents, his rank would reach the 14th grade. He would not have any worthy opponents among the half-martial gods. Calamity Destroyer Bow. At the same time, a bow appeared in Lin Ling's hand. The bow was golden in color, and its surface was covered with dragon bones. It could change its size at will, and from time to time, the words of Buddha floated out from the bow. It was as if the dragon bow was speaking, and it was awe-inspiring. Furthermore, Lin Ling had comprehended the last arrow. The 6th arrow, the seamless path. This also made Lin Ling want to try it out. He wanted to see the power of the 6th arrow, but he restrained his impulse. If he released the 6th arrow in Snow-Blowing City, he was afraid that half of the city would be destroyed. As one of the 8 mystical skills of the dragon tribe, how could the Calamity Destroyer bow be weak? Not only did the last arrow possess the strength of a peak martial progenitor realm expert, it was close to the strength of a god. This was Lin Ling's new trump card, which was much more powerful than many of his previous tricks. Moreover, Lin Ling was also very emotional. He had many tricks up his sleeves, but each of them intertwined to become stronger. Previously, One of his tricks had become stronger, but in the following days, another one of his trump cards would grow, and that trump card would become even stronger. Lin Ling was looking forward to seeing how powerful all his tricks would be when they reached the peak. Thump, 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 thump. Then the whole city was filled with the sound of firecrackers. Today was the day of Remnant Sword's wedding. Lin Ling smiled and walked out of the room. When he arrived outside, he found it was bustling with noise and excitement. The whole snowy city was celebrating. Lin Ling instantly knew that Song Chiri had given him face. Since the city governor had spoken, how could the whole city not celebrate? When Lin Ling arrived at the courtyard, he found it was decorated with lanterns and banners, and the word happy was hung up high. Brother Ling. When Yu and the others saw Lin Ling, they were all delighted. Xiaoyu even dragged Sky-Devouring Girl to give Lin Ling wedding candies, which made Lin Ling laugh. However, Lin Ling did not need to do anything for the wedding. He only needed to sit at the head of the table and wait for the guests. Therefore, Lin Ling had already sat at the head of the table. Looking at the seats around him and the maidservants that Yu and the others had invited, he sighed with emotion. Why did he feel that he had aged so much? He was like an old man with a white beard and white hair. In the past, when Lin Ling's son, Lin Ling, got married, he did not feel this way. Now this feeling was so strong that Lin Ling was speechless. As for Yu and the others, when they saw Lin Ling sitting boldly like the head of the family, they couldn't help but giggle. This also made Lin Ling stare at them fiercely. I am still very young, okay? If you laugh again, I will make sure you can't laugh tonight. Duke Li's mansion has come to congratulate you. At this time there were finally guests. Duke Zhuang's mansion has come to congratulate you. And the number of guests was increasing. Haha Lin Ling, I'm here. Duke Zhuang's mansion was actually Zhuang Yanming's home. Zhuang Yanming brought his acquaintances from Snow Wind Academy, and came one after another to support them. Lin Ling's mood immediately became good as he greeted them one by one. Yo! Did someone die in this countryside? Why is it so lively? There are even firecrackers. But at this time, someone came uninvited. An old man wearing white clothes swaggered into the courtyard with 2 followers. And their appearance caused the entire courtyard to suddenly become silent. Today was a day of great joy, but this old man spoke nonsense, which made people feel extremely unhappy. Who are you people? Yu frowned and immediately asked. We are people from the new heavenly court. Under the orders of Martial God Wen Tian, we are here to find a guy called Lin Ling, and tell him a piece of news. The old man looked at the courtyard with contempt and spoke arrogantly. It turned out that the 3-day agreement had arrived. Martial God Wen Tian had obviously found an Yuer, so he came to deliver the news. But it was fine to send the news, but he actually found these idiots to send it? Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. These guys probably did not have any status in the new heavenly court. Otherwise, how could they not know that he was Lin Ling? Chapter 3752. It was a joyous day. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately stepped forward. The 3 of them looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. Of course, they had heard of Lin Ling's name. It was said that he was an arrogant and unruly person. He wasn't even afraid of the new heavenly court. He had even killed Martial God Qilin. Of course, it was the God-slaying alliance's credit that Martial God Qilin was killed. I was ordered by Martial God Wen Tian to give you a letter. The old man said arrogantly. He was arrogant because he came from the new heavenly court, and could see the heaven-seeking martial stage with his own eyes. To him, this was a great honor. Lin Ling nodded and took it. The old man smiled and said, I was wrong before. Today is not a day of mourning. It seems like it's a happy occasion. Don't you know how to welcome me? Also, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I hope you won't mind. He seemed to be asking Lin Ling, but his words had already agreed for Lin Ling. Don't worry, we're not going home until we're drunk. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the arrogance in the old man's words. Haha. The old man smiled and swaggered into the seats with the 2 people behind him. From the looks of it, he already regarded himself as his master. Yu and the others were all angry, but Lin Ling didn't say anything, so they didn't say anything. Who's getting married today? Marriage is a major event in life. Lin Ling, As the host of the wedding, you're too stingy. You actually held a banquet in such a small place, and didn't even have many guests. Alas, how shabby. The old man sat down and asked someone to pour him a cup of wine. If I had known this would happen, I would have asked the experts of the new heavenly court to come. You can have any kind of experts you want. I've given you enough face. The old man's words were undoubtedly mocking and humiliating Lin Ling. This was because he came from the new heavenly court, and could work for Wentian martial god. In his eyes he was a big shot several times bigger than Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only a scornful kid. By the way, I've heard about the city lord of this city too. Do you want me to invite him for you? Although the city lord is very busy and may not pay attention to you. But to be able to come once is enough to make you proud. Sai, no matter how I look at it, the three of us are the ones with the most prestige and extravagance in this marriage. How pitiful. The young man beside the young Qin Chen's. However, at that instant a loud Jiuchun fan. Song Qiu. The heavens lords is God realm. Is God. Course there's God. But the Ling, God was the God course. Who is this guy called Song Chiri? What a grand display. The course Lin. Is him. The city lord of Snow Wind City. However, behind them, a laugh came. Lin Ling had arrived behind them with a large number of wine jugs. Bang. All the wine was on the table. However, the three of them did not pay attention to the wine. Instead, their pupils constricted. The city lord is also here? Such a big shot, obviously has a much higher status than them. The deputy dean of Snow Wind Academy has arrived. While they were still in shock, another voice came. What? The dean is also here. The old man held the wine cup in his hand and was dumbfounded. The dean of each of the 36 academies in the world was a highly respected figure. But now he was here too? There were countless students in each academy. How could a big shot like the dean come in person for a wedding? What's more, this was not Lin Ling's wedding. The dean of Snow Wind Academy has arrived. However, before the first wave of surprise subsided, another wave came. This time it was the dean, the elusive principal of the academy. The faces of the three people instantly turned pale. They did not dare to drink any more wine. The people who had appeared not only had status, but even their strength surpassed them by 9 streets. They were shocked. How could this rustic little courtyard attract so many people with such high statuses? The dean of Flickering Academy has arrived. However, not only did the dean of Snow Wind Academy come, even the dean of the nearby academy also came. City Lord Xiao has arrived. Moreover, the nearby city lord has also come. Plop. The three of them were so scared that their legs were trembling. They almost couldn't sit still in their chairs. The city lord of East City has arrived. At this time a heavyweight had arrived. Everyone was shocked. East City, the city lord of the 4th main city in the world, he actually came from afar to congratulate them? This must be fake. The old man's face turned pale. The arrogance from before had completely disappeared, leaving only fear. In front of these big shots, in fact, he was just like a servant. This Lin Ling, where did he get the face to invite these people? Moreover, today seems to be the wedding of one of his guards. Who knows? Anyway, those people are only stronger than the new heavenly court. Let's go. Boss, let's go quickly. Maybe there will be some big shots coming back. Let's go. The two people beside the old man could no longer bear the pressure. The old man's mouth also trembled. This kind of big shot is enough. It's impossible for there to be more. Let's go. However, just as he finished speaking, a loud and clear voice came from outside the door. Miao Di has come to congratulate. Let's go. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them finally could not sit still and sat down on the ground, their faces ashen. Miao Di had also come. This is one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions, and also the god emperor of the final world. She actually came in person. One had to know that even though they had heard many stories about the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, they had never seen the other martial gods. Never had they imagined that they would have the opportunity to meet the other martial gods in this ordinary courtyard. Before, the three of them had said that today's wedding banquet, The three of them had the biggest show and face. But now they wished they could give themselves a few slaps. Could they compare with those big shots? He couldn't even compare to a single strand of hair. Come drink, we won't go home until we're drunk. At this time, Lin Ling next to them smiled and poured wine for them. How could the three of them dare to be negligent? They all revealed humble smiles like foxtails. They did not dare to not give face to the wine poured by Lin Ling and drank all of it. They drank until they were dizzy. City Lord Song, come, let me introduce a few friends to you. However, at this time, Lin Ling called the City Lord. When the City Lord came, he immediately drank dozens of cups with the three of them. The old man and the other two drank until they almost vomited blood. They kept waving their hands. We can't drink anymore, we can't drink anymore. The wine that Lin Ling brought over was obviously not ordinary wine. Moreover, when martial artists drank, they could not use their world essence to dissolve it. Otherwise, it would be not giving face. Therefore, the three of them drank until they were as drunk as mud. Chapter 37:53. Arriving at the Kaiyuan River. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as foresight. What? You don't want to give me face? Song Chiri seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking and immediately shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. The three of them did not dare to object and drank more than 10 cups. Come, Vice Dean, they are the guests of the new heavenly court. Let's get to know each other. Yes. However, Lin Ling, who was beside him, had invited another big shot. Little ancestor, I'll kneel before you, please spare us. The three of them wanted to cry, but had no tears. They wanted to refuse, but they were afraid of offending those big shots. In the end, they drank until they vomited blood and their livers hurt. However, Lin Ling did not let them go. He asked everyone to toast him. If they didn't drink it, it would mean that they didn't give him face. So in the end, they drank almost all the wine they had in their lifetime. Bang, 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 they all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. White foam came out of their mouths as they kept talking nonsense. They would probably be drunk for an entire year. This undoubtedly caused you and the others to laugh out loud. The three of them were so arrogant. Now they regretted it. Throw them out. Yes. Lin Ling had played enough and immediately waved his hand. Sir, where should we throw them? Someone asked. The latrine. Yes. Lin Ling replied casually. If the three of them were awake, they would be furious. They were the representatives of the new heavenly court. Lin Ling threw them into the latrine. Moreover, they had been beaten to the point of unconsciousness. It would probably take a year for them to sober up. This meant that they would have to spend a year in the latrine. Lin Ling did not take the previous farce to heart. Instead, he was surprised by the guests. Because some of the guests were not notified by him, such as the City Lord of East City and Emperor Miao. But they dared to come immediately after they heard the news, which gave him enough face. Lin Ling hurriedly received them politely. When the bride appeared, the atmosphere in the courtyard became more lively. A day later, the lively wedding banquet finally came to an end. Lin Ling also sent all his friends and family off. As he looked at the courtyard that was gradually becoming quiet, he couldn't help but smile. It had been a few years since he came to the final world, and he gradually had his own friends. This was obviously much better than when he first came here alone. That night, Lin Ling took out the letter to check. However, what shocked him was that heaven-seeking martial god found out that the immortal temple's saintess was also in the Origin River. Haha, great. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. This meant that while he was searching for an Yuer, he could also complete the Trial of God's mission. Next, Lin Ling informed the old woman, and also planned to tell Yu and the others. Regarding this, Yu and the others were reluctant, but they did not stop Lin Ling from going to the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling reminded them that they would definitely return within 3 years, and let Yu and the others cultivate well in the academy. Moreover, Snow-Blowing City was also Lin Ling's territory. He was not worried that the young demon lord and the others would encounter any mishaps, so he could leave without worry. On this trip to the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling only brought the platinum evil spirit and the giant ghost. After bidding farewell to everyone, he set off. The Kaiyuan River was a galaxy that appeared in the void of the universe. It was extremely mysterious and ancient. So far, It was one of the secret realms that no one had been able to explore. Following the void of the universe, after a full 10 days, an ancient galaxy finally appeared in the distance. It was like a silver ribbon, but it was extremely magnificent, as if it hid countless mysteries of the universe. Looking at the source and end of the Milky Way, Linling was disappointed because this Milky Way seemed to be endless, one of the most ancient sources of power. At this time, a silent giant ghost finally spoke. This guy had always been by Linling's side. Even when Linling went to meet Martial God Wentian, it was also by his side, but it had never spoken. This time, it seemed to be much more energetic than before when it came to the Kaiyuan River. Have you thought of something? Linling knew that the giant ghost had always wanted to know his origin. No, I just feel that it's very familiar. The giant ghost shook its head. It was rare that it was not fierce, as if it was reminiscing about something. Seeing this, Linling did not say much and flew forward. Who knew that although the galaxy looked close, it was actually extremely far away. With Linling's speed, it took him a full day to reach it. However, after getting closer, Linling was also shocked. It was as if he was in a huge universe, and he felt that he was very small. In front of him, waves rumbled. This river was extremely huge. It was more like a sea than a river. On the banks of the river, there were continents floating there. These continents were sometimes disconnected and sometimes connected. Linling did not dare to get close to the Kaiyuan River. He only flew along the banks. Gradually, countless stones floated in front of him. At a glance, he could not see the end of it. However, upon closer inspection, they were not stones, but old armor, weapons, and even bones. Looking at the horizon, there was a continent in the distance. However, there was also a flag on the continent. The flag was blood red and tattered, as if it was telling of the glory of the past. Battlefield. Linling's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized something. He flew along the ancient battlefield, and immediately sensed the intensity of this ancient war. This was because he had flown for a full day, but he still could not see the end. Countless objects from the war were still floating around him. Linling even saw a giant head the size of a mountain. This war is terrifying. Linling's mind seemed to have returned to millions of years ago, when the two races were killing each other. It's the battle between the Wood God tribe and the Stone God tribe. At this time, the giant ghost beside him said, "Wood God tribe." That's right. The descendants of the Wood God have strange talents and endless history. They all live in the Kaiyuan River, and so do the Stone God tribe. The Kaiyuan River is said to be the first river of life. Whether it is humans or other species, they all developed from the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, the Kaiyuan River is also called the source of all power. Not only are there all kinds of different races here, but there are also the dragon race and the legendary mother of life. It sounds like it's very powerful. Linling knew that he had stepped into the secrets of the gods' era. The battle was really fierce. What a pity, these treasures are all eroded. Linling listened to the giant ghost as he walked. Along the way, he picked up some treasures. However, as soon as his hand touched them, those treasures immediately turned into dust. Right, you know about the dragon race. Do you know how to find them? Linling suddenly asked. The other side of the river. The giant ghost suddenly pointed ahead, causing Linling to be stunned. He looked over and could not see the other side of the river. If the dragon race was there, did that mean that Linling would have to cross the river? It seems that to complete the mission, it will take a long time. Linling could not help but shake his head. Chapter 3754. Deathchi. However, the Kaiyuan River was too big. It would not be easy to complete these 3 tasks. Moreover, Linling did not know what was hidden in the Kaiyuan River. The unknown was sometimes the most dangerous. That power ahead? Suddenly, Linling's footsteps finally stopped. Death Chi. An incomparably large amount of Death Chi. Linling, your evil ghost jellyfish can devour anything. Go and absorb that Death Chi. Even if you can't refine it, you can store it inside your evil ghost jellyfish for future breakthroughs. The giant ghost reminded. Good. Linling nodded excitedly. He hadn't expected such an unexpected harvest. His evil ghost body's swallowing power was stronger than the world's swallowing beasts. He could turn any power into his own. It was like a training accelerator. Although the realm-swallowing beast could swallow anything, it could only swallow physical objects to strengthen its body. It could not convert them into realm essence or other powers. Immediately Lin Ling flew forward. An ancient land had appeared in front of him. It felt as if a person had come ashore from a river. However, there were still a large number of bones floating in the air. Moreover, there was also an invisible aura of death. This meant that a lot of people had died here. Moreover, because there were too many of them, the aura of death hadn't completely dissipated even after millions upon millions of years. Therefore, to ordinary martial artists, this place was also a forbidden land of death. For example, if one accidentally came into contact with too much death aura, one would become weak and fall sick for no reason. Their vitality would weaken, and it was even possible for them to die. But to some martial artists, these were indeed great supplements. Wraith jellyfish come out. Compared to the aura of death around him, Lin Ling was more like a god of death. Countless evil spirit jellyfish flew out and began to devour the death chi. Haha, I've only just arrived at Kaiyuan River, and this forbidden area has already given me such a big gift. My first impression of Kaiyuan River has improved by quite a bit. Lin Ling's body shook as he sensed the endless death aura being absorbed. However, his eyes were also looking into the distance. The 3-year promise. If not for this agreement, Lin Ling would be very satisfied with his current cultivation speed. However, after the 3-year agreement, he knew that he was still too slow. He could not afford to lose that battle, because this was the first battle between him and his old enemy after his return. This was also a battle of dignity. As Lin Ling was absorbing the death energy, on the other side, several figures appeared on the ground. They wore large cloaks and their eyes stared ahead, revealing a trace of excitement. Death chi, dense death chi, this is great. Everyone, absorb to your heart's content. Absorb all of this death energy. They let out hoarse voices that sounded like the weeping of nighthawks. It was extremely ear-piercing. You guys don't look like humans, you don't look like ghosts. Let me go if you dare. Behind them, there were a few figures standing there. Their faces were filled with anger. Clearly, they were not the same as the previous ones. However, what was surprising was that although they looked angry, they could not move. So noisy, be a good goo. There's no need to waste time with them. Once the food in their stomachs is gone, they won't be able to scream anymore. The people walking in front said indifferently. Then they activated their skills and crazily absorbed the death energy. Brother Woody, what should we do? The people behind them were still standing on the ground with anxious looks on their faces. What can we do? Those old guys used goo on us. We can't move at all. I feel like there are worms crawling in my body. Damn. Don't talk about it. It's making me sick. Damn. If you don't talk about it, there won't be any worms crawling in your body? Can't you feel it yourself? These are the old monsters from the land of eternal rest. They're not good at anything, but they can use goo. We've all become their goo. The people behind them became more and more painful as they spoke. They were about to cry. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize one of them. Who else could it be but Zhang Wudi? They received a mission from the school to find a kind of ore in the Kaiyuan River. However, as soon as they arrived, they immediately met the old monsters of the 9 regions' 10 evils. Those old monsters saw that their strength was not bad, so they were tempted to cultivate them as goo. Therefore, when they thought of their bodies exploding and countless worms crawling out, Brother Woody and the others shivered in fear. There were hundreds of ways for a person to die. This was one of the most disgusting ways to die. Don't give up. They are now absorbing the death aura. And the death aura is the most terrifying. Perhaps, they might even go berserk. Wang Xiao, you must be dreaming. They are people who crawled out of the grave, so why would they be afraid of death aura? Sigh, I have no choice, so I hope a miracle will happen. Brother Woody and the others were like puppets. They could only talk, but their hearts were in even more pain. There was nothing more painful than watching yourself die with your own eyes. Speak, speak. You are the experts of the school, and your talent is stronger, so it is more difficult to plant goo. However, after we refine this death aura, the goo in your bodies will awaken faster. An old monster's voice suddenly floated over. Hearing this, Brother Wudi and the others' pupils constricted. It's over, it's over. The guy called Wuxia air beside him was constantly blowing. Although his body could not move, he could speak, so he could blow. Wuxia air, what are you doing? Brother Wudi, I'm blowing away the death aura, not letting those guys refine it. Can you blow it away? Don't embarrass me. But we can't just stand here and wait for death. Brother Wudi and the others felt more and more pressure. They could even see an endless stream of death aura entering the bodies of the people in front of them. And the speed was getting faster and faster. This meant that their time of death was getting closer and closer. God save us. In the end, Brother Wudi could only keep shouting in his heart. Chi chi chi. However, at this moment in the sky in front of them, endless ghost shadows surged like a new army, and then crazily devoured the death aura. These ghost shadows devoured the death aura as if they were eating a sesame seed cake, one big bite after another, and there was no end to it. After eating their fill, they would disappear, and then another wave would come and devour crazily. That feeling was like the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. That's right, a hungry ghost. Brother Wudi and the others' pupils constricted, and then they laughed excitedly. There really was a god. As for the old monsters, they were still devouring the death aura at first, but they gradually realized that something was wrong, because the death aura around them was getting dimmer and dimmer. They could not help but raise their heads, and then they were all furious. Someone was actually stealing their death aura? Moreover, they had only sent 3 people, but the other party had sent out countless small soldiers. How could 3 people compare to countless small soldiers? The answer was obviously impossible. The other party was stealing their kill. It was simply too exaggerated. Bastard. Chapter 3755. The Place of Eternal Rest. The old man floated up and saw 2 figures on the other side. One of them was sitting cross-legged, and jellyfish would rush out of his body from time to time. A large amount of death aura was taken away by him. As for the other person, he was tall and sturdy, standing behind him like a bodyguard. Go to hell. The old man couldn't care less. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood mist immediately dispersed and condensed into a blood silkworm the size of a calf. The silkworm made a chirping sound and suddenly spat out a huge blood bead. Rumble. It had to be said that this huge blood bead was extremely powerful. It was as big as a stone mill, and after shooting it, it immediately exploded. The nearby area shook, and the bones left behind in the ancient battlefield were all shattered into pieces. You're courting death. The old man quickly retreated, and continued to refine the death aura. In his opinion, the previous person should have been killed by the explosion. And the truth was so, because after he attacked, those annoying jellyfish disappeared. God, did you abandon us? Seeing this, Brother Wudi and the others wanted to cry. They finally saw a savior, but he was killed. Was God trying to destroy them? However, they didn't see that on the other side, the golden white evil spirit stretched out one hand, and on its palm, various storms were swirling. The young man under the golden white evil spirit was unscathed. Instead, he stood up with a cold expression and slowly floated up without saying anything. Everyone, the death aura is an ownerless thing. You refine yours, and I devour mine. Well, water doesn't interfere with the river water, but you attacked me. What is the meaning of this? A cold voice suddenly sounded in the sky. It was Lin Ling's voice. God is here again. Looking at the floating figure, Brother Wudi and the others were excited. But that person looks so familiar. God, it's Brother Lin Ling. Someone shouted. Brother Lin Ling, it's me. Brother Wudi, no, it's Zhang Wudi. Brother Wudi quickly shouted, and his words attracted Lin Ling's attention. He actually met someone familiar. He's not dead. The 3 men in large cloaks looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to still be alive after their attack. Lad, the death aura here belongs to us. I'll give you a chance. Run away now, and you might still be able to live. The 3 men were like dying old men, and they didn't move. We are heroes' resting place. One of them even let out a solemn voice. The land of eternal slumber of heroic spirits was one of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Moreover, it was an extremely strange and ancient power. This was because they could cast goo worms without anyone noticing. Those who were afflicted with the goo worms would have their strength controlled by others. They would rather die than live. Next, the three of them started to count off. 2. This was because they had fought with these three people before. They knew how terrifying their strength was, especially one of them. He was even a half-step martial god. Although Lin Ling was powerful, he shouldn't be able to defeat a half-step martial god. So it's the old man from Hero's resting place. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. 3. Almost at the same time, someone finally finished counting. With that, he finally took off his cloak, revealing a disgusting face. This face was crawling with horrifying centipedes, crawling back and forth from his nose to his ears. Some centipedes even suddenly fell to the ground and crawled back and forth. It was an extremely disgusting sight. You don't have to live anymore. He slowly floated up and flew toward Lin Ling at an extremely fast speed. Brother Lin Ling, be careful. Brother Wudi and the others became worried. Speaking of which, they felt disgusted just by being close to the centipede old man, let alone fighting him. No wonder he's so powerful. You don't have to live anymore, Lin Ling said coldly. Lin Ling had come into contact with Hero's resting place a few times, but most of them were his enemies. Now that he had encountered an ancient force, Lin Ling did not need to show them any respect. Be my venomous insect. The old man floated up and waved his right hand. His nostrils immediately sprayed out a pink poisonous mist like a centipede. It was a breathtaking sight, but it also showed how terrifying it was. The poisonous mist covered the entire area, including Lin Ling. Continue. Under the ground, the two old men continued to refine the death chi as if they knew Lin Ling was dead. Brother Lin Ling, retreat now. As for Brother Wudi and the others, they were yelling. Of course, their warning was too late as Lin Ling was already covered by the poisonous mist. They obviously knew that the poisonous mist was not only poisonous, but also that there were countless tiny venomous insects hidden in the poisonous mist. They were all the size of dust. This meant that as long as one was in the poisonous mist, they would be poisoned and controlled by others. That was how they had been poisoned before. Speaking of which, they could not resist at all. You didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. Why? At this moment in the poisonous mist, the old man let out a sinister laugh. Then he said indifferently, "My venomous insect, come here." As if hearing his call, a burly figure slowly appeared in the poisonous mist. However, his pupils constricted. That was because the thing that appeared in front of him was extremely beautiful. Its entire body was pitch black and shiny, but it had dragon claws. Behind it were wriggling tentacles that looked like dazzling wings. Such a thing could be called a monster. What a strange thing. However, I'll study it slowly when I get back. The old man said with a smile. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you can't go back. However, the monster in front of him suddenly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon claw came at him. That gave the old man a fright. His eyeballs almost fell out. That was because those who were poisoned could only speak and listen to his orders. But now the monster in front of him could actually attack him? However, his strength was extraordinary. When he saw Lin Ling attack, he immediately attacked. Countless centipedes appeared and intertwined with each other, turning into a wriggling centipede ball that collided with the dragon claw. The centipede ball looked extremely disgusting. It was full of centipedes crawling. Boom! The dragon claw collided and scattered the centipedes. However, the monster's body was also crawling with centipedes. When the old man saw that, he could not help but laugh. Of course, that smile did not last long. That was because he saw with his own eyes that the pitch-black skin on that person's body was like mud that swallowed his centipedes. After that, there was no more after that. Those centipedes seemed to have been swallowed. What kind of monster was that? It was practically invulnerable to fire and water. Do you still have those poisons? At that moment, the monster also made a sound. What do you mean? The old man became more and more surprised because he sensed that the person in front of him was not poisoned at all. Because it's delicious. The monster touched his chin and said with a smile. Chapter 3756. Blood Silkworm King. The old man's venomous insect was indeed powerful. It could penetrate anything, but it was only harmful to elites who cultivated the realm essence. As for Linling, his god-demon body was strong. Even the venomous insect that entered his body was swallowed up. This time, the venomous insect that was swallowed up was the realm-swallowing beast. This also made Linling realize that the talent of the realm-swallowing beast had improved a little. Therefore, he spoke with anticipation. Pervert. The old man's body trembled and he subconsciously retreated, saying his goo was delicious? If this wasn't perverted, then what was? Didn't you see Brother Invincible and the others? They couldn't wait to avoid his goo poison. Go. The old man didn't dare to stay any longer. He only wanted to avoid this monster immediately. However, it was too late for him to think of leaving now. You planted the goo in me before, now it's my turn. Linling sneered. A whirlpool appeared on his pitch-black chest, and then one by one, evil ghost jellyfish flew out, crazily trying to devour the old man. Moreover, the surrounding poisonous fog was also being devoured by those wraith jellyfish. The characteristics of the evil ghost tribulation physique were being fully utilized by Linling. The ghost element was known for its ghost Tao, and the place of eternal rest was also known for its ghost Tao. Unfortunately, the ghost Tao met the ghost Tao, and the evil ghost was clearly stronger. Beneath the ground, Brother Invincible and the others were still looking at the sky. Something's wrong. However, someone noticed that the poisonous fog in the sky was getting thinner and thinner. In the end, they disappeared without a trace. Instead, a few figures appeared. One of them was in an extremely miserable state. He was entangled by countless jellyfish and was being devoured crazily. He let out a painful cry. This scene shocked everyone on the ground. Then, in the direction of his gaze, the old man from before had been forcefully sucked into a dried corpse and smashed to the ground. Who are you? Almost at the same time, the other two old men looked towards the sky. There was clearly an additional trace of seriousness in the depths of their eyes. It was because they knew just how powerful the elder who died before was. Yet he turned into a dried corpse. Moreover, the young man from before had also turned into a monster. This scene was too bizarre. Now, I don't think there's a need to know who I am. In the sky, Linling looked down at the two of them, and a dragon bow appeared in his hand. He could sense that one of them was extremely powerful. He was a half-step martial god. Therefore, there was no need to use ordinary methods. Seeing Linling take the initiative to attack, the two of them were obviously stunned. They didn't expect this person to be so arrogant and rude. Who were they? They were one of the 19 Gu elders of the place of eternal rest. What did this mean? This meant that they were all one Gu. A Gu that was left behind after 10,000 years of mutual devouring and killing in the resting place of heroic spirits. This was especially true for the half-step martial god realm old man. His original body was a blood silkworm king. He had stood out among millions of blood silkworms and devoured countless blood silkworms to obtain his current status. He was already used to the law of the jungle. He had fought countless battles in his life, but when his enemies saw him, which one of them didn't act as if they were facing a great enemy? They didn't even attack if they could. However, that young man was unforgiving and even dared to attack him. Old worm, you do it. One of the old men took a step back. Obviously, he knew that Linling was indeed powerful since he could kill the first old man. However, he firmly believed that Linling alone was not enough to fight against the 19 blood silkworms of the half-step martial god realm. He was overestimating himself. The leading old man nodded and walked forward step by step. He took off his cloak. The terrifying thing was that there was not a single piece of perfect flesh and bones on his body. Moreover, a large number of poisonous insects were crawling on his body. It was a shocking sight. Then a bloody glow appeared on his body. A powerful aura spread out. It was very fanatical, making one feel as if they were at the bottom of a volcano. It was also a half-step martial god realm Jieyuan. Brother Wudi and the others felt as if their bodies were about to melt. Then they shouted, "Brother Linling, don't worry about us. Let's go." They obviously knew that Linling was no match for that old monster. He can't leave. The blood silkworms have their eyes on him. However, an old man appeared beside him and said with a sinister smile. As soon as he said that, the old monster in front finally made his move. He had used himself as a venomous insect to awaken the 10,000-year blood silkworm. The blood silkworm devoured the old man's flesh in a frenzy, causing the old man to cry out in pain. When the blood silkworm was full, it transformed into a mountain-like blood silkworm king in front of the old man. Countless legs were wriggling. Its blood-red body looked extremely disgusting. The blood silkworm king can kill gods. The old man beside Brother Woody laughed sinisterly at that moment. As soon as he said that, the blood silkworm king expanded as if it was brewing something. Seeing that, the two old men were extremely excited. The blood silkworm king is angry. It's finally angry. I haven't seen it angry for 1,000 years. My cute baby, you're finally angry. That's great. Let us see your beautiful body. In the land of eternal rest, everyone worshipped venomous insects. The more powerful the venomous insect, the more likely it was to become their totem. Haha kid, enjoy the last scene in this world. One of the old men even raised his hands to the sky and roared excitedly. The expanded blood silkworm king was rumored to be able to kill gods. It continued to expand until it was as large as a city, just like a mosquito that had absorbed blood. The nearby area immediately shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. At that moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the blood silkworm king. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying it was. It could be said that the blood silkworm king's attack could threaten a martial god. However, Lin Ling did not retreat. The more powerful the blood silkworm king was, the more he wanted to see. That was because he had always wanted to test the power of the calamity-destroying sun bow. He held the bow tightly in his hand, and it gradually expanded until it was 10 meters tall. The golden bow was dazzling. It was a living example of the dragon god's dragon bone. Countless Buddhist chants drifted out from it. That's quite a majestic bow. Beside Brother Woody and the others, the old man said with a smile, "That's right. In terms of appearance, it's quite intimidating. However, its power is only average. Look at that bow. It's so skinny that it has no flesh. It's all bones." He was actually mocking Lin Ling's bow. It was obvious how confident he was in the blood silkworm king. After that, he looked at Brother Woody and the others and said, "Speaking of which, are all of you from the 36 colleges so stupid? You and him too. You know you're no match for him, yet you don't run. Isn't that courting death?" Shut up. Brother Woody could not hold it in anymore. They all knew that the old man was deliberately adding insult to injury. Of course, they were also shocked by Lin Ling's courage because they were caught because they could not escape. As for Lin Ling, he clearly had the ability to escape, but he didn't. Chapter 3757. The sixth arrow in the preliminary test. The blood silkworm king, as large as a small city, opened its mouth and spat out a bead of blood. The strength contained within this bead was unimaginable. This blood bead attack, other than its speed, did not have any other characteristics. If there was anything special about it, it would be its explosive power. How fierce was he? Slaying a deity was not difficult. In the blink of an eye, the bead of blood had already appeared in front of Lin Ling, drowning out everything. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally shot an arrow. Time seemed to freeze. Buddhist words floated out. The sixth arrow, what is 5? The first is to suffer day and night, to the point of calamity. Of the two, one person was full, and many people were full. The 3 were the sin weapon trident, eagle snake, wolf dog. 4 of them were either dragons, gods, heavens, or ghosts. 5 of them, if they fell into this prison, they would die 10,000 times and live 10,000 times. 6. Because they are continuous, they are called seamless. Seamless Tao. The arrow shot out, seamless world Tao. One was hell, and the other was the Buddha realm. The black and white worlds fused together, turning into a huge black and white arrow that shot forward. The arrow was several hundred meters long and 5 meters wide. The godly arrow was only a rumble. The 2 ferocious attacks collided. In the beginning, the blood silkworm king's blood bead had the upper hand, but it was gradually pushed back by the arrow. What? Almost at the same time, the 2 old men roared. As for Brother Invincible, they were also like wooden blocks. In the battle at Yi Garden, Lin Ling had defeated Duan Wuhan, but Duan Wuhan was not a half-step martial god. But now no one was optimistic about Lin Ling, including them. However, Lin Ling used an arrow to repel the Bloodworm Monarch's attack. One had to know what the Bloodworm Monarch was. It was a giant goo left behind after 10,000 years of fighting. How could such a thing happen to an early-stage martial progenitor Realm Jr.? Was this a fucking dream? After the two old men roared, they were immediately dumbfounded. However, was this the end? Obviously no. The black and white arrow, carrying the thoughts of good and evil, began to spin wildly. Chi, chi. The huge blood bead began to tremble. It was penetrated, and then it exploded with a boom. In that moment, even the giant ghost's eyes flickered. Far away, on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, in an ancient and enormous valley, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared, looking off into the distance. The great calamity-destroying sun bow of the 8 tribes of the Dragon Clan. There's actually a dragon who has cultivated this bow to the final level? This voice was low and deep like a dragon's roar, but it carried a powerful majesty. At the same time, in the surrounding valleys, countless dragon roars resounded. The sound was so loud that it could shake the gods. And on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, there were continuous booms. After the blood bead exploded, the black and white arrows continued to shoot towards the Blood Silkworm King. GGG. The Blood Silkworm King let out a terrified cry. It clearly sensed that the arrow could kill it, because there was a way to restrain it. It was a goo, so its defense against Buddha-type power would be weakened. Moreover, this arrow was no ordinary arrow. Seeing the Bloodworm King cry out in pain, the two old men shouted anxiously, "Little King, are you all right? Don't kill it." Unfortunately, it was useless. How can you turn back an arrow that has left the bow? Boom. The blood light exploded, and the Blood Silkworm King was shot by the arrow. However, the Blood Silkworm King was worthy of being a giant goo that had been devouring for 10,000 years. It actually made the dragon bow's arrow disappear. Piak piak piak. Countless pieces of flesh fell to the ground like small hills. And the ground was also dyed red by the stench of blood. The surroundings were silent. The two old men opened their mouths wide. Brother Woody and the other's eyes were trembling. When they looked at the sky again, Lin Ling had already returned to his original state. He was breathing heavily, exhausted. This arrow had consumed all of his strength. It felt as if he had been fighting with someone for a few years. One should know that Lin Ling's physical body was strong, and he never felt tired. However, at this moment he felt exhausted. No wonder that arrow was so terrifying. Haha. However, Lin Ling laughed, laughing extremely happily. This was his first time testing the final arrow, and its power made him feel terrified. He had a feeling that not many half-step martial gods would be able to block this arrow. It might even pose a threat to a martial god. He was only a beginner martial progenitor, but his combat strength was comparable to a half-step martial god's. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling's triple cultivation of Qi, essence, and spirit was. That being said, this arrow was also his last resort. After using it, Lin Ling's physical strength would not be able to be used in the short term. The only thing he could use was his realm origin. You killed Little King. On the ground, the half-step martial god realm old man finally roared furiously. Little King? He did not expect such a terrifying thing to be called Little King. Didn't you see it? In the sky, Lin Ling took a few deep breaths and said with a calm smile. His expression and tone were calm, as if it had nothing to do with him. Die. The two old men were no longer as calm as they were before. They were about to lose their minds. They were the only ones who knew how the Blood Silkworm Emperor was nurtured and how many resources were used to nurture it. Besides, they had been waiting for 30,000 years. They had initially planned to nurture the Blood Silkworm Emperor into a Blood Silkworm Emperor, but it had been killed by a young cultivator in this godforsaken place. This young cultivator had been too ruthless. He's exhausted. I'm afraid even a dog could bite him to death. Old worm, kill him. The other old man also roared ferociously. In his anger, he also called himself a dog. You're right, grandpas. However, do you really think you can kill me? In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. As soon as he finished his sentence, the two old men lunged at him. Although they were relying on the Blood Silkworm Emperor, their strength was not weak at all. One of them was even a half-martial god. Seeing them attacking, Brother Wudi and the others were about to yell at Lin Ling, but for some reason, they refrained from doing so. They had a feeling that even if Lin Ling was exhausted, he would not be afraid of the two old monsters. Even though an exhausted lion was about to fall asleep at any time, it was not something an ant could tear apart. As expected, as soon as the two old men appeared in front of Lin Ling, the platinum demon behind Lin Ling finally made its move. It was not any weaker than the Calamity Destroyer Bao. As soon as it made its move, the two old men immediately realized that something was not right. However, Lin Ling did not even look at them as he walked towards the ground. It was as if he had turned a blind eye to the entire process. In his opinion, the half-martial god realm cultivators who had lost the Blood Silkworm Emperor's strength had decreased by half. If Lin Ling was at his peak, he would have dared to fight him too. Furthermore, Lin Ling's physical strength had disappeared, but he still had his Jie Qi and his soul force. The two old men were no longer a threat to him. Not to mention fighting against the Platinum Demon. As expected, a fierce battle broke out in the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. How could the two old men stop the Platinum Demon? One of them was soon eaten. Chapter 3758. The map. The other cultivator was astounded as he begged Lin Ling to spare his life. Unfortunately, it was useless. Holy shit, Brother Lin Ling, you're too ferocious. You even have such a powerful expert with you. I've seen that expert before at the Jade Forest Inn. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Brother Wudi and the others were shocked. However, Lin Ling went up to them and checked their condition. He immediately unleashed the demon jellyfish and warned them not to resist. The demon jellyfish devoured their energy, but it only devoured the poison in their bodies. A moment later, the cultivators recovered. Brother Lin Ling, I can never repay you for saving my life. Brother Wudi and the others dropped to their knees before Lin Ling excitedly after being freed from the trap. Please accept us as your underlings. The previous battle had shown them how powerful Brother Lin Ling was. Most importantly, Brother Lin Ling was only an early-stage martial progenitor. Don't worry about it. We're friends, there's no need to be so courteous. Lin Ling waved his hand with a smile. He then rested on the spot, while unleashing the demon jellyfish to devour the deathly qi in the surroundings. Brother Wudi and the others did the same. After resting for a while, Lin Ling asked, "Why are you here at the Kaiyuan River?" Brother Wudi and the others were quite surprised. Brother Lin Ling, what's so strange about it? Many people from the Shunsan Hall of the 36 Institutes would come to the Kaiyuan River. That's right, although the Kaiyuan River is dangerous, it's also a land of treasures. There are countless royal crystal veins here, so many people would come here. That's right. Besides, we've received a quest from the Institute. We're here to look for something called the Purple Mystical Ore. They continued to speak. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was not familiar with the Kaiyuan River, but it seemed like Brother Wudi and the others were quite familiar with it. He immediately asked them about it. Afterward, he learned that the Kaiyuan River was not like what Lin Ling had imagined. This place was extremely open, and many experts of the 9 prefectures came and went from here. Especially the people of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. They came in and out of this place as frequently as eating meals. Lin Ling originally wanted to find the whereabouts of the Immortal Temple, but Brother Wudi and the others didn't know either. They only told Lin Ling that in the depths of the Kaiyuan River, many experts were fighting over the mine. This meant that if Lin Ling wanted to find the Immortal Temple, it would take a long time. Lin Ling, don't you have a 3-year promise? It just so happens that I can use this Kaiyuan River to increase my strength. At this time, the giant ghost quietly said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Although Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat Longyang in 3 years, there were exceptions to everything. As one of the 9 prefectures' 10 martial gods, Wentian martial god must have accumulated a lot of resources and treasures over the years. If he spent all his efforts to cultivate Longyang, then Lin Ling would not be able to defeat Longyang. To prevent things from getting out of hand, Lin Ling had to increase his strength again. At least, he had to be invincible in the half-step martial god realm. After talking for a while, Lin Ling had recovered half of his strength. He then asked, "Where are you going next?" "Follow the riverbank, and try to find the Purple Mystical Oregon. Then we'll return to the academy to submit the task. Brother Wudi and the others immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. I'm going to the other side of the Kaiyuan River. What? Brother Wudi and the others narrowed their eyes. As far as they knew, no one had ever been to the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Why? Is it difficult? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask when he saw their surprised expressions. It's not just difficult, it's simply impossible. I heard that on the other side of the Kaiyuan River, there are countless secrets of the gods. However, for so many years, no one has ever crossed the Kaiyuan River and reached the other side. Brother Wudi said, this Kaiyuan River is very big, even bigger than the sea. It's impossible to cross the river from the surface. You can only cross from the bottom of the river. You can do that? Lin Ling was surprised. Brother Wudi nodded. The bottom of the Kaiyuan River is very big. It's not completely filled with water. There are vacuum areas, but it's very chaotic. Not only are there people of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils, there are also many unknown races. Anyway, it's very dangerous. Brother Lin Ling, if you want to go, I happen to have a map here. Then, Brother Wudi took out a map, causing the people beside him to gasp. They asked, Brother Wudi, you actually have a map? It could be seen that it was extremely rare to be able to obtain a map of the Kaiyuan River. Yeah, I bought it in Yao City last time. At that time, no one knew that this was a map of the Kaiyuan River. I only confirmed it when I saw the words Guyuan Mountain Range. Brother Wudi said with a smile. This map was obviously a very precious item. However, Lin Ling had saved them, so Brother Wudi gave it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately took the map and looked at it. He discovered that there was a layer of mist on the surface of the map. Looking through the map, it was simply a map of the continent. There were demonic forest, Guyuan mountain range, ancient dragon desolate land and other places. It was unknown who drew the map, but it seemed to have traveled all over the Kaiyuan River. Moreover, the mist was changing at any time. Looking at the map again, the path had also changed. No wonder, for so many years, countless people had traveled the Kaiyuan River, but no map had ever been drawn. It turned out that the terrain could change at any time. Brother Wudi, thank you. Lin Ling instantly knew how precious the map was. Hee. Brother Wudi laughed excitedly and pointed ahead. Follow this direction and you will see the entrance of the Kaiyuan River. We will not enter the Kaiyuan River. There are too few people, and it is very dangerous to enter. I wish Brother Lin Ling a safe journey. Okay. Lin Ling quickly nodded. Then he watched Brother Wudi and the others leave, while he continued to devour the surrounding death chi. He couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't met Brother Invincible, he would have been lost in the Kaiyuan River. If he did not return after 3 years, others would think that Lin Ling was afraid of battle and could not hide. Come back. After a long time, Lin Ling saw that the surrounding death chi had been completely devoured. He also stood up. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless evil ghost jellyfish flew back, densely packed, and the scene was spectacular. After entering Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling immediately discovered that his cultivation was constantly increasing. However, he now had 6 dantians. If he wanted to break through, the difficulty had increased by a lot. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. The training time would not be short, and he could slowly refine it. According to the direction that Brother Wudi had pointed, Lin Ling slowly walked forward with his bodyguards, as if he was a lone swordsman who did not fit in with the world. However, Lin Ling was very much looking forward to the upcoming trip to the Kaiyuan River. How could a person's entire life be spent in a small world that they knew of? The outside world was even more exciting. After a long time, a huge water curtain door appeared in front of them. Water flowed down with a rumbling sound. What was strange was that the waves of water rushed up to the sky, but they didn't rush to the shore at all. Looking from afar, it was as if they were looking at a water cliff. Nothing is too strange in the universe. Chapter 3759. The Wood Deity Tribe. There was no water behind the water curtain door. At first glance, it was extremely vast. Before long, a primeval forest appeared in front of him. This forest was ancient and huge, different from what Lin Ling had seen before. However, Lin Ling could not tell what was different about it. Looking at the map, He realized that this forest was called the demonic forest. Lin Ling, be careful. This is the territory of the wood deities. At this moment, the giant ghost reminded him softly. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Although his current strength was not weak, in an unknown place, it was better to be cautious. It was said that the wood deity tribe did not have a good relationship with humans. Warriors who passed through this forest, as long as they were not strong enough, were likely to be killed. Therefore Lin Ling could not be careless. Continuing forward, the trees in front of him reached the clouds. Vines and branches intertwined, making Lin Ling feel that he was not in water at all. Moreover, there were rays of light shining down from the sky, like the sun. However, Lin Ling was sure that it was not sunlight. After walking like this for 4 hours, the surroundings were still quiet. Even the sound of birds could not be heard. Lin Ling gradually felt that something was wrong because the surroundings were too quiet. He could not help but stop in his tracks and frown. Was he discovered? Or was there someone following him? Almost as soon as this thought came to his mind, an arrow was shot from the depths of the forest. However, Lin Ling easily dodged it. That arrow landed on the huge tree behind Lin Ling. The tree that was hugged by 5 people instantly fell down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, shadows flashed and sounds came from the trees above. A moment later, a large number of shadows appeared and surrounded Lin Ling. On the trees, a large number of people held bows and arrows, pointing at Lin Ling. Under the trees there were short swords, also pointing at Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that these people were different from the people he had seen before. Their hair was green, their ears were sharp, their figures were tall, the men were handsome, and the women were captivating. Their pupils were also purple, but most of them were green. They were coldly looking at Lin Ling. When Lin Ling looked up, he almost had a nosebleed. It turned out that the people standing on the trees and pointing arrows at Lin Ling were mostly women. Most importantly, they were not only beautiful, but their clothes were also very unique. Only a few flower petals were covering some parts of their bodies. Their thighs, arms, buttocks, and so on. Even the flower petals were sometimes unable to cover some important parts of their bodies. Just like Lin Ling, when he looked up, he immediately saw many things that he shouldn't have seen. However, these women were also extremely beautiful. Therefore, it caused people to become restless. Lin Ling looked away reluctantly. After all, he was not an animal who thought with his lower body. These should be the wood deity wood tribe. Lin Ling also secretly transmitted his voice to the giant ghost. The giant ghost Lin Lin was Lin. Was God Lu deity God nation is continent nation Lucas. Of Lin Lin Mu Lin. Human, you've entered the forbidden area. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded. It was very pleasant to the ears, just like the sound of a bell. A woman with a seductive figure jumped down from the tree. After landing, her plump breasts bounced like a rabbit. Then, she held a sword in one hand and a bow in the other and walked towards Lin Ling. Although her aura was very cold, because she was too beautiful and wore revealing clothes, Lin Ling did not have any hostility towards her. Forbidden area. Then Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. Humans are the most despicable and shameless. Look at that smile, it's full of lust and evil. Men, bring this person back to the forest of life. The beautiful woman was enraged and shouted in a delicate voice. I'm innocent. Lin Ling admitted that he did not smile lewdly. He only smiled in disdain. Because although there were many people around, he still felt that these people could not stop him. Yes, Miss Xingna. The handsome men immediately nodded and pounced on Lin Ling with their short swords. Lin Ling shook his head and did not say anything. The true inheritance dark sword behind him automatically flew out and blocked those men. Those men wanted to get close to Lin Ling, but they could not get close at all. This infuriated everyone. This person was so powerful. You're from the Golden Deity tribe? The woman in the lead furrowed her brows and shouted in a delicate voice. Golden Deity tribe? Lin Ling chuckled in his heart and did not answer. He only has 18 swords. I don't believe he's so powerful. Capture him. The woman saw that Lin Ling did not speak and thought that Lin Ling was looking down on them. She immediately became angry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Above the branches, a large number of arrows were shot. These arrows were not to be underestimated. They were much more powerful than the sword-wielding men. Unfortunately, they met Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart moved. He used the dual dragon god talent. He did not even use the evil ghost jellyfish and the realm-swallowing beast. He directly turned into a dragon man. Ding! Ding! All the arrows landed on Lin Ling's body. It was as if they were shooting at a hard rock, and all of them were bounced off. Armor? The stone deity tribe's armor? The leading woman was shocked. She then shouted angrily, "Shoot his eyes!" Ding! Ding! However, it was still useless. Lin Ling opened his eyes and let them shoot. However, they could not penetrate Lin Ling's pupils. This time, everyone was dispirited. He has the golden deity tribe's sword and the stone deity tribe's armor. He's too powerful. The people said one after another. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly, "I just entered Kaiyuan River. However, the land in Kaiyuan River is constantly changing. Therefore, I appeared here. However, I'm just passing by. I don't intend to cause any trouble. Therefore, don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The forest was huge. Lin Ling did not know how long it would take to walk. Therefore, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was also the reason why he did not attack these people. Too arrogant. In the end, it would have been better if Lin Ling had not reminded them. Once he did, everyone felt as if they had been humiliated. "We don't believe that you're really that powerful." At this time, a mysterious melody spread out. Then on the ground the branches intertwined. Then, a large number of people appeared in front of Lin Ling. These people were older and stronger. They were comparable to the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, Lin Ling felt that they were immortal. The vitality in their bodies was extremely strong. It seemed like these people's strength could also become stronger in the forest. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of this little bit of strength. "I don't care if you believe it or not, but that's all you've got in my eyes," Lin Ling said calmly. "You're quite stubborn. However, it's useless to say more. Let's see if you're really that powerful." Most of the people were old. The swords in their hands were emitting a green glow. They looked quite extraordinary. Chapter 3760. The Queen's Orders. "All right, all of you can come at me together." Lin Ling nodded. "Together?" The old man was stunned. He was so angry that his beard puffed up. He was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling alone, but Lin Ling wanted them to come at him together? "You overestimate yourself." Arrogant. The others were also furious. However, just as they were about to attack, a voice like the sound of nature quietly appeared in the forest. Wait. Although the voice was soft, it carried a power that could crush one's soul. Soon after, a huge leaf floated over from afar, carrying a cold and elegant woman. The reason why she was called cold and elegant was because her attire was clearly different. She wore a long green dress, and her expression was extremely dignified. "Grand Elder." "Yes." Everyone immediately saluted. The woman nodded and floated down from the leaf. Then, she looked at Lin Ling up and down and said, "Little guy, our queen wants to see you." "Yes." "What?" "Yes." Everyone's jaws dropped. Her Majesty the Queen wanted to see this immature little guy? "Great Elder, did you hear wrongly? He's a human." "Yes." After Miss Xingna recovered from her shock, she immediately questioned. The wood gods were noble and believed that the wood gods were the mother of all things in the world. All life originated from the wood gods. Humans were just a lowly branch of the wood gods. Now Her Majesty the Queen, who they could hardly meet, actually wanted to see this human in person? "Are you doubting my words?" "Yes." The woman said coldly. "I wouldn't dare." "Yes." After Miss Xingna reacted, she immediately bowed. However, she braced herself and said, "It's just that he's a human." "Yes." The woman looked around and saw everyone's puzzled expression. Then, she looked at Lin Ling indifferently with a hint of disdain in her eyes and said, "Actually, I don't know either. This is the Queen's order." "Yes." Obviously, she looked down on Lin Ling. For so many years, the wood deities had come into contact with humans. However, humans were greedy and shameless. They had left a very bad impression on them. Therefore, their attitude towards humans had always been bad. In the past, the demonic forest had even welcomed martial god-level powerhouses. However, the Wood God clan did not welcome them. The various clans were even more xenophobic. As a result, those human powerhouses had no choice but to flee with their tails between their legs. Right now, no matter how much the Wood Gods hated humans, the Queen's orders could not be violated. Putting away her thoughts, the woman turned to Lin Ling and said, "Young man, your luck is not bad. Come with me." Many people nodded inwardly. Indeed, this young man's luck was not bad. Why should I go? However, not only did Lin Ling ignore him, he even frowned and said. All of the Wood Gods were stunned, including that woman. The Wood God clan was merciful and allowed this brat to meet Her Majesty the Queen. But in the end, this brat refused to go? After all, the Queen was so noble that even the human martial gods were not qualified to meet her. Say that again. The woman frowned and said, as if she was afraid that she had misheard him. Why would I go? You Wood Gods, on the other hand, don't you think you're too bored? I was just walking my own path when you suddenly stopped me. Then you said that the noble Her Majesty the Queen wanted to see me. Are you that bored? To be honest, I don't have time. I have to hurry. Of course, if Her Majesty the Queen really has something urgent, she can still come to me before I leave this place. Lin Ling nodded and said, Chi-Chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Did this guy eat garlic? How could he be so arrogant that he wanted Her Majesty the Queen to come to him personally? The strongest Wood Gods immediately shouted angrily, I have never seen a human more arrogant than us Wood Gods. Hee, it's not up to you whether you want to go or not. They were so angry that they exploded. If Lin Ling did not want to go, they would forcibly kidnap Lin Ling and go. Yes, you still want to leave? Do you think this is your home? Xingna clenched her teeth and said. She was so angry that the two little white rabbits on her body kept jumping. This human showed his arrogance in front of the Wood God clan. And then wants to leave? Lin Ling looked at Xingna with great interest and admired her body. Then he said indifferently, You want to use force? Let me remind you, at that time, you won't be able to be arrogant. Angry. The Wood God clan people's eyes turned red. No. However, at this time the Great Elder stopped them. Her Majesty the Queen said that we can only invite this person. We can't use force. What? Xingna opened her mouth wide, and the others stomped their feet in anger. Although Lin Ling's strength was quite impressive, in their eyes, he was only at the early stage of the martial progenitor realm. However, such a person had never shown any hint of respect toward them. The most infuriating thing is that Her Majesty the Queen did not allow them to touch Lin Ling. What do you want before you come with me? The Great Elder was also angry, but he did not dare to disobey Her Majesty the Queen's order. Lin Ling smiled. These people are angry? One had to know that the one who should be angry was Lin Ling. He, Lin Ling, had been walking his own path, yet these people had suddenly blocked his path and spoke arrogantly. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling didn't want to cause trouble, he would have already beaten them to the ground. Everyone apologize. Lin Ling thought for a while and said indifferently, although he was not interested in meeting Her Majesty the Queen, it would be difficult to find an Yuer in the vast Kaiyuan River. Therefore, he also wanted to ask the Wood God clan. It would be better if he could find some clues, including the whereabouts of Big Brother and the others. Everyone. Hearing this, the woman frowned. Yes, including you. Lin Ling nodded. His words stunned the woman. She pointed at herself and said, I also have to apologize. Yes, I know. This may be very embarrassing, but face is not given by others. It is lost by oneself. Lin Ling said indifferently. He could see that although this woman had been helping him, she was actually disdainful of him. Moreover, Lin Ling did not need her help. The woman gritted her teeth and suddenly lowered her head. Guessed I was wrong before. I should not have been so arrogant. Your voice is too soft. Apologize sincerely. Speak louder. However, Lin Ling did not buy it at all. Guessed I was wrong before. I should not have been so arrogant. The woman's voice became louder. The others gritted their teeth, but they all apologized. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally nodded. Several jade tablets appeared in his hand. He imbued them with his realm essence and several illusions appeared. They were none other than Inu, his big brother, and the others. Have you seen these people before? The people of the Wood God clan looked carefully, but they all shook their heads. Humans have been wandering in the demon forest all year round. How can we remember so much? However, we can help you ask in the clan, Xingna said immediately. However, although she apologized, her attitude was still bad. Linling did not care and looked at the woman. Chapter 3761. Death Chi. Shameless Human. Looking at Linling's departing figure, the people of the Wood God clan secretly cursed. Linling stood on the huge leaf, admiring the wonderful scenery of the demon forest. After a while, the leaf began to float upwards and finally stopped in the middle of hundreds of huge ancient trees. These ancient trees were as huge as mountains. Stairs, corridors, and houses were built on the trunks of the trees. Leaves were hung on lanterns. It was magnificent. On top of these ancient trees, there were people going in and out from time to time, looking at Linling curiously. Linling couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. The place where the wood gods lived was really beautiful. Follow me. The woman looked at Linling, as if she was looking at a country bumpkin. She was even annoyed that Linling's dirty footsteps had dirted their sacred ground. Great Elder, he must be the human that Her Majesty is looking for. Leave him to me. I'll bring him to see Her Majesty. At this moment, a leaf floated down. A handsome young man stood on it. This young man had long golden hair and pointed ears. He was extraordinarily handsome. Most importantly, not only did he have a short sword, but he also had a long bow on his back. The bow was a rare and exquisite weapon. It was engraved with unknown runes, and a strange force was emitting from it. Linling immediately saw that this person's background wasn't simple. After all, the other men he saw only carried swords. Only this person had both a bow and a sword. All right, I'll leave him to the guardians. The woman immediately said respectfully. The young man nodded and looked at Linling. Linling smiled calmly and walked towards the young man. The young man led him deeper into the forest. I know about your matter. I didn't expect a mere human to be so arrogant. However, you're the person that Her Majesty is looking for, so I'll give you face. I hope you don't cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The young man walked in front and said to himself. However, Linling knew that these words were directed at him. It seemed that the wood gods were very hostile to humans. I'll return those words to you. Linling was not someone who would be humiliated by others. The young man didn't get angry. He only sneered and said, We're here. The two of them had already arrived at the top of a huge tree. Standing here, they could see the entire Mana forest. The wind was blowing, and it was extremely comfortable. And at the top of the ancient tree, there was a magnificent palace. A woman in a long chiffon dress walked over with a smile. This woman was very beautiful, and her body emitted a faint holy radiance. Her gauze dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy. Even Linling was secretly shocked. This was the queen of the wood god. In his opinion, in terms of beauty, Her Majesty the Queen was comparable to Yu and the others. However, this woman had an indescribable temperament, holy and flawless. Furthermore, her strength was extremely powerful. Linling estimated that she had achieved the martial god realm. Qingmu, you may leave. Moreover, the woman's voice was extremely pleasant. She waved gently at the young man beside Linling. The young man immediately bowed, and then left respectfully. The woman looked at Linling and said, Human, I'm here to ask you for a favor. What surprised Linling was that the soldiers of the wood god were very arrogant. On the contrary, the queen was very easy to talk to, and she gave a good impression. Please speak frankly. Since the other party had given him face, Linling naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. To be honest, Linling wasn't a difficult person to get along with. I can see that you have the aura of light, and it's extremely pure. Therefore, I would like to ask you for a favor. Save this forest. The woman said as her beautiful eyes looked at the endless forest in the distance. The evil aura has begun to invade the forest. I can hear the voices of all living things, and I know that destruction is coming. This evil aura is hidden in the trees, and I can only roughly sense it. Moreover, this evil aura is very evil. It has a power that I can't expel. Evil aura? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His soul force quietly spread out and searched the entire forest. However, the forest was very big, and Lin Ling had to spend a lot of time in soul force. However, Lin Ling's soul force had reached 20,000 levels. Therefore, as he searched, he felt that something was wrong. It was death aura. Although this death aura was constantly moving among the trees and was well restrained, Lin Ling's soul force still caught it. Wherever the death aura passed, the trees would quietly wither, and life force would be absorbed. What surprised Lin Ling was that this death aura seemed to be man-made. It actually had the power to turn life force into death aura. Looking at Lin Ling's bright eyes, the queen knew that she didn't find the wrong person. Your Majesty, how can you be sure that I can expel the death aura? Lin Ling smiled and said, you have the aura of light on your body that can restrain the death aura. Speaking of which, if the Gold God race and Fire God race were here, they would also be able to restrain it. However, our races haven't interacted for many years, so they might not help us. Aura of light? Lin Ling was puzzled, but he instantly guessed that this should be the aura of Buddha from the heavenly dragon's bones. Buddha had a way to restrain ghosts and death, but the degree of restraint was only small. I also don't know if I can restrain it, but... Lin Ling smiled and said, but he didn't finish his words. He and the Wood God race had met by chance, so he naturally couldn't help for free. The queen didn't mind and said with a smile, as long as you help, our Wood God race will give you the water of 10,000 spirits. This is the water with the strongest life force, and it is excellent for plants and humans. The treasure given by the Wood God race would certainly be extraordinary. Therefore Lin Ling immediately nodded and said, I agree, I will try my best. Then, thank you, young hero. The queen was overjoyed. Without further ado, Lin Ling let the golden white evil spirit protect him, and then released his soul power. 20,000 levels of soul power immediately covered the forest like a thin veil, and Lin Ling left a soul mark in each tree. In this way, although Lin Ling's soul power couldn't detect everything in the forest, he could know the changes in each tree. After a while, Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. In the perception of his soul, a large amount of death chi was lingering under the ground, like worms devouring the trees. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, the queen was shocked. Although she had the ability to hear all things, she couldn't detect the death chi. She could only know that there was evil chi in the forest from the sounds of the trees. However, Lin Ling found it in a short period of time. One had to know that Lin Ling was only a martial ancestor. There are quite a lot of them. Lin Ling said lightly. Then he attacked the death chi, and a large number of evil spirit jellyfish swam out of his chest. Chapter 3762. Death Chi Devouring. Your Majesty, there is no need to be surprised. This is just one of the attributes that we humans cultivate. Moreover, I have no ill intentions towards this forest. Sending out these jellyfish is to use poison to counter poison. Lin Ling explained as if he knew the queen was surprised. His words caused the queen's eyes to flicker, but in the end, she chose to believe Lin Ling. The moment the ghoul jellyfish appeared, the surrounding area fell under Lin Ling's control. The ghoul jellyfish rushed into the ground and entered the roots of the trees, madly devouring the death chi. Speaking of which, although Lin Ling had the aura of a Buddha god, he couldn't exterminate the death chi unless he shot the great solar calamity destroying bow at the ground. At that time, all the trees would be swept away. On the other hand, the ghoul jellyfish was more agile, swallowing the death chi more smoothly. But soon, the death chi seemed to have a spirit of its own. It condensed and rushed out from the ground. Not good. Lin Ling was shocked. One must know that Lin Ling had also encountered a large amount of death chi at the Kaiyuan River's riverbank. However, the death chi did not resist. It was just a kind of energy of heaven and earth. But the death chi in front of him could condense and fuse together to resist the enemy. Dark clouds began to appear, and wherever they passed, all the creatures in the forest trembled. Moreover, the aura of death was surging towards Lin Ling. In the air, the death chi turned into strange spirits. They were the souls of trees. The queen wanted to attack, but when she saw the souls of trees, her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. She was the queen of the Wood God tribe. All her power came from the forest. Therefore, she couldn't attack the souls of trees. But at the critical moment, an arm grabbed her waist and helped her up. It was Lin Ling. Your Majesty, everything has a way to restrain it. Obviously, this death chi is the perfect counter for your Majesty, so let me do it. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed on the front, his face solemn. Being hugged by a human, the queen blushed, but she nodded immediately. Lin Ling did not care about the soft feeling in his hand. He controlled the evil ghost jellyfish and swallowed it. However, there was really too much deathly aura in the sky. It occupied the entire heaven and earth, surging about. It was filled with the souls of trees, as if it wanted to devour Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling was also instantly certain that this death aura was man-made. Moreover, he felt that it was not death aura, but corpse aura. Moreover, it was very, very heavy. And that was indeed the case. Although the malevolent ghost jellyfish was constantly devouring, it was obviously unable to devour all of them. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't care less anymore. Talent fusion, monster transformation. The great solar calamity destroyer bow appeared in his hand, and the aura of a Buddha god burst forth. What shocked Her Majesty the Queen was that the monster Lin Ling had transformed into seemed to be filled with a radiant aura, but it also carried a billowing evil aura. One righteous and one evil aura, they had actually fused together perfectly. This made the Queen curious. Who was this young man? Why was he able to hide so many different types of power in his body? Moreover, there were even powers of opposing attributes. As soon as the great solar calamity destroyer bow appeared, endless Buddhist scriptures floated out. The deathly aura immediately sensed the extraordinariness of the bow and immediately split up. And from all directions, they rushed towards Lin Ling to devour him. How cunning! Lin Ling's eyes flashed. How was this still death aura? This was simply an old monster with spiritual wisdom. Malevolent ghost jellyfish, continue to devour for me. Lin Ling also shouted and let the malevolent ghost jellyfish devour the scattered deathly aura. Then, all of his soul power returned and transformed into the divine steps. Cardinal Great Brahma Punishment Art. Although Lin Ling's body had various types of powers, in terms of all aspects, only the divine steps could completely restrain him. A world appeared, enveloping the deathly aura, and actually trapped it inside. As for the scattered deathly aura, it was constantly devoured by the malevolent ghost jellyfish. This is the power of a creator god. Behind Lin Ling, Her Majesty the Queen trembled again. As soon as the divine steps appeared, she sensed an incomparably terrifying pressure. This was a power even more terrifying than the power of a creator god. The deathly aura trapped on the divine steps crazily collided with each other, as if they were mice trapped in a cage. However, how could Lin Ling let them escape? The sixth arrow. What is 5? 1 suffering day and night, leading to calamity. 2 1 is full, many are full. 3 sin weapon trident, eagle snake wolf dog. 4 dragon god sky ghost. 5 if one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6 connected by this is called seamless. Seamless. The black and white arrow shot out, shooting towards the outside world. Endless Buddha light bloomed, and then a bright light appeared, and all of the deathly aura was completely destroyed. What a pity! Lin Ling sighed secretly. If this deathly aura was devoured by him, it would definitely allow him to break through the realm. However, this deathly aura was also very difficult to deal with. If the devouring failed, perhaps Lin Ling would be devoured. Therefore, Lin Ling quickly suppressed the reluctance in his heart. Looking at the evil ghost jellyfish, they have completely devoured the deathly aura, and are now swimming towards Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a large mass of deathly aura suddenly rushed out from a big tree in front of them. This mass of deathly aura is actually as cunning as a human. It knows how to hide and wait for Lin Ling to relax to launch a sneak attack. How is this still deathly aura? This is simply a vicious creature. At this moment, Lin Ling has finished shooting the arrow and is completely exhausted. Although his boundary origin is still strong, it is obviously not very effective in restraining the deathly aura. Young hero, be careful. Her Majesty the Queen had obviously guessed this point and immediately shouted. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, just as he was about to ask his bodyguards to protect him. His arms suddenly wriggled. Endless black vines appeared, forming a huge talisman seal, and actually surrounded the mass of deathly aura in front of him. This scene caused Lin Ling to be shocked. Little Kunlun? At this moment, Lin Ling did not say much. He controlled the evil ghost jellyfish and crazily devoured the deathly aura. The deathly aura is trapped in the vine forest, unable to move at all. It actually let out a painful cry, followed by a cry of begging for mercy. However, Lin Ling is ruthless in his heart. He does not care at all. The deathly aura is also gradually devoured clean. At the same time, on the other side of the devil forest, a man sitting cross-legged in the main hall gently opened his eyes, then frowned. Someone broke my deathly aura? He muttered to himself, then issued an order. Go find that person for me. As for the matter over there, Lin Ling obviously does not know. At this moment, he is looking at little Kunlun with joy, and little Kunlun has also returned to its original size of a vine, also looking at Lin Ling with joy. Lin Ling did not expect that little Kunlun's extreme imprisoning divine rune can actually seal the deathly aura. At present, other than puppets, evil ghosts and other things, the extreme imprisoning divine rune can seal many things, especially when it comes to sealing talents. The effect is even better. And when Lin Ling and little Kunlun are reminiscing about old times, the queen looks as if she was struck by lightning. She stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Chapter 3763. The Mother of All Trees. Mother of all trees. Finally, she made a sound of excitement. The voice interrupted Lin Ling's reminiscing, and he immediately looked over suspiciously. Tears welled up in the beautiful woman's eyes. Then, she knelt down, revealing her snow-white breasts to Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling couldn't care less. Instead, he was shocked. Mother of all trees? Could it be that he was talking about himself? No, he seemed to be talking about little Kunlun. And Her Majesty the Queen was the wood god monarch. Yet she was kneeling to little Kunlun. This meant that little Kunlun's background was truly extraordinary. Lin Ling could not help but look at little Kunlun. Unfortunately, little Kunlun shook its little butt adorably. It did not seem to understand either. Looking at the giant ghost beside him, he saw that the giant ghost had returned to its nonchalant attitude. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. Well, Your Majesty, you had better get up. Lin Ling finally couldn't help but speak up. Yes, emissary. Her Majesty the Queen stood up obediently, and looked at Lin Ling with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Speaking of which, it was reasonable for Her Majesty to revere little Kunlun. However, even Lin Ling was in awe. This made Lin Ling confused again. Emissary, please forgive me for my previous offense. Her Majesty the Queen presented the water of 10,000 spirits with both hands. And it was a huge bottle. The 10,000 spirit water was extremely precious. It took 10,000 years for a single drop to form, and it was formed by 10,000 moon nut trees. Furthermore, these moon nut trees required 30,000 years of tree rings to form. And when little Kunlun sensed the 10,000 spirit water, it immediately swung its vines joyfully. This made Lin Ling realize that the water of 10,000 spirits was very suitable for little Kunlun. At that moment, he didn't plan to stay any longer. But before he left, Lin Ling also tried to get some information out of him. Your Majesty, do you know where we humans gather the most? Emissary, the places where you humans gather the most are the ancient Yuan mountain range and the ancient dragon desolate land. Because the ancient demon forest is our territory, humans rarely come here. However, the ancient Yuan mountain range has a large number of royal crystal veins, so humans are greedy and have sent various major forces to occupy the royal crystal veins and continuously mine them. I see. Then, Your Majesty, won't your wood god clan appear in the ancient Yuan mountains? The Guyuan mountain range is the territory of the golden god clan. Although we will appear there, we still live more in the forest. In the forest, our strength can be greatly increased, and we don't have to be afraid of foreign invasion. After some conversation, Lin Ling had a feeling that Big Brother and Yuer and the others should be at the Guyuan mountain range. How's the strength over there? Lin Ling asked again. The human experts are very powerful. There are many half-step martial gods, many academy experts, and even many martial gods, said the queen solemnly. However, she smiled proudly and said, of course, no matter how powerful they are, They won't dare to enter the demonic forest because our wood god clan controls the entire forest. The demonic forest is very powerful. Even martial gods don't dare to fight against it. It turned out that the wood god clan had the geographical advantage. However, Lin Ling also felt a little pressured. He suddenly guessed that many of the top experts of the Divine Three Halls of the 36 academies were in the ancient Yuan mountain range. Because there were a lot of royal crystal veins, and the stronger the expert, the more cultivation resources they needed. Therefore, the royal crystal veins were very important to them. If it's those experts with the same strength as last time, with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't fight against them. Lin Ling could not help but think of the group of experts that martial god Wentian had called over, and the pressure in his heart increased immediately. Although the platinum evil spirit had the strength of a martial god, it did not have intelligence. If he was surrounded by experts, the platinum evil spirit would not be able to save him. Moreover, the platinum evil spirit was an external object after all. If he relied too much on external objects, it would not be good for Lin Ling's growth. I wonder if your majesty has heard of the dragon tribe? Lin Ling asked again. Speaking of this, the queen's face was filled with reverence. She said solemnly, "The dragon tribe has not been seen for many years. It is said that they are on the other side of the river, fighting with the evil spirits and guarding the Kaiyuan River. In our wood god clan, only the first 10 generations of the queen have come into contact with the dragon tribe. After the 10th generation, the dragon tribe has never been seen again." Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but sigh. It seemed that the task of delivering the letter was both simple and difficult. Without further ado, Lin Ling did not ask any more questions. He bid farewell and left. "Messenger, you're leaving." The queen immediately showed a reluctant look, giving off a lovely and touching aura. She was originally beautiful and holy. Now that she showed such a look, Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. If it was another man, he would have already hugged the beauty in his arms. Seeing that Lin Ling was stunned, the queen pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "As long as you stay in the wood god clan, I am willing to give up everything. The entire wood god clan will belong to you." This sentence was obviously hinting at something. This meant that Lin Ling could be the king of the wood god clan. He could have anyone accompany him tonight, including the queen. Lin Ling could not help but smile bitterly. "Your Majesty, don't tempt me. If you continue to say this, I might really stay." "Then stay." The queen was instantly ecstatic. That was because the small kunlun that Lin Ling brought along was the most ancient sacred object of the wood god clan. It could even be called the first sacred emperor. How could she bear to let Lin Ling leave? Lin Ling's cultivation realm was not high, but he had all kinds of powers. He was simply like the son of God. Therefore, if Lin Ling could stay, the wood god clan would definitely be able to walk towards glory. "Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. Unfortunately, I'm here to find someone. My lost wife. I want to bring her home." Lin Ling smiled, and his face showed determination. It was the kind of determination that would not give up until all hope was gone. The queen was stunned. She looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally sighed softly. She knew that she could not change Lin Ling's mind. She also knew that this man seemed to be moved by everything in the wood god clan. In fact, that was only on the surface. This mysterious man had his own principles. "I hope that after Your Excellency Lin Ling completes your mission, you can come visit the wood god clan. The wood god clan will always welcome you. You will also be our god's messenger forever." The queen stretched out her fair little hand. Lin Ling immediately stretched out his hand and gently shook it. Then he left suavely. In his palm, the fragrance of a beauty lingered. Looking at the free and easy young man, the queen smiled helplessly. She naturally knew her charm. There were very few men in this world who could not be attracted to her. After leaving the palace, Lin Ling also came to the ancient tree. "Who allowed you to come down?" At this time, the blonde youth suddenly walked over and looked at Lin Ling with dignity. "Did Her Majesty order you to come down?" Chapter 3764. Stone Castle. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Do I have to get Her Majesty's permission to go anywhere? How dare you? Looks like you snuck out. How dare you be so rude to our queen?" All the members of the wood god clan were enraged. Unfortunately, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and strode away. Try taking another step. The crowd finally couldn't bear it any longer. This young man had repeatedly provoked his pride. The golden-haired youth waved his right hand, and a bow appeared in his hand. He shot an arrow which landed in front of Lin Ling. The next arrow won't just hit the ground. Clearly this was a threat. Lin Ling looked down at the arrow at his feet and shook his head. A wine flask appeared in his hand. After taking a big gulp, he kicked the arrow away and strode forward again. If you shoot another arrow, you will become the Wood God clan's eternal sinner. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone from the Wood God clan was stunned. Kicking away their arrows was tantamount to provoking the Wood Gods. Moreover, this guy even drank and left as if he didn't see anything. His heroic spirit was unparalleled. This was looking down on the Wood God clan, and looking down on them. In truth, if it weren't for Her Majesty the Queen's orders, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson. But now, Her Majesty the Queen hadn't issued an order for Lin Ling to leave. However, Lin Ling actually treated the noble Wood God race as his own home. He came and went as he pleased. Lowly human, you will regret this. This time, even Xingna raised her bow. Furthermore, everyone raised their bows and arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time. However, Lin Ling continued to move forward with his bodyguards, carefree and unrestrained. Right at this moment, a dignified voice finally resounded. Whoever dares to shoot an arrow will be condemned by the Wood God clan. An eternal sinner. Everyone's hearts exploded as this majestic voice reverberated in their minds. The next moment, everyone raised their heads in disbelief. This was because their beautiful queen had appeared in the sky. She looked holy and beautiful, but her might was unparalleled. Your Majesty. Next, everyone knelt down. Agudang, that arrow made me very disappointed in you. It looks like your position as the Wood God's guardian will have to be changed. The queen did not look at the crowd. Instead, she looked at the carefree man in the distance. As for the golden-haired young man, his entire body trembled as he looked up in disbelief. He was the protector of the Wood Gods. He had supreme authority and was responsible for the safety of the entire Wood God clan. But now, Her Majesty the Queen seemed to want to dismiss him. Your Majesty, the golden-haired young man asked in disbelief. It's a good thing you didn't shoot the second one. Otherwise, you'd definitely be a sinner. Xingna, you actually shot an arrow at him and called him a despicable human. Do you know that? He is more arrogant than you. Your body and your heart actually belong to him. To be able to serve him is the greatest blessing of your life. What? Xingna's delicate body trembled. Generally speaking, there was only one possibility for a woman of the Wood God clan to give up her body and heart. The other party must be a god. I'm here to send him off. While everyone was shocked, the queen looked into the distance and said in awe. This sentence also represented Lin Ling's status in the Wood God clan. For the queen to personally send him off, he must be a god. Everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. Rumbles continued in their hearts. However, Lin Ling had already left the Wood God clan's trump card. In front of him, the ancient trees still towered into the sky, but there was also a magnificent mountain. Moreover, a city was built against the mountain. It was different from the usual cities. This city was made of huge rocks, but it was extremely exquisite. This showed how superb the craftsmanship was. This was because Lin Ling could also see that these rocks were called Yang Speech rocks. These rocks were extremely huge and were a whole. Each piece was as big as a mountain and incomparably hard. To carve mountain-like rocks into stone sculptures and use them to build a city, it would take at least 1,000 years. That's the Stone God clan. At this time, the giant ghost next to him said, Stone God? Lin Ling couldn't help but remember that when he was in the rainforest's sacred land, he had also met a guy called Stone God. Among the three mysterious of the human world, that Stone God was the ancestor of one of the three ancient clans of Xianhuangdaiyu. Of course, compared to the Stone God clan, that Stone God paled in comparison. For example, the Stone God in the rainforest's sacred land was actually a small rock, while the Stone God clan here was a huge rock. The Stone God clan is honest and kind by nature. They have the best temperament among all the clans. They don't have the pride of the Wood God clan, and are not so hostile to humans. In particular, the Stone God clan loves wine. If you have wine, the Stone God clan will treat you as a friend. The giant ghost said. Of course, this was in the past. I don't know if they are still hospitable now, but I guess there shouldn't be many changes. With this thought, Lin Ling quickened his pace and walked towards the stone city. Entering the city, there was no obstruction. Lin Ling even saw a lot of humans. As for the Stone God clan, what made Lin Ling surprised was that they were actually dwarves. They were extremely sturdy and had thick beards. They held hammers or axes and ran like the wind. Even after Lin Ling entered the city, the Stone God clan people immediately greeted him. Lin Ling smiled and threw out a jug of wine. After the Stone God clan people received it, they immediately became very enthusiastic towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling laughed and walked along the street. It had to be said that the craftsmanship of the Stone God clan was indeed superb. The streets, houses, and so on were all extremely beautiful. This reminded Lin Ling of the dwarf clan in the previous world. The Stone God clan is the most enthusiastic and candid. Ever since I was saved by them, I have been living in the Stone God clan. Passing by some restaurants, the shopkeepers were actually humans, so they were very enthusiastic towards Lin Ling. These humans were obviously tired of the outside world's law of the jungle, so they lived together with the Stone God clan. The Stone God clan people were friendly to their friends. Living here was very happy every day. While talking, the Stone God clan people came to the restaurant to drink. When they saw Lin Ling, they took the initiative to greet him. In their eyes, Lin Ling looked delicate and handsome, and he was wearing a clean blue and white robe. He looked very friendly. What's your name? My name is Gu Adam. The 1-meter-tall Stone God clan person smiled at Lin Ling. It looked a little funny. Even little Kunlun could not help but take a few more glances. My name is Lin Ling. I just came from the east. Lin Ling immediately smiled and said, I can see that you are a good person, but the big guy behind you is a little evil. You have to look after it. If it is released, many people will die. Chapter 3765. Barbecue. All right, I'll take good care of him. Lin Ling poured a glass of wine for Gu Yadong. Gu Yadong was so happy that he clapped his hands. After drinking a big mouthful, he suddenly said, What? You said you're from the east? You really know how to joke. That's the territory of the Wood God. I'm not joking, I really came from there. The beauties of the Wood God are pretty, right? Did they take the initiative to offer themselves? They did, but I was in a hurry, so I didn't ask for those beauties. Oh right, the Queen of the Wood God race also wanted to offer herself, but I didn't ask for it either. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and laughed. Everyone from the Stone God race was stunned. Then they burst into laughter. Young man, I like you, you're so good at bragging. I Gu Yadong almost believed you. Their words made Lin Ling depressed. He really wasn't bragging. However, Lin Ling didn't explain, as long as they're happy. After drinking with the guys from the Stone God race for an entire afternoon, Lin Ling decided to leave. Among the group of Stone God race, only Gu Yadong was not guilty. He said to Lin Ling in surprise, Young man, I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking. Next time you come here, you must find me. I'll drink with you for 3 days and 3 nights. All right. Lin Ling patted Gu Yadong's shoulder and said, He often drinks, so his alcohol tolerance naturally can't be that low. Next, he and Gu Yadong walked along the street, and at this time, the people around them all ran in the same direction. This made Lin Ling curious. Gu Yadong, what happened? The annual refining competition has begun. Let's go, I'll take you to have a look. The Stone God race and the Dwarf race in Lin Ling's imagination are very similar. Apart from building construction, they're also good at forging weapons. Their skills are even more powerful than Miaoshen's true inheritance. This also piqued Lin Ling's interest. He wanted to learn the skills of the Stone God clan. Who knew that just by asking, Gu Yadong would agree? He took out a pile of books from God knows where. It could be called a house full of books. Take it, go and learn. Gu Yadong threw the books to Lin Ling. At the same time, said Lin Ling. Stone God race people, we learn to forge from childhood. Every family has these books, but you humans may not be able to learn them. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate and collected all the books. His heart felt warm. He and Gu Yadong had only met once, but they felt like old friends at first sight. This made Lin Ling treat the Stone God clan as friends. Looking it. No wonder, even though they casually gave out the books, ordinary people couldn't learn them. Lin Ling watched quietly, reaping great benefits in an instant. After that, the forging competition began to announce the results one by one. What shocked Lin Ling was that the weakest here was a 9th grade divine weapon. There were even many innate divine weapons. Once an innate divine weapon was out, it would immediately be surrounded by divine power, which meant that this divine weapon had been recognized by the universal laws. And the more divine power, the higher the grade of the divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes were undoubtedly opened. The final champion also received cheers and blessings from the audience. A Stone God race person pushed out a large black rock and then knelt down. From the looks of it, the usually careless Stone God race person was extremely afraid when facing the black rock. That's Devour, Brother Lin Ling, quickly kneel down. The surrounding Stone Gods also knelt down. Gu Yadong also asked Lin Ling to kneel down, and Lin Ling followed suit and pretended to kneel down. But what surprised him was that the black rock was very familiar. Wasn't that thing the realm-swallowing beast? Lin Ling was shocked and immediately asked, Gu Yadong, what is that scary thing? It's Devour, the nemesis of our Stone God race. It specializes in swallowing stones, ores and stone gods, so it's also our totem. Gu Yadong said solemnly. The Stone God race feared nothing but the realm-swallowing beast that could swallow stones. Lin Ling couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had the body of the realm-swallowing beast, and had become chaotic. If he used it now, would these guys kneel down and worship him? Then he thought of the Wood God race and was speechless. In the Wood God race, he was the messenger of the gods. In the Stone God race, he was the totem. This dramatic scene made people feel that it was extremely unreal. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't take it to heart because he was just passing by. Then Lin Ling and Gu Yadong said goodbye and left. The Stone God race had left a good impression on Lin Ling. If he wasn't in a hurry to find someone, he might have stayed for a few more days. In the era of the gods, the Stone God race once encountered chaos. They used all kinds of methods, but countless people were devoured by chaos. In the end, they were completely afraid and worshipped chaos from then on. This made the chaos stop devouring them. This habit was left behind from that time. After leaving the Stone City, the giant ghost said, in fact, they don't know that the reason why chaos doesn't devour stones and the Stone God race is because they are too disgusting. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. With one big and one small ghost, Lin Ling continued his journey. After 3 days, Lin Ling looked at the map and realized that he was already halfway through the Origin Demon Forest. He had to admit that the Origin Demon Mountain range was really big. However, the demonic beasts in the Origin Demon Mountain range weren't scary. Instead, it was a natural stronghold. From time to time, there would be a thunderstorm, and its power was comparable to Lin Ling's tribulation. This was also the reason why no one dared to fly in the sky. Moreover, this kind of thunderstorm appeared without warning. Especially when they reached the center of the Origin Demon Forest, the thunderstorm became more frequent. The ancient forest was filled with lightning snakes, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling was afraid that the golden white evil ghosts could attract lightning. Therefore, whenever there was a thunderstorm, he would dig a big hole and hide with the golden white evil ghost. There were even a few times when the thunderstorm hit not far from the hole, which gave Lin Ling a fright. Such a lonely experience lasted for half a month. However, Lin Ling enjoyed it. Occasionally, he would hunt some wild animals and tease little Kunlun and the giant ghost. His days were happy. On this day, Lin Ling arrived at a new area. The sky here was fiery red. The giant ghost reminded him that he had arrived at the territory of the fire god race. Regarding this, Lin Ling didn't mind. He ate and drank. The fire was raised and he continued to roast meat. During this time, even the giant ghost had fallen in love with Lin Ling's roasted meat. Of course, there was also the golden white evil ghost. This glutton simply ate everything. In just a short while, the aroma of meat wafted out. A rhinoceros the size of a calf was roasted by Lin Ling. At the side, the two ghosts, one big and one small, were drooling. Chapter 3766. It was better than a piece of barbecued meat. Sigh, you guys have all become foodies. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't blame anyone else. He was the one who had raised her. It smells so good. However, just as Lin Ling was about to take action, flames soared to the sky in front of him. Soon after, he saw a large number of burly men in armor rushing over, surrounding Lin Ling so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. These people were somewhat similar to humans, but they had a head full of fiery red hair that seemed to be burning. Moreover, one could see streaks of fire between their joints. It was extremely strange. However, Lin Ling knew that these people should be from the fire god race. As for Lin Ling, he had grown up playing with fire. However, he discovered that the space-time divine steel seemed a little dim in front of these people. The fire god tribe was indeed quite amazing. It was said that they possessed the true bloodline of the fire god. Human. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Who cares if he's a human or a dragon? On the contrary, this guy's roasted meat is really good. Brat, immediately roast 281 rhinos for us. We want to eat. Someone laughed loudly, saliva dripping from his mouth. I forgot to tell you, my name is Fire Fantasy. While drooling, the burly man did not forget to introduce himself. On the ground, Lin Ling looked up and immediately took out a jug of wine to drink. This made the group of fire gods jealous. However, they discovered that Lin Ling was actually ignoring them. Not only was he drinking, he was even chatting with a vine and a fist-sized thing. This guy must be crazy. Human, don't try to infuriate our fire god race because once we burn, even we are afraid of ourselves. Everyone sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy was good at roasting meat, they would have already burned him to death. However, it had to be said that although humans were despicable, shameless and greedy, when it came to food, they really couldn't compare. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He smiled and said, "It's not that I don't want to cook for you. It's just that I have too many foodies around me. We can't even fill our own stomachs, let alone feed you. Hee, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Do you think you have any other choice?" The man called Huahuan chuckled, and with a flick of his finger, rumble. A stream of flame shot out from his finger, and all the trees before him were incinerated into ash. Even a small mountain was melted into water. The fire god tribe was indeed an expert at playing with fire. The temperature of this flame had already surpassed ordinary flames. Did you see that? Do you want to grill meat for us? Or do you want to be roasted by us? Huahuan said proudly after Xiao Xiao attacked. This move of his was clearly intended to intimidate Lin Ling, and make Lin Ling obediently roast the meat. As for the surrounding fire gods, they immediately began to flatter him. Some even began to clap their hands. However, Lin Ling shook his head and continued eating the barbecued meat. It was undeniable that when it came to playing with fire, Lin Ling was ashamed of his inferiority. However, among all the major techniques that Lin Ling currently possessed, the way of fire was the weakest. Putting everything else aside, Lin Ling dared to use his divine demon body to resist the flames released by Huahuan. And he was unscathed. The strongest among this group of people was only at the late-stage martial ancestor realm. Such strength was not enough to shake Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was still eating and shaking his head, the people of the fire god tribe were enraged. Flames of various colors appeared in their palms, and they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless swords shot out. It was the true inheritance dark sword. They flew past the people of the fire god tribe and slashed forward. Rumble. The ancient trees in front were all cut down by the sword. This sword directly frightened the people of the fire god tribe. Speaking of which, this guy is still eating barbecued meat and controlling the sword at the same time? Humans have such means? However, after Lin Ling and Xiao Xiao displayed their strength, little Kunlun also made its move. There was a rumbling sound, and in the blink of an eye, an endless vine forest appeared. It also strangled the massive trees nearby. In a breath's time, there were no more trees in a radius of 1,000 miles. Ah! Huahuan opened his mouth wide. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It was clearly a vine as thick as a finger, but it instantly turned into a forest. Little Kunlun returned to normal, and was also eating barbecued meat. However, the golden white evil spirit also moved. It rushed into the sky and crashed into a mountain range in the distance like a cannonball. Rumble. The towering mountain range directly collapsed. Then the golden white evil spirit flew back. Without saying a word, it also squatted down to eat barbecued meat. Oh, big brother, it exploded the mountain. That is the famous Dead Eagle Mountain Range. Beside Huahuan, the people of the Fire God tribe stuttered. They wanted to show their strength and let Lin Ling know who he had offended. In the end, Lin Ling also showed his strength. Each one was more terrifying than the other. It could be said that they could destroy the world. However, the surprise did not end there. This time, even Lin Ling was surprised. That was because the giant ghost also made a move. Speaking of which, this guy seemed to be unwilling to let his barbecued meat be stolen, so it also wanted to show its strength. It flew into the sky, and then its evil aura erupted. The world changed, and all the plants trembled. Even the endless thunderstorm in the sky was attracted by the giant ghost, forming a thunderstorm explosion. In the sky, a dazzling sun appeared. No, it was not a sun, but a ball of lightning. Everyone was petrified, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Even Lin Ling's mouth was wide open. That was because this was the first time he saw the giant ghost make a move. The evil aura hidden in this guy's body was so dense. Moreover, this guy rushed into the sky with a dense evil aura. Wasn't that attracting lightning? However, the thunder in the sky quickly disappeared. Then a fist-sized little ghost flew back and appeared beside Lin Ling, as if nothing had happened. It also started eating barbecued meat. Lin Ling was speechless. It turned out that this guy was unwilling to let his barbecued meat be stolen. Speaking of which, the giant ghost did not help him when he was in danger several times. Instead, now that the barbecued meat was threatened, it went to attract lightning like a madman. Could it be that he was inferior to a piece of barbecued meat? Shaking his head, Lin Ling ate the barbecued meat and said, "Now do you still want to eat barbecued meat?" Plop. "Honorable Lord, we were blind. Please don't kill us." Huahuan and the rest did not dare to think too much and knelt down one after another. Only now did they realize that this group of guys was more terrifying than the previous one. The vines, the tall bodyguards, and the lifeless ghost. Get up. If you want to eat barbecued meat, go hunt yourselves. If you're not in a hurry, I might be able to help you barbecued meat. Lin Ling was just passing by and was too lazy to do anything, so he said lightly, "Thank you for not killing us, my lord." Everyone from the Fire God tribe stood up excitedly. Huahuan was also a foodie. He was not afraid of Lin Ling and instead asked his subordinates to hunt demons. "My lord, you must barbecue it until it's delicious." Then he approached Lin Ling and flattered him with a smile. Lin Ling could not help but roll his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, something strange happened. In the distance, the billowing aura of death surged over like a tide. Evil spirit, not good, the evil spirit is here. Chapter 3767. Expert. Evil spirit. Oh no. Evil spirit is here. Evil spirit. When Huahuan saw the death chi, his expression changed drastically. He seemed to be familiar with the death chi. Lin Ling frowned. He had seen such a huge amount of death chi in the Wood God clan. He did not expect to see it here again. In the end, who was controlling the death aura? Hurry up and leave. Evil spirit will not kill us. But if we meet you, we can't say for sure. At this time, Huahuan said to Lin Ling anxiously. To Lin Ling's surprise, this man from the Fire God clan was loyal to his friends. Do you know them? Lin Ling quickly asked. Yes, they are humans. Huahuan looked even more anxious. However, his words made Lin Ling's expression change. Evil spirit is a human? Fire God clan. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice came from the front. Several figures stepped on billowing death aura, and coldly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's too late. When Huahuan saw this, he sighed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, sized up these people and found that they were all very young. There were 6 of them. Although they were stepping on death aura, there was no death aura on their bodies. Most importantly, they were wearing the robes of the academy and were all different. They should be from different academies. Of course, their strength was not weak. The most powerful one was a half-step to martial god. There were 2 of them, and the rest were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Half-step to martial god realm? There was no half-step to martial god realm expert in Snowwind Academy's Shinsan Hall. You slaves, who allowed you to appear here? Are you going to look for the Stone God clan? The people stopped, and a young man with long white hair said flatly. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ling. We dare not, we dare not. The people from the Fire God clan knelt down and trembled. They seemed to be afraid of them. I have said that leaving the clan area means death. It's too late for you to kneel down now. One of them sneered and opened his mouth. His fangs flashed as he turned into a shadow and pounced on Huahuan. This caused Huahuan's body to tremble even more. He seemed to know what was about to happen. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This person's innate talent was also ghost type? Truthfully speaking, no matter if it was ghost energy, death energy, evil energy, and so on and so forth, all of them were a type of nether energy, and all of these energies were more or less related to the netherworld. Zombies. Lin Ling said in his heart. He had practiced martial arts for many years, and it was not that he had never seen a zombie before. However, a zombie's talent? This was rather rare. Jiangchen's son. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him said in a low voice. Jiangchen was one of the overlords of the Age of Gods. It was immortal and indestructible, renowned for its speed and violence, and loved to devour human blood. Lin Ling nodded and said in a low voice, "Look over here." As soon as he finished speaking, the person who attacked appeared in front of Huahuan. He had already grabbed Huahuan's neck, and was about to bite down with his sharp teeth. However, when he heard Lin Ling's words, he could not help but look up, his eyes filled with disdain. It had to be said that this person was indeed arrogant. He was killing Huahuan right beside Lin Ling, ignoring him and sucking his blood. How could Lin Ling stand by and watch? However, when he turned to look at Lin Ling, the Eye of Chaos immediately intimidated him. Of course, the effect was not great. He was only stunned for less than a breath. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment the 18 true dark swords shot out, each sword containing 30% of the ancestral power. They all landed on the young man's back. However, the terrifying thing was that the young man smiled, and ignored the swords behind him. He continued to bite Huahuan's neck. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It had been a long time since he had seen a martial artist with such a powerful physical body. However, he wanted to suck blood in front of Lin Ling. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and his arm quietly turned into a dragon's claw. The young man's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. He wanted to suck blood, but he failed in the end. However, the young man's talent was amazing. He did not die after his head exploded. He frantically retreated and his head grew back again. Of course, after his head exploded, he was slightly injured and his face was pale. He's not dead. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. These experts were very powerful. He could clearly sense that the young man was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, but his talent was at the 7th grade. 7th rank in the Snowwind Academy. It was a unique existence. However, compared to Lin Ling, the other young men were even more surprised. The young man who had the gift of zombies was called Shui Senator. He was ranked 423rd on the Divine Stairway. He was immortal and indestructible. He was immune to wind, lightning and fire. However, the strange man in front of them had been able to injure him. Most importantly, they could sense that the young man was only at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. This meant that the young man's talent might be above a 7th grade talent. Tell me your name. Yes. The young man called Shuesen said indifferently. I don't kill nameless people. Why do you need to know so much when you're about to die? Lin Ling shook his head. He could see that these people wanted to kill him. In that case, Lin Ling did not need to show any mercy. Ha ha ha, I have to say that you're quite powerful, but that's all. Your blood should be delicious. Shuesen was so angry that he laughed. His body moved and he appeared in front of Lin Ling at the speed of 1,000 boundaries realm. His speed was terrifying. Even Lin Ling's speed was only at the speed of 1,000 boundaries realm when he did not use the fusion talent. The others sneered. In terms of speed, Shuesun was the best among them. That young man was doomed. Shuesun opened his mouth and bit down on Lin Ling's neck. He started to absorb everything about Lin Ling. Soon his face changed. He could not absorb anything. It was as if there was nothing in Lin Ling's body. He could not even sense flesh, let alone blood. The only thing he felt was a strange feeling. It was like mud. He did not know that he was biting a realm-devouring beast. Swoosh. At that moment, a sword radiance slashed from below. Lin Ling had already held the tyrannical song sword in his hand. He had merged his 6 dantians and 80% of his progenitor's force. Blood spurted out. The young man called Shuesun was immediately cut in half. His upper body fell to the ground. He pointed at Lin Ling, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, with a thought from Lin Ling, the true inheritance dark sword flew out and stabbed the young man into the ground. Then, the evil ghost jellyfish started to devour him. This happened very quickly. The experts in the distance were still laughing. However, their smiles suddenly froze and their eyes widened. Defeated. Shuesun had also been defeated. Although Shuesun was not their strongest, his strength was not to be underestimated. However, he had been defeated by an unfamiliar young man. Bang! It was not until Shuesun had turned into a dried corpse that they realized what had happened. Ironically, Shuesun had been sucking blood his entire life. In the end, he was turned into a dried corpse. It was a worthy death. What a strange method. He's not afraid of Shuesun's blood-sucking. Chapter 3768. Call him Grandpa. I'm Tianjing. As for which academy I'm from, I won't say. However, you've interfered in something you shouldn't have. The young man in the lead said coldly. His entire body emitted green flames. These flames gave off the might of a Buddha god, but they also contained an evil aura. Fire talent. Moreover, he had reached rank 7. Most importantly, this person was a half-martial god. A formidable opponent. As for the half-step martial god, he was much weaker. He only had a 6th grade ultimate desolate body. In terms of strength, he was only comparable to the king of assassins. However, they had the advantage in numbers, as there were 3 peak martial progenitors among them. If these people were to fight one-on-one, Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. But if they joined forces, Lin Ling would have a hard time winning. He's only an initial stage martial progenitor, but he possesses 80% of the progenitor's force. His martial Dao foundation is indeed impressive. It's comparable to a half-step martial god. Another person also spoke. They were glaring like tigers eyeing their prey. One of them was more impatient and directly attacked. His arms hugged the sky, and countless rays of purple light appeared, flying in all directions like bats. In the end, they all surged toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling could sense a powerful force within these bat-like purple lights. As soon as this person made his move, another half-step martial god realm expert made his move. Brat, you're very unlucky to have met us. He reached out to grab Lin Ling. Clearly, he knew his advantage, which was his higher cultivation level. Therefore, he wanted to rely on an even greater amount of realm essence to suppress Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a huge figure appeared in front of Lin Ling. The platinum evil spirit had arrived. Not only did it block the bat-like purple light, it even grabbed at the sky. Rumble. When the 2 palms collided, it was as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, a cry of pain was heard. The arm of the expert who had attacked was now twisted like a fried dough twist. He had been grabbed by the golden-white evil spirit. Everyone be careful. This person is a martial god. He immediately reminded them. His words shocked the crowd. The martial god realm? There's a martial god realm expert here? They almost dropped to their knees, as they knew that although the difference between the half-martial god realm and the martial god realm was only 2 words apart, it was actually the difference between the heavens and earth. As for the expert whose arm was grabbed by the evil spirit, he clenched his teeth and abandoned his arm like a gecko losing its tail. Luckily for him, he's quick's a martial god realm expert. As soon as his arm, the golden white evil spirit. Looking at the platinum evil spirit eating with relish, the youths all shuddered. Following that, a few people, a martial god realm was a martial god realm cultivator. Qingnan they obviously didn't dare show off when facing a martial god realm expert. But the golden white martial god. The evil be a martial god. St on god gotta be a god gods a gotta, sa, art. Say 2, tiant, god. These experts were in a difficult position. Keep in mind that they were all ranked after the 420th place on the heavenly stairway. One of them was even ranked 403rd. Their strength was monstrous. To be recorded on the heavenly stairway of the divine ranking, one had to meet the age limit, be from the various academies, or be ranked below the deity realm. Although it seemed difficult, many people had met the requirements. However, most of them could not be listed on the divine ranking. Now the martial god realm experts were asking them to call him grandpa. They couldn't let go of their pride and dignity. The people of the fire god tribe were dumbfounded. They knew how arrogant the martial god realm cultivators were. Grandpa! However, someone shouted. It was a young man at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Speaking of which, the young man was burly and looked old. It was hilarious for him to call the martial god realm cultivator grandpa. However, after he shouted, the other two martial ancestor realm experts shouted too, as if they were afraid of the golden white evil spirit. Their voices were filled with respect. They almost knelt down and poured tea for the martial god realm cultivator. The half-step to martial god realm cultivator, who had lost his arm, gritted his teeth. He could not swallow his pride. That was because it had always been others who called him grandpa. However, when he thought of the previous scene, he shuddered. Grandpa! He lowered his head and shouted too. Lin Ling was shocked. The martial ancestor realm experts were shocked. They did not expect the martial god realm cultivators to be so straightforward. You have been deceived. Although that thing is at the martial god realm, it is a puppet. A puppet without consciousness. However, when it was the last person's turn, the martial ancestor realm expert called Tianjing shouted, What? A puppet? When the martial ancestor realm expert finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Although a martial god realm puppet was not to be underestimated, it was no match for a martial god realm expert. This meant that if they were careful, they might not be afraid of the puppet at all. After all, they were on par with the Emperor of Assassins. Although it was difficult for them to defeat the puppet, it was also difficult for the puppet to kill them. It was just an accident that his arm was eaten. You lied to us? At the thought of this, everyone's eyes turned red. They felt as if Lin Ling had raped their wives. It was obvious that calling him grandpa was a disgrace in their lives. It had almost become an inner demon. Lin Ling was stunned. He had lied to them. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say anything. They were the ones who surrendered first. However, it was obvious that he did not need to explain anything to these idiots. Who asked you to be so stupid? Lin Ling said with a shrug. You are courting death. You are the first person who has successfully deceived me since I was young. This is so infuriating. You will definitely die. The martial ancestor realm experts were furious. Lin Ling was speechless. The first person who had successfully deceived them? He had not done anything, okay? Moreover, with these people's intelligence, he believed that they had been deceived many times. Of course, the leading young man was very calm. He was a strong opponent. I will suppress the martial god realm puppet. You guys kill him. As expected, the leading young man, Tianjing, said coldly. Then he immediately attacked. His long hair fluttered like flames. Wisps of green flames with righteous and evil chi enveloped the golden white evil spirit. The Buddha chi in the green flames was obviously harmful to the golden white evil spirit. The golden white evil spirit's body began to merge. The remaining 4 people unleashed their full strength and attacked Lin Ling. Kunlun. Seeing this, the vines on Lin Ling's arm made a sound as if they were about to attack. However, Lin Ling immediately assessed the situation and knew that it was not wise to fight. Putting everything else aside, Lin Ling would need to use all his strength to kill the half-step martial god. During the process, the other 3 would not stand by and watch. Let's go. Chapter 3769. The Flame of the Human Sovereign. As for the 4 people who attacked, they bombarded the ground with earth-shattering force. The forest seemed to have been destroyed. Then they sensed their surroundings and were instantly enraged. That cunning brat actually escaped. Chase him. We can't let him escape. The angry people couldn't care less as they chased after Lin Ling crazily. As for Hua Huan and the others, they were all sent flying by the explosion. They hid far away in the forest, their mouths trembling as they fled. In the open space, only Heavenly Crystal was battling the Platinum Evil Spirit. However, Lin Ling wasn't worried about the Platinum Evil Spirit because he knew that it wouldn't die so easily. Brat, if you have the skill, don't run. Which academy are you from? You're so cunning. A voice came from behind. The four of them were chasing after him. However, their speed was slightly slower than Lin Ling's. Even the strongest among them couldn't surpass the speed of 1,000 worlds. This also made Lin Ling laugh. He stopped in his tracks and quietly gave the four people behind him the middle finger. Fuck. As soon as that provocative action was made, everyone was even more furious. He had lied to them and then slipped away. Now he was giving them the middle finger? However, anger was anger. When they chased with all their might, they couldn't catch up to Lin Ling at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling advanced with ease. Occasionally he would use the space-time divine steel, the demonic jellyfish, and the Eye of Chaos to launch sneak attacks. However, it was only a harassment effect, not a fatal one. This meant that in the face of the stronger experts of the third hall, these methods were slowly being eliminated. Of course, the malevolent ghost jellyfish was not eliminated. It was just that its talent was known for its ghost Tao, and it was not good at fighting force with force. Moreover, although the malevolent ghost jellyfish's attacks were not fatal, the four people at the back were still bitten from time to time. They were so angry that they cursed their parents. He's only in the early stage of the martial progenitor realm. He's only able to achieve such speed by burning his life force using a secret technique. Keep chasing, he won't last long. While they were enraged, Heavenly Crystal's voice floated over and boosted their confidence. Everything was just as Lin Ling had guessed. Heaven Crystal was the most difficult to deal with. Oh, my ear, these jellyfish have bitten off my ear. Damn it. Brat, if you have the ability, fight me head on. What kind of man are you to run away from? Although the four people chasing after Lin Ming were much more confident, they were still ambushed by the evil ghost jellyfish. Moreover, as they chased after him, they discovered that not only was Lin Ling not tired, but he was becoming more and more spirited. It didn't seem like he was burning his life force at all. In front of him, Lin Ling laughed. What kind of man was he? He shook his head mockingly. My realm is lower than any of you, and I'm only one person, while there are 5 of you. You tell me who isn't a man. His words had undoubtedly infuriated those people out of humiliation and anger. Lin Ling, there's something following you. However, just as Lin Ling was about to destroy them one by one, the giant ghost quietly warned him. Lin Ling's complexion changed. He hurriedly went to investigate. His soul force also noticed that there was a wisp of death energy following him. This strand of death chi definitely did not belong to those 5 people. This meant that there were other experts in the vicinity. Let's get out of here. Following this, Lin Ling did not plan to stay here any longer. He erupted with all his strength and quickly passed through the forest. Not long after, an ancient ruin suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw a large number of fire god clansmen digging at the ground. The flames in their hands were extraordinary, and could actually continue to corrode the earth. And under the ground, a wisp of ancient aura pervaded the air. This aura was dignified, like the might of the heavens. But what was surprising was that this aura did not have any sense of heat, as if it had no power at all. Lin Ling, there's something extraordinary hidden under the ground. At this time the giant ghost said. Hearing this, Lin Ling quietly released his soul force. Suddenly, under the ancient ruin, he noticed a huge wisp of golden light. That wisp of golden light was as large as the universe. After Lin Ling's soul force poured in, it actually disappeared. What is this? Lin Ling could not help but ask in surprise. The flame of the human king. Beside him, the giant ghost said faintly, the first wisp of flame in the universe is void. You should have heard of a story. In a distant era, humans did not have any flames. A saint stole the first wisp of flame in order to give birth to human civilization. This became the flame of the human king. And the person who stole the flame became the human king. Why is the flame of the human king here? Could it be? This flame is the totem of the fire god clan? Lin Ling asked again. Yes, and under the ground, there is a wisp of death aura quietly absorbing the flame of the human king. The giant ghost said again. Although Lin Ling's soul force was powerful, after entering the ground, his soul force was also absorbed by the flame of the human king. Therefore he could not detect the changes underground. But death aura? Lin Ling instantly guessed something. This group of academy experts gathered here. Could it be that they were stealing the human king's flame? Thinking of the wood god clan's death aura, Lin Ling also guessed that someone was making a move against these ancient clans. And to be so bold, those fellows' strength was absolutely extraordinary. Giant ghost, what do we do now? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. He had no choice but to ask the giant ghost about this era of gods. Hasn't your space-time divine steel reached its limit? It just so happens that you can swallow this flame. If you can refine it, that would be even better. If you can't, then you can still use it as a treasure. That works? Won't it be very dangerous? Of course it's dangerous because the human king's flame has spiritual intelligence. However, it has already been asleep for a very, very long time. If you steal a bit of the flame, it won't be able to detect it. Unless you cause a huge fluctuation, and at that time, I'm afraid the world will collapse. Look at the death aura underground. Aren't they also carefully stealing it? Alright, then how should I steal it next? Lin Ling's interest was immediately aroused. The human king's flame is very sensitive, but it trusts the fire god clan very much. This is also the reason why the human king's flame is still asleep, even though the fire god clan's people are digging underground. Presumably, the owner of the death aura forced the fire god clan to do so. Therefore, you only need to release the evil ghost jellyfish. I will teach you a set of flame sealing techniques, and use the evil ghost jellyfish to steal the flame. But remember, the human king's flame is no small matter. After stealing it, don't refine it immediately. Alright. Lin Ling immediately nodded, the anticipation in his heart growing stronger. After little Kunlun learned of Lin Ling's thoughts, its vines swam out and dug a big hole in the ground, carrying Lin Ling into the underground. Moreover, it knew that when Lin Ling was stealing the flame, he couldn't be disturbed. Therefore, it also used the vine forest to seal the underground area. If someone dived into the underground, they would definitely discover that the underground area had become a primeval forest. Chapter 3770. The Great Calamity had arrived. What a powerful death aura. If not for the giant ghost's reminder, I wouldn't have noticed it. The owner of this death aura must be extremely powerful. Lin Ling, that's corpse aura. The owner must be a 10,000-year-old corpse. It's really a corpse. Yes. After a conversation, Lin Ling's soul force quietly spread out. He then discovered that the death aura had also swam in through the hole. It thought that Lin Ling hadn't noticed it, but Lin Ling had been waiting for a long time. Therefore, just as it entered the ground, it immediately discovered that a figure was already looking at it coldly. It sensed that something was wrong and immediately wanted to escape. This death aura was really terrifying. It was much more powerful than Lin Ling's ghost jellyfish's surveillance method. However, how could Lin Ling let it escape? The stairs of wisdom shrouded and locked the death aura in its own world. Then Lin Ling was not afraid that it would escape. Countless evil spirit jellyfish immediately tore at it and finally swallowed this death aura. We've been discovered. This Lin Ling is really cautious. On the other side, a white-haired youth coldly spat out a sentence. At the same time, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Then his eyes also looked at the sky. What was surprising was that he was actually lying in the coffin. Therefore, his eyes were also looking at the coffin lid. He was guessing what Lin Ling wanted to do, but soon he guessed that Lin Ling wanted to use the underground to escape. On the other side, after Lin Ling had completely resolved his worries, he also hid in the vine forest. One by one, the ghost jellyfish swam out like fish. Then, they quietly approached the underground of the ruins. The flame of the human monarch, golden light dazzling, divine might awe-inspiring. Lin Ling seemed to have seen a wise old man, and also seemed to have seen the first emperor of the human race in the era of gods. As they continued to approach, Lin Ling sensed that the golden flame was extremely huge. It was like a ball of light. They were also breathing. Lin Ling, be careful. In order to be absolutely safe, you must not awaken the human monarch's flame. The giant ghost's voice also sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded. This little ghost brought out by the 8 gods' heavenly palace was really powerful. Moreover, Lin Ling suddenly remembered that in the ancient coffin in the Platinum Hall, he saw a huge ancient corpse. And the ancient corpse's face was exactly the same as the giant ghost's. The only difference was that one was huge and the other was small. Thinking about how the giant ghost seemed to know everything, Lin Ling suddenly had a terrifying thought. Could it be that the giant ghost was the 8 gods? According to legend, the 8 gods had several faces: good, evil, greed, benevolence, righteousness, and so on. What are you thinking? Focus. However, while Lin Ling was thinking, the giant ghost's voice suddenly interrupted him. Only then did Lin Ling realize that one of the jellyfish he controlled was actually greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. It wanted to swallow a big chunk of the human monarch's flame in one gulp. In the end, it was burned and disappeared in the human monarch's flame. The human monarch's flame is the Flame King. All flames are under its control and will bow down to it, including all things in the world. This is a divine embryo. At this time, the giant ghost said, "What is a divine embryo?" Lin Ling couldn't help but be curious. A divine embryo is a divine embryo. For example, your primal chaos bloodline, dragon god bloodline, and wraith jellyfish are all divine embryos. The space-time divine steel is not. Therefore, this is also the reason why the space-time divine steel cannot fuse with it. However, the human monarch's flame can. If you obtain this flame, your strength will undoubtedly increase greatly. Alright. I will try my best to steal as much as possible. Yes. Lin Ling excitedly nodded. In his soul force, countless wraith jellyfish leaped on the surface of the human monarch's flame. Some were burned to death, and some swallowed the strand of human monarch's flame. Then they sneaked back along the ground. In the end, the giant ghost sealed that strand of flame and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. In Lin Ling's body, a strand of golden flame gradually appeared. It was very small, even smaller than a strand of hair. But as more and more wraith jellyfish returned, this flame also slowly grew bigger. Of course, this process was very slow. Moreover, along the way, a large number of wraith jellyfish were burned to nothingness. Obviously, if the wraith jellyfish swallowed too much of the human monarch's flame, it would exceed their tolerance, and they would be incinerated. However, at the same time as stealing, Lin Ling was also surprised to find that after every wraith jellyfish returned, they would release a large amount of energy. This energy was absorbed by his 6 dantian, causing his dantian to slowly grow. In addition to the death chi that he had continuously swallowed before, this also caused his dantian to grow faster and faster. A strange feeling suddenly rose in Lin Ling's heart. Could it be that he was going to break through again? At this moment, he was hiding underground to steal fire. On top of the ruins, the people of the Fire God tribe were still digging the earth. These humans are really hateful. They actually let us get so close to the totem. Cut the crap. Do your job properly. Right now, the patriarch's life is at stake. If we don't do as they say, the patriarch will die. Moreover, we are only on top of the ruins and have not affected the totem. Cut the crap. Speak softly and do your job properly. Cut the crap. Those people of the Fire God tribe whispered. It could be seen that they were being threatened. Otherwise, they would never help the humans. Moreover, they also had a bottom line. If they offended the totem, even if their entire tribe was exterminated, they would resolutely resist. Fortunately, those humans had promised them and did not offend their totem, so they just followed the orders of the humans. Who told you to speak? Do your job properly. Are you rebelling? Cut the crap. At this moment, a thunder whip lashed down, causing one of them to suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that there were also humans here watching over them, and not letting them act rashly. Senior Brother Chin, did you see a person flying over here? At this moment, a voice could be heard from afar. Following this, For figures appeared above the ruins in the blink of an eye. They were the 4 people who had chased after Lin Ling. Humans? Are you kidding me? Other than us, who else is here? Someone in the ruins immediately replied with a smile. When he saw the appearance of the 4 people, he could not help but feel astonished. What happened to the 4 of you? Why are you in such a sorry state? Your ears are missing and even your arms are broken. Shut up. Damn it, that cunning kid. If I see him, I'll definitely tear him into pieces. Shut up. Upon hearing this, the 4 people became furious. Previously, they had called him Grandpa and had their ears and arms bitten off. However, when they were enraged, that cunning kid had escaped. How could they possibly swallow their anger? The half-martial god realm expert was the most furious. Since he had reached the half-martial god realm, he had never been humiliated by a junior at the early-stage martial progenitor realm. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, at this moment, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared and lingered in the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. What is this? Hee, isn't this the ancestors' tribulation? Someone is quite lucky and has finally broken through. Haha, here, let me congratulate you in advance. Chapter 3771. Tribulation Success. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. As for the people in the ruins, they also smiled happily. It's extremely difficult to break through to the martial ancestor realm. Now that you're finally going to break through, you've entered a new world. Congratulations. Congratulations. After saying that, they looked at each other and laughed. However, as they laughed, they felt that something was wrong. That was because the people present did not seem to show any signs of breaking through. Moreover, breaking through was a joyous occasion. However, this place was the most unsuitable for breaking through because it could easily awaken the human king's flame. At that time, they would be in vain. Who's breaking through? Senior brother Qin. Is it someone from your side? Nonsense. I'm the one who wants to ask if it's someone from your side. Nonsense. Could it be the Fire God tribe? Nonsense. No. Nonsense. Damn it. Quickly find that person and stop him. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. Nonsense. Everyone became anxious because the ancestors' tribulation in the sky was becoming more and more terrifying. As if it was a great tribulation of the world. The people of the Fire God tribe were also shocked. They could not care less and fled in all directions. Apparently, they also realized that something big was about to happen. Could it be him? Nonsense. Suddenly, the eyes of the expert whose ear was bitten off narrowed. Why are you still hesitating at this time? Spit it out. Nonsense. The half-step martial god expert was extremely anxious and slapped the expert. The expert said hesitantly, "It's that guy from before." Nonsense. As soon as he said that, the ruins suddenly became silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's him again, that troublemaker. Nonsense. Which school is he from? I'm so angry. He's only an early-stage martial ancestor. Why is he so powerful? Nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Find him immediately and stop him from breaking through. Nonsense. Then the people did not have time to be angry and began to search around. However, they did not know that Lin Ling was smiling bitterly under the ground. He was about to break through the tribulation. The ancestors' tribulation came at the right time. Lin Ling, you're almost there. Hang in there. Yes. However, the giant ghost didn't show any signs of viciousness. Instead, it seemed to be a little anxious. Obviously, he also knew that if the human monarch's flame was awakened, it would cause a huge commotion. Lin Ling nodded solemnly when he heard this. He knew as well that if he were to give up now, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. So he had to persist and allow the human king's flame he stole from within his body to grow even larger. Rumble. At this time, a great world tribulation finally came crashing down from the sky. Motherfucker. It's one thing to cross a tribulation, but it's actually such a great tribulation. Looking at the doomsday-like sky, everyone in the ruins was so angry that their teeth fell out. Did that guy who was going through the tribulation think that things weren't big enough? So he directly sent out a great tribulation. Quick, 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 find him immediately. Over there, that guy is actually hiding underground. Stop him at once. Everyone madly rushed towards Lin Ling's direction, but at this time, countless vines rushed out from the ground, forming an ancient forest that blocked these people from approaching. There were many of them and they had powerful talents, so it was difficult for little Kunlun to kill them. However, little Kunlun didn't need to kill them. It only needed to stop them. Boom. Almost at the same time, the great world tribulation finally came crashing down. It was as if the heavens and earth were cleaning up the world. Any heaven-defying disciple would be killed. Below the ground, Lin Ling was hit by the great world tribulation. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body seemed to be splitting apart. After all, he didn't resist at all, and allowed the great world tribulation to come crashing down. Hang in there. The giant ghost became ferocious at this moment. As for Lin Ling, he also became ferocious. The second great world tribulation came, and he gritted his teeth and withstood it. However, all of his bones instantly cracked apart. A wave of purifying power was purifying everything in his body. Of course, his physical strength had greatly increased, especially the dragon pearl not long ago that greatly increased the talent of the sky dragon and dragon god. Otherwise, in the past, he would have been killed without any resistance. Shoo, shoo. More and more ghoul jellyfish returned. Hang in there. At this moment, the giant ghost also became anxious. Boom. The third great world tribulation came. Lin Ling seemed to be turning to ashes, but at this moment, the last ghoul jellyfish swallowed a wisp of the human king's flame, and finally came back rapidly along the ground. His speed was even faster than usual, as if he was a fish. Looking at the sky again, the fourth wave of the calamity of the great world had arrived. This wave of calamity would probably claim Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling, that's enough. The giant ghost could not help but shout. It also knew that Lin Ling was in danger. However, Lin Ling remained motionless. He sat cross-legged like an immovable wisdom king. Crazy. The giant ghost was shocked by Lin Ling's craziness. Now he was not even resisting. Rumble. The great tribulation finally arrived. It blasted the ground, and the huge forest of Little Kunlun was torn apart. As for the surrounding experts, they were all blown apart, and the great tribulation rushed towards Lin Ling along the ground. But at this moment, the last school jellyfish rushed into Lin Ling's body as if it did not care about its life. Thank you, everyone. Next, let us welcome the great tribulation. Once the ghoul jellyfish disappeared, Lin Ling finally stood up. Like a sleeping dragon waking up, all kinds of power erupted. Talent fusion. 6 Danshan's fusion. Tyrannical sword, true legacy dark sword. Space-time divine steel. Rumble. The ground seemed to have been overturned. Looking from the ruins, the soil was tumbling. It was horrifying. However, this was not the end. Next was the 5th Great World Tribulation, the 6th, and the 7th. All the surrounding experts were numb. They looked ahead angrily. A few weak-willed people even cried. That guy was really undergoing the tribulation here. Meanwhile, Little Kunlun had recovered too, but it stared ahead worriedly. Gradually, the tribulation of the great world finally disappeared. The ruins returned to peace. At that instant, a figure slowly floated into the air. A blue robe and a giant sword. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Furthermore, his strength had improved tremendously. His 6 Danshans had all reached the 4th layer martial progenitor realm. The deathly chi that he had devoured at the Kaiyuan River had been completely refined. Damn it, it's you. I knew it was you. Seeing the calm young man, everyone was infuriated. It was indeed Lin Ling. This guy was detestable. As expected of a troublemaker. Die. There was someone who hated Lin Ling the most, and he actually attacked directly. He transformed into a giant ape covered in blood-red hair, and charged towards Lin Ling. 7th grade ultimate desolated body. It was the bloodline of the mighty god. However, the talent was limited. 7th grade was most likely the limit. That being said, after reaching the limit, the power of the talent would be unleashed, making it stronger and more ferocious. Chapter 3772. The Human King had awakened. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? What made me fearful earlier was merely that strand of death chi. Seeing this, Lin Ling also slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. When the mountain-like giant ape pounced at him, he slashed down from above. This sword strike contained the might of his 6 dantians and 80% of his ancestral power. If Lin Ling's sword not long ago represented 1, then now it represented 6. Whoosh! With a single slash, the crimson ape was sliced in half, and it was killed before it could even get close to Lin Ling. Dawei, everyone was stunned. They had never thought that the troublemaker would suddenly become so powerful. Good. I have to say, you've really surprised me. When others break through, their strength will double, but I'm afraid it's 10 times. However, do you really think you can escape from us? Let me tell you, this time, you won't be able to escape. The half-step martial god with a broken arm said coldly. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He was a half-step martial god and stood above everyone else. However, he had been humiliated by that junior again and again. His arm was broken, and he still couldn't take revenge. If he didn't kill that junior, he wouldn't be human. Lin Ling smiled and was just about to say something when his expression changed. That was because the giant ghost was telling him that things had gotten troublesome. Sorry, I don't have time to fight with you today. Let's fight next time. Little Kunlun, come back. Without further ado, Lin Ling fused his talent and summoned Little Kunlun. Then he rushed back the way he came. You bastard, run away again. The half-martial god realm expert almost vomited blood when he saw Lin Ling leaving as if he was a fool. If you're not convinced, you can try to catch me. Of course, I think that you'll also run away next. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted over from afar. Catch up with Lin Ling? Not to mention the current Lin Ling. They might not even be able to catch up to the previous Lin Ling. However, what did Lin Ling mean when he said that they were going to escape as well? Rumble. At this moment, the wrath of an emperor permeated the air. Golden light shone resplendently, as if a king of men was enraged. It was as if the ancestors of mankind had awakened. The flame of the human king has awakened. How could this be? How could this be? It's over. My flame of the human king. Shut up. That brat was transcending his tribulation here. Unless the human monarch's flame is a pig, how could it possibly wake up? This person has done a lot of harm. The various experts were both alarmed and furious. Speaking of Lin Ling, all of them began to curse angrily. That fellow was indeed a troublemaker. Wang. But at this time, a golden ripple spread out in all directions with the ruins as the center. Everywhere it passed, everything turned golden. Then, it turned into nothingness and merged into the light. Terrifying. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist the golden light. No, it should be golden flames. The various experts were stunned. Then, their bodies turned into golden flames and surged forward, finally disappearing without a trace. Dead. In a face-to-face confrontation, they were completely annihilated. Only 2 of them managed to escape. Fortunately, the 2 of them reacted quickly. When the ruins had just begun to shake, they had immediately retreated. Otherwise, their outcome would have been the same. They hid in a distant place and looked ahead in disbelief. Only 2 words came out of their mouths. It's over. It's over. They knew that the young master's plan, which had been prepared for many years, had been completely destroyed. The deathly aura under the ground had probably also been destroyed. The awakened human monarch's flame was indeed terrifying. Scram. Go. Then they sensed a consciousness in their minds. It was the human monarch's flame. At that moment, they hurriedly ran away, leaving this place of trouble. Wang. The formless voice was still spreading out, as if telling everyone that anyone who approached the ruins would be killed without mercy. And this was also the might of the human monarch. What happened? Why has the human monarch's flame awakened? You guys can't do anything right. The 2 of them ran all the way, but they met someone along the way. It was Tianjing. At that moment, he had also sensed the changes in the human monarch's flame. He was so angry that his face was distorted. It's not our fault. It's that kid from before. The 2 of them said sullenly. Him again? I asked the 4 of you to kill him. In the end, not only did you not succeed, he ruined our plans. Furthermore, all of you are dead, leaving only the 2 of you? Tianjing was stunned. He, who had always been calm, was now enraged. That martial ancestor junior was simply a troublemaker. At that moment, he did not know how to explain this to the young master. He's really a troublemaker. He dragged so many people down with him even before he died. He even caused our efforts to be in vain. Did you know that the young master had prepared for 100 years to steal the deathly aura? When the deathly aura finally approached the human monarch's flame, he did not manage to steal anything. Then 100 years of hard work was all for naught. Tianjing clenched his fists and trembled continuously. Senior brother Tianjing, this is not what we wanted. Furthermore, that kid is not dead. He escaped again. One of them said with a bitter smile. What? Tianjing felt as if his heart had been cut by a knife. It was very painful. Furthermore, he successfully broke through. If it were not for the calamity caused by his breakthrough, the human monarch's flame would never have awakened. The other person said. Hearing this, Tianjing felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed twice. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Go and kill him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Tianjing could not hold it in any longer. If it were not for the fact that he had to return to report to the young master, he would definitely have personally taken action. All right, the two of them did not need Tianjing's reminder. They could not wait to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Bastard. Tianjing cursed angrily. Then he flew into the distance. After a while, he finally arrived at a land of dead silence. This place was filled with ghosts, drifting everywhere. Moreover, there were elites entering and exiting from time to time. However, upon closer inspection, they were all extremely young. Of course, their strength was not weak. They were the top elites of the Divine Three Halls of the 36 academies. However, Tianjing did not stop. Finally, he landed in front of a tombstone. He looked deeply at the tombstone, and then slowly said, "Young master, we have failed." The tombstone was silent. After a while, the soil rolled, and an ancient and smelly coffin was pushed out of the soil. Pung. The lid of the coffin was opened, and a tall figure walked out. This person was dressed in a long gray robe. His long hair flowed freely, and his hands were clasped behind his back. Although he did not speak, there was a strong sense of majesty about him. Senior brother Tianjing, you guys are really useless. After walking out, this person said coldly. This person looked to be about the same age as Tianjing. Obviously, he was also a student of the academy. However, he was able to summon so many elites. This also showed how powerful he was. If you were not a member of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, I would have already planted a goo poison in your body. The man said again. Chapter 3773. The Angry Lin Ling. That young man's name was Wanyan Bupu. Not only was he extremely strong, but he was also the young master of the place of eternal slumber. His father was the second strongest cultivator in the place of eternal slumber. The place of eternal rest was one of the vicious 10 of the 9 states. Thus, he was also one of the leaders of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Everyone else had to give him face. This time, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance had taken control of the demonic primordial forest with the help of Wanyan Bupo's father. They had used the roiling aura of death to plunder the cultivation resources of the various tribes, and they had almost even stolen the human king's flame. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling had ruined their plans. Without a doubt, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance would definitely kill Lin Ling. As for Tianjing, she roughly explained what had happened. However, just as he finished speaking, Wanyan Bupo also opened his mouth. I already knew. I even know who that person is. Who is it? Speaking of that person, Tianjing's eyes were filled with killing intent. His name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Perhaps you haven't heard of this name before, because he's not a member of the Divine Three Halls. He's a newcomer. However, I'm sure you've heard of the Transcendence Tower, the E-Garden, and the emergence of a student from the Blizzard Academy. It's him. Heaven Crystal finally reacted. Although Lin Ling already had a bit of fame in the 36th college, the strongest experts of the 3rd hall rarely returned to the college, so they only had a rough idea. Bastard, it's actually him. Is he courting death? Heaven Crystal clearly did not care about Lin Ling at all. Don't underestimate him. Firstly, he broke my death goo and blocked my supervision. It's not bad to have this ability. Secondly, this person was known as the Immortal in the 9 prefectures. It was a miracle that he didn't die time and time again. Third, this person defeated Duan Wuhan. It is said that his talent is not much weaker than Duan Wuhan's. Wanyan Bupo said coldly. Humph, that's because you haven't met me yet. Sky Crystal could not accept this. Really? Given another 100 years, do you have the confidence to defeat Duan Wuhan? Wanyan Bupo retorted. Tianjing didn't dare to answer. Duan Wuhan had awakened the Duan family's #1 bloodline. Although his current realm was low, his potential couldn't be underestimated. 100 years later, he still didn't have the confidence to defeat Duan Wuhan. Moreover, this lad is very cunning. After spoiling our plan, I think he has already left the demon forest. Wanyan Bupo said coldly. Although his words were simple, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he couldn't swallow the fact that Lin Ling had ruined his plans. If there's a chance, kill him, including all his family and friends. I want to put goo worms in them. Wanyan Bupo said word by word, then walked back to the coffin. He also knew that not long ago at the Kai Yuan River, Lin Ling had killed several experts from the land of eternal slumber. One of them was the Blood Silkworm King, an expert that the land of eternal slumber had focused on nurturing. You're just Lin Ling. Trash who doesn't even have a ranking on the divine list. Tianjing also left, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. He knew that Wanyan Bupo was an expert ranked 300th on the divine list. How could Lin Ling be a match for Wanyan Bupo? Unfortunately, Lin Ling had escaped from their heaven-crushing alliance. Otherwise, if Lin Ling was still in the demon forest, they would make Lin Ling know how to write the word death. At this moment, Lin Ling was running madly along the forest. He was extremely excited. According to the giant ghost, he only needed to prepare a few materials, and he would be able to refine the human king's flame. This was a talent that wasn't much weaker than the dragon god's bloodline. In fact, it was slightly stronger. If he could successfully refine it, wouldn't Lin Ling's strength increase greatly? He returned to the place where he had barbecued meat, and prepared to take away the platinum evil spirit. When he arrived, Lin Ling immediately discovered that there was a pool of platinum mud on the ground. Moreover, it was quietly merging. Tianjing is really powerful. Even the god of assassins couldn't defeat the platinum evil spirit, but he could. Lin Ling couldn't help but become serious. The experts of the 3 divine hall's strongest circle were indeed very powerful. The experts that martial god Wen Tian had summoned were so, and so were the experts that he saw today. His green Buddhist flames are just the perfect counter to the platinum evil spirit. Yes. However, the giant ghost beside him spoke. Lin Ling also agreed with this point. Although the platinum evil spirit didn't have any intelligence, it was still a martial god. How could it be defeated so easily? However, Lin Ling still had a feeling that the top experts on the divine list stairway to heaven would definitely have defeated martial gods when they were at the half-step martial god realm. There was always someone better than you. Although the martial god realm was very powerful, there were always exceptions. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up as he silently waited for the platinum evil spirit to revive. He immediately rushed forward. There was a forest in front of him, but it was silent. When Lin Ling entered it, his eyes suddenly shuddered. He saw a large number of people kneeling on the ground, their faces facing the same direction. However, they were all dead. Boom. Lin Ling's heart instantly exploded. This group of people was Hua Huan and the others. They must have been killed by Tianjing. Bastard. For some reason, Lin Ling's heart was filled with anger. Although Hua Huan and Lin Ling had met by chance, Lin Ling had a good impression of him, especially when he knew that Lin Ling's barbecued meat was delicious. He had even told Lin Ling, "Master, please make the meat delicious." This guy was a glutton. However, Hua Huan didn't get to eat the best meal. "It's because of me," Lin Ling said word by word, his voice turning hoarse. He felt that the wind beside his ears was a little harsh at this moment, as if a knife had landed on his heart. He also felt that the sunlight in the sky was a little blinding at this moment, as if a sword had landed on his heart. That was because Hua Huan reminded him of the stone gods. They were simple and kind and only wanted to live here forever. However, humans invaded their home for their own benefits and casually slaughtered their lives. If Huahuan wasn't by his side, Tianjing might not have killed him. Therefore, Linling knew that Tianjing was venting his anger on Huahuan. It's not your fault. Even without you, they would still kill the fire gods if they wanted to. Beside him, the giant ghost suddenly said. However, Linling shook his head and looked deeply at the group of kneeling people. From their faces, Linling saw pain. They must have been burned by the green flames before they died. However, they persevered. They knew that they were going to die, so they all knelt in the direction of the ruins. That was because they also wanted to return to their hometown. Bang! Linling's fist suddenly clenched. A murderous aura emanated from his body. Linling, don't be rash. You've already obtained the human monarch's flame. Leaving this place is still the priority. Moreover, aren't you looking for people? If you waste time here, you might miss out on those people. Chapter 3774. Punch after punch. Me. I can't do it. However, Linling spoke in a hoarse voice. You can say that I'm stupid or impulsive, but that's how I Linling am. Even though I've only met Huahuan once, I've already treated him as a friend. I'm responsible for their deaths. I want to avenge them and bring them back. If Anuera knew about this, she would agree with me. If I ran away because of this, she would look down on me even more. Linling angrily shouted the last sentence. His eyes were blood red. His straight body was filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the giant ghost trembled slightly and stopped trying to persuade him. It couldn't understand why Linling would choose to stay in the demon forest to fight for several people he didn't even know. This sounded simple, but the people Linling was facing were all very powerful. It was possible that Linling would die in the demon forest. However, it believed that Linling had definitely thought of all this. The reason why he continued to fight was because he was Linling. Without saying a word, Linling piled up the people on the ground. Then a big fire spread out and cremated everyone. Linling kept their ashes. He promised that he would personally bring them back to their hometown. However, just as he finished packing the ashes, two voices suddenly rang out behind him. Hehe, it was really easy for me to find you. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Is it painful to see those people from the fire god race die? The more painful it is, the better. Let me tell you, it was us who killed them. Not only the fire god tribe, but also the wood god and the stone god tribe. Hehe, I heard that the queen of the wood god clan is very beautiful. Moreover, the entire wood god clan is full of beauties. We will destroy their forest and make the queen lose her power. After that, we will have fun with her. The sound of footsteps rang out at the same time. The two people who had been chasing Linling had appeared. One of them was a half-martial god with a broken arm, while the other was a martial progenitor. At this moment, they were laughing very proudly, very proudly. This was because they had finally seen Linling's angry expression. What? You don't like it? I'm going to say that the beauties of the wood god tribe are all wearing very revealing clothing. My heart is racing just looking at them. Our heaven-crushing alliance is planning to build a base here and use them as slaves. There's also the stone god clan. They're very good at building houses and forging weapons. Let them be slaves. As for the fire god clan, they'll just burn the fire. Ha ha ha. The more the two of them talked, the more satisfied they became. It was as if they had vented all their frustrations from not long ago. However, they didn't see that Linling was putting the ashes into the cups one by one. His movements were neither fast nor slow, steady and powerful. However, his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. There was actually an illusion of a wisp of golden flame, as if it was the flame of the human monarch. The two of them were completely unaware that they were already dead. At this moment, they had jumped into Linling's eyes. If he didn't kill them, Linling would also let Huahuan and the others down. No wonder the wood god tribe always says that humans are greedy and shameless. Now I understand a little. There are always some vermin among us humans. Finally, Linling stood up. His body started to turn pitch black. The forest suddenly became oppressive. The two of them suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. They didn't know why, but they had a premonition that something ominous was about to happen. However, the two of them were still confident. They instantly laughed and said, Hey, you're talking about yourself, aren't you? However, as soon as they finished speaking, a frightening gust of wind erupted. Lin Ling appeared in front of the person who had spoken. He was tall and mighty, like a demonic god. Pung. He threw a punch. It was fast, incredibly fast. The power of that punch had reached an unprecedented limit. Ka ka ka. The person who had spoken arrogantly earlier had his teeth smashed, and his body flew out. However, as he was sent flying, he saw Lin Ling chasing after him with his hands behind his back. Bang! His heart exploded. He immediately gathered all his realm force and attacked Lin Ling. However, he was only a peak martial progenitor. Currently, he was no match for Lin Ling. Lin Ling threw a punch forward. Following a bang, the bones of the person's right arm were shattered. They were all shattered, causing him to cry from the pain. You! How are you so powerful? He let out a furious roar and yelled at the other half-martial god realm expert. Save me! Pung. While speaking, his left arm was shattered by Lin Ling's punch. Pain, unbearable pain. He wanted to resist an attack, but he couldn't see Lin Ling's figure at all. As for his attack, it couldn't harm Lin Ling at all. Pung. His left leg was shattered, causing the bones to shrink to the size of a grain of rice. Following this, his chest was shattered. His neck. His head. His entire body was in extreme pain, as if countless ants were biting him. Most terrifyingly, he was still alive and suffering from the pain. He finally knew the price he had to pay for mocking those who had died, for mocking Lin Ling. He was extremely regretful. Meanwhile, the half-martial god realm expert was startled too. He had been chasing after Lin Ling, but he couldn't catch up to him. He could only watch his ally being tortured as his bones were shattered and he screamed in pain. It was as if he was screaming in his heart. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had not made his move previously. Go on, why did you stop? Aren't you going to destroy the Wood God tribe? Don't you want the Stone God tribe to be your slaves? Lin Ling continued to punch the man like a sandbag. In the end, the man's body exploded and only his soul was left. Most terrifyingly, his soul was still alive even though his body was destroyed. However, would he let him go just because his soul was left? Based on what they had done to the demonic forest, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to vent his anger if he didn't destroy his soul. Lin Ling wrapped his fist with his soul power and punched the man's soul. Mercy, stop hitting me. The man's soul was screaming in pain. However, he only received 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches in return. He had experienced Lin Ling's wrath. He could only say that he was extremely unlucky to have met Lin Ling at this time. Pung pung pung. In the end, the man's soul exploded. He didn't explode with 1 punch, but slowly. This was more terrifying than the torture in the underworld. Not far away, the half-martial god realm expert who had lost his arm immediately ran away with a pale face. Pung. However, he had only taken a few steps when he collided with a wall and was sent flying. He took a closer look and saw that it was the platinum evil spirit. At this moment he was scared, panicked, terrified, and even regretted his actions. He shouldn't have come here. He shouldn't have chased after Lin Ling. There was no way he could escape now. Humans aren't all dirty. As for those vermin, I, Lin Ling, will surely clean them up if I see them. Chapter 3775. He was scared to death. Don't come over, don't come over. That expert was clearly having a mental breakdown. First, he was trapped. Secondly, he had seen another person being tortured to death with his own eyes. How could he not be afraid? Even though Lin Ling was immortal, in his heart, Lin Ling was like a demon. Rumble. He crazily attacked Lin Ling, causing dust to fly everywhere. However, before the dust could settle, the devil-like figure walked out once again. Its entire body was pitch black, and its limbs were like dragon claws. Behind it were countless jellyfish tentacles, as if it had come from the underworld. To that expert, this was a nightmare. Bang! He once again unleashed a powerful attack. This time he was finally going all out. An all shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's shoulder shook, and he stopped in his tracks. Looking carefully, a huge bloody hole appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder. But what was surprising was that there was no blood flowing out. Furthermore, he was recovering quickly. Lin Ling took another step forward. You. That person's body trembled. Even though he was the attacker, he was the one panicking. In fact, he was getting more and more panicked. Get away from me. He attacked again. However, it could not stop Lin Ling's footsteps at all. Two more evil spirits appeared behind Lin Ling. They were the black gold evil spirits. In the open space, Lin Ling was like the king of evil spirits, leading the three evil spirits to encircle this expert step by step. Ah! That expert suddenly roared, and then stopped moving. He wasn't even breathing. He was actually scared to death. Not far away, the giant ghost's eyes flickered. A half-step martial god had been scared to death. This was indeed ironic. If this news were to spread to the 36 academies, no one would believe it. Lin Ling glanced at him and shook his head. Then he left with the evil spirit. However, his eyes were also looking into the distance, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. I don't care who you are, but you are unlucky to have offended me. A cold voice drifted out from the ancient forest. Perhaps even the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance didn't expect that they would provoke an evil spirit. In the following days, Lin Ling hid in the demonic essence forest and continuously stabilized his cultivation base. At the same time, he started to slaughter the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. At this moment, in the east of the Fire God tribe's relic, a dozen people from the Fire God tribe were moving forward cautiously. However, they were unlucky, and they encountered members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Suddenly, several figures blocked their path. The leader of the group was a half-step to martial god. At this moment he was looking at the group with a smile. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Fire God tribe, well done. We asked you to cooperate with us, yet you've ruined the efforts of our Heaven-Crushing Alliance over the years. Tell me, how should we deal with you? These experts were not weak. Some of them were standing on large trees, while others were leaning against huge rocks. They looked calm and relaxed, but they were like a storm hidden under the calm sea. And these dozen over Fire God clan's people clearly sneaked out quietly. Their goal this time was to contact the Gold God tribe and the Water God tribe to fight against this mysterious evil spirit alliance. However, they were discovered. Moreover, they had violated the treaty between the evil spirits and the Fire God alliance. One had to know that the evil spirits had appeared here a long, long time ago. They had once said that as long as the Fire God tribe did not leave the surrounding area, they would not attack them. In the beginning, the Fire God tribe had also agreed to this treaty. However, as time passed, they realized that something was wrong. Especially after the awakening of the Human King's flame. This feeling of uneasiness became even stronger. This was because the evil spirit's goal seemed to be to destroy their homeland. Thus, they planned to inform the other tribes to fight against the enemy together. Lord Wei, a burly middle-aged man bowed and said. This person had a head of fiery red hair that was like raging flames. There were also dazzling flames at the joints of his body. It looked like he had a high status in the Fire God tribe. No need to explain. I know you guys went to the Gold God tribe, and they didn't agree to your request, right? However, the young man in the lead sneered. His words caused the hearts of all the members of the Fire God tribe to tremble. They had actually been discovered? In reality, you guys don't know. All of your actions are being controlled by Lord Evil Spirits. You want to betray us? I have to say, this is a very foolish action. The young man in the lead said with a smile. The members of the Fire God tribe knew that things were troublesome. The treaty had been violated, and coupled with the matter of the Human King's flame, this evil spirit alliance was probably going to kill them. Honorable Human King, your fortune is boundless. You use fire to save the world. This humble subject is willing to serve you forever. I hope you will bestow me with power and expel all the evil spirits. Sigh. At this moment, the person in the lead suddenly murmured to himself. A mysterious power surged out from his body. However, the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance smiled. Someone slashed out with his sword and cut off the man's arm. That prayer was also interrupted. Obviously, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance also knew that the members of the Fire God tribe were also somewhat capable. Especially when their prayers were successful, they could create a powerful fire element power out of thin air. It was said that this power came from the Human King's flame. It was also said that the members of the fire god tribe were all transformed by the human king's flame. Now, however, their prayers had been interrupted. Final struggle. The members of the heaven-crushing alliance didn't waste any more words. They immediately attacked. However, at this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps traveled over from the forest. It was as if a few giants were walking over. Everyone frowned. Then the trees parted, and a few burly figures appeared. They were all wearing large cloaks, and it was as if they were evil spirits. In front of the three evil spirits was a young man wearing a blue and white robe. It was as if he were the owner of the evil spirits. There was a cold smile on his face, and he looked calmly at the members of the heaven-crushing alliance. Merely a smile was enough to make the members of the heaven-crushing alliance feel that something was wrong. The members of the fire god tribe were the same. "Who are you?" the young man in the lead suddenly asked. "I'm very interested in your alliance. I wonder if you guys know this person?" "Yes." However, the newcomer didn't answer the question. Instead, he used his realm essence to draw a portrait. "It's senior brother Tianjing." Looking at the portrait, someone exclaimed in surprise. "Looks like I've found the right person." "Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 people in total." The young man suddenly nodded, causing the members of the heaven-crushing alliance to be puzzled. What did this person mean? However, the young man's next sentence made them completely understand. "Leave one person alive and kill the rest." This sentence was like the judgment of death. The members of the heaven-crushing alliance were stunned. Then they started to sneer coldly. "Kill them all?" Did this person know what he was doing? The elite in the lead was just about to speak. Pung. However, a boom instantly traveled over from beside him. Blood gushed into the air, and the head of an elite beside him was instantly crushed. Chapter 3776. A ghost-rearing fellow. What a fast speed. They actually couldn't detect it. What a powerful force. Killing a peak martial ancestor was as easy as flipping his hand. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This scene was simply too terrifying. Bang. However, the horror did not end there. Next to him, another person's chest was pierced through. Following that, two malevolent spirits whose bodies looked like black metal began to crazily snatch that person's food. At this moment, everyone finally understood what the blue-robed young man meant. Split up. Without any hesitation, the half-step martial god realm expert roared furiously, and was the first to flee from here. However, the golden-white evil spirit was the first to chase after him. This scared him so much that his snot was about to spurt out. With his strength, he naturally noticed how terrifying this evil spirit was. In a short period of time, the empty space had fallen silent. The heaven-crushing alliance, which had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, was now fleeing like a pack of stray dogs. The blue-robed young man sneered and suddenly disappeared on the spot. He also chased after one of them. Only the people of the fire god tribe were left stunned on the spot. What had happened just now was like a dream. On the other side, in a dense forest, a figure shot forward in a frenzy. His face was pale and his forehead was full of sweat, dripping to the ground like raindrops. As for his feet, ice appeared, allowing him to glide forward. His speed was incomparably fast. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the innate ability he had used disappeared. He appeared beside a large tree, panting heavily. "I've finally escaped. Who is that ghost-rearing fellow?" he said with lingering fear. "A guy who raises ghosts?" But at this moment, the trees behind him rustled, and a tall figure appeared in front of him. "They've caught up." That person's jaw almost dropped to the ground. His pupils constricted, and without wasting any more words, he immediately tried to escape. However, as soon as he moved, countless wraith jellyfish wrapped around him, accompanied by numerous flying swords. In just a few breaths of time, this person was defeated. "Who is the leader of your heaven-crushing alliance?" The newcomer was none other than Lin Ling. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Also, what is your goal?" "Oh, let me go, I'll talk. That person was being crazily bitten by the wraith jellyfish. With his strength against Lin Ling, he was obviously unable to withstand a single blow. "It's Wanyan Shiji. He is the second leader of the 9 prefectures Vicious 10, a corpse king. He went to the ancient origin mountain range. The one in the ancient origin forest is his son, Wanyan Bupo, an expert of the E-Garden's E-generation. E-Garden? Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Moreover, the place of eternal rest was an ancient power with dense evil energy. The dignified E-Garden actually wanted this kind of student? However, what kind of strength did he have? Senior, he is a half-step martial god and possesses an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Currently, although his strength had greatly improved and he could defeat half-step martial gods, they were all grade 6 talents. Moreover, the most powerful half-step martial god he had seen was Tianjing. This guy was a grade 7 talent, but they had never fought before. However, Wanyan Bupo was slightly stronger than Sky Crystal. Then what is your purpose? Lin Ling asked again. Devouring the entire ancient origin forest with death chi in exchange for power, greatly increasing Wanyan Shiji's strength. In exchange, we can also obtain large amounts of rewards, such as the Wood God tribe's myriad spirit water, the Fire God tribe's human king flame, and so on. That's really generous, thank you. Lin Ling finally knew the heaven-crushing alliance's goal. However, these people were really despicable. They were willing to sacrifice the entire ancient origin forest for him. I've already told you, you should let me go. Seeing Lin Ling nod, that person begged for mercy. If it was in the past, I would have let you go. Unfortunately, now you can only die. Remember, I'm Lin Ling from the Wind Snow Academy. Let me remind you one last time. I didn't promise to let you go. Lin Ling said sarcastically, turned around and left. You lied to me. That person's body trembled and he roared angrily. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already left. Instead, the endless evil spirits and jellyfish swallowed him, turning him into a dried corpse. Obviously, the evil spirits had encountered evil spirits, but the evil spirits seemed to be even more ferocious. At this moment, the people of the Fire God tribe were still in a daze. However, at this moment, the forest parted, and then a burly figure walked out. He was holding a thigh in his hand, as if he was eating a spicy strip. Most importantly, he had a smile on his face, which gave people a very strange feeling. Seeing this, a woman of the Fire God tribe screamed in fright. Shwa. However, at this moment footsteps were heard again. Next, 2 evil spirits entered their sight, and they were actually fighting over the head. This. All the people of the Fire God tribe turned pale with fright. It's those evil spirits from before. Someone recognized the person who had died in the hands of the evil spirits through his clothes. This gave the people of the Fire God tribe a fright. The arrogant evil spirits from before were all dead now. No, it should have been eaten by someone. This result was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination, because in the eyes of the Fire God tribe, those evil spirits were omnipotent. Eat. At this moment, the white evil spirit suddenly looked over, causing the people of the Fire God tribe to tremble. Don't come over. Retreat. They all quietly retreated, but the 3 evil spirits had already surrounded them from 3 angles. Have no choice but to be rude. Save. At this moment, a voice that was like a life-saving straw finally sounded. A young man in a blue and white robe quietly appeared and walked over step by step. Hero. Save. Benefactor. Save. Seeing this scene, the people of the Fire God tribe almost knelt down. In fact, these evil spirits were too terrifying. If it wasn't for this guy who raised these evil spirits, they didn't know what the outcome would be. After the blue-robed young man appeared, the 3 evil spirits stopped in their tracks and were extremely obedient. For the people of the Fire God clan, this scene was even more magical. Sir, thank you for saving our lives. Save. The middle-aged man in the lead immediately bowed to Lin Ling, but when he looked up, he saw that there was another evil spirit beside Lin Ling, but its figure was smaller, only the size of a fist. Of course, although this evil spirit was small, its expression was still ferocious. It's not that I saved them. It's just that I have a grudge with them. By the way, do you know Hua Huan? Yes. Lin Ling walked over with a smile and asked. Yes, what about him? What? The middle-aged man in the lead suddenly said. Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, He took out a large number of bone ash cups and gently placed them on the ground. This is? Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling also nodded, confirming their thoughts. Huan. Everyone guessed something, and the middle-aged man in the lead directly knelt down, tears flowing out of his eyes. This made Lin Ling realize that this middle-aged man might be Huan's father. Chapter 3777. Subduing the Fire God Tribe. However, the middle-aged man raised his head after crying for a while, and said, "This isn't your fault. It's those evil spirits' fault." It was clear that the middle-aged man was already used to this. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling sighed softly in his mind. Are you interested in forming an alliance to eradicate the heaven-crushing alliance? Yes. The middle-aged man roared instinctively. His son had been killed, so how could he not want to seek revenge? Yes. The others also raised their heads in anger. They had been oppressed by the heaven-crushing alliance for so many years, so how could they not want to resist? Sir, my name is Huaba, and I'm Huan's father. We all want to resist the evil spirits, but the Fire God tribe alone isn't enough. Moreover, our tribe leader is currently injured, and without him, we're even less able to resist the evil spirits. However, the middle-aged man quickly calmed down, and spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "Those aren't evil spirits. They're an alliance formed by powerful beings, and their goal is to destroy the entire demonic forest." He revealed the information he knew, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. It was clear that they didn't know about this, either. I know that your tribe leader is indeed unable to resist the heaven-crushing alliance by himself, but what if the three tribes form an alliance? Lin Ling suggested after allowing them to digest this information. This was because he had already formed this plan after learning about the heaven-crushing alliance. Could it be that you're talking about the Wood God tribe and the Stone God tribe? There's no way they'll ally with us. The Wood God tribe is arrogant, and the Stone God tribe is stubborn. They don't walk the same path as us, and we haven't discussed matters together for 10,000 years. The middle-aged man said with a shake of his head. Just because they didn't before doesn't mean they won't in the future. How can we know if we don't try anything? However, Lin Ling spoke with determination. His words caused the members of the Fire God tribe to falter. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so stubborn. Now take me to see your tribe leader, Lin Ling said. All right. Originally, meeting the patriarch of the Fire God race was a major event and humans were not qualified to go. However, Lin Ling brought back the ashes of Fire Huan, so they all chose to believe in Lin Ling. Lin Ling's plan was also very simple. He wanted to ally with the three tribes to oppose the heaven-crushing alliance. In reality, the current heaven-crushing alliance wasn't worthy of his fear. What he was wary of was Wanyan Bupo's father, Wanyan Shiji. This ancient elite was the second most powerful being in the resting ground of heroic spirits. He was most likely a top-tier elite among martial gods. Therefore, if not for allying with the three great races, Lin Ling could not resist at all. As he followed the group, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The giant ghost had warned him that the Death Chi had appeared again. Clearly, it was here to supervise him, or perhaps, it was here to supervise the people from the Fire God tribe. Hehe, my name is Lin Ling. Because you killed a guy called Huan, it won't be long before I come to kill you. If you have the guts, don't run. Lin Ling instantly stopped in his tracks and sneered at the sky. Then, the steps of wisdom appeared and locked onto the wisp of Death Chi. Then he had the evil ghost jellyfish devour it. Lin Ling knew that Wanyan Bupo must have heard what he said. What? In the ancient coffin, Wanyan Bupo's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. He didn't leave, and it seemed like he was declaring war on him. Moreover, he said that he had killed a guy called Huan, so he wanted to take revenge. Anger. Wanyan Bupo was undoubtedly enraged. This was because Lin Ling had ruined his plans. He hadn't even found Lin Ling for revenge, but Lin Ling had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. How dare a junior of the martial ancestor realm act so arrogantly? At one point, Wanyan Bupo even thought that Lin Ling was bluffing. In fact, he had already escaped from the demonic forest. At that moment, Lin Ling was following the people from the Fire God tribe. He could guess that Wanyan Bupo didn't believe him. However, The latter had underestimated Lin Ling. After a long time, an ancient volcano appeared in front of them. The volcano was constantly erupting, and the scorching heat was blowing in their faces. Magma was pouring down like rain. What was surprising was that the fire god tribe actually lived at the bottom of the volcano. The temperature was so high that there were no plants around. It was as if they were in purgatory. When they returned, Huoba and the others relaxed and smiled. It's finally not that cold. Cold. Lin Ling was speechless. Sir, do you need help? At that moment, a lady behind Huoba looked at Lin Ling and asked. She was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature. Let's forget about this temperature. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled faintly. His divine devil body wasn't afraid of this temperature at all. Even if he entered the volcano, he wouldn't care. Huoba, why did you bring a human here? At that moment, a large number of people rushed out of the volcano. All of them had fiery red hair, and their auras were extremely fierce. An old man with a walking stick frowned as he looked at Huoba and the others. Elder, he's not a bad person. He's here to discuss something with the patriarch. Huoba immediately said. This is the place where the fire god tribe lives. How can we allow outsiders to come and go as they wish? Human, get lost. However, the old man stubbornly shook his head. Huoba quickly explained the purpose of Lin Ling's visit. What? After hearing Huoba's words, everyone's expression changed. Is he crazy? This human dares to attack the evil spirits? Huoba, have you lost your mind? Although your son is dead and I'm very sorry about this matter, you can't be impulsive. This will harm our entire fire god tribe. Moreover, he's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. Do you think he can fight against the evil spirits? The old man was so angry that he started to laugh. After reprimanding Huoba, he pointed his walking stick at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. Human, seeing that you brought back Huohuan's ashes, I'll let you leave. You can deceive Huohuan, but you can't deceive me. Deceive? Lin Ling smiled. Moreover, this old man was calling him wet behind the ears? A hint of anger silently rose in his heart. Apart from his personal vendetta against the heaven-crushing alliance, he also wanted to help the other tribes. However, his good intentions were struck by lightning. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling couldn't help but shout. Moreover, he also pointed at the old man. The old man faltered, and the veins on his forehead bulged in anger. You can be stubborn, you can be foolish, but it won't be long before your fire god tribe is annihilated because of you. At that time, I'd like to see who's deceiving who and who's still wet behind the ears. Lin Ling said with a cold smile. You. The old man was a person of virtue and prestige. When had he ever been scolded by a human like this? He was just about to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him. How many people have died in your tribe? How long have you been suppressed? I'm sure you know better than me. However, you can only hide in the volcano. Do you have any backbone? Do you have any courage? Are you still men? Chapter 3778. Worship. Everyone was furious at first, but they were also rendered speechless by Lin Ling's words. Had their fire god tribe lost a lot of people? Had they been oppressed for a short period of time? They should have had a happy home, but now, they could only be forced to live in the volcano and were not allowed to come out. How could the old man not know this? However, he was scolded by Lin Ling. He could not take this lying down. The old man was about to say his seniority. However, Lin Ling blocked his mouth again. Don't you and I. Let me ask you, the human king's flame has been awakened. Where are you? Your totems are being violated, and you are actually indifferent? Also, the demon forest is about to be destroyed. Why are you still hiding in this broken mountain? Are you waiting for death? Lin Ling's last sentence was like thunder. Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes turned red. The old man was so angry that his face was distorted. What qualifications do you have to talk about us? Men capture him. First elder. Yes. However, everyone frowned and did not act blindly without thinking. Although they were not on the same path as humans, they could not deny that Lin Ling was right. Therefore, they did not want to kill that young man. Kill him. If the patriarch is not here, I will be the patriarch of the fire god tribe. Yes. When the first elder saw that no one listened to him, he felt that his position was being challenged. The most important thing was that the person who challenged him was actually a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He didn't believe that the fire god race would listen to him more, or that humans' words more. However, there were exceptions to everything. The fire god tribe might not listen to the human, because the roar in Lin Ling's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He simply controlled the evil ghost jellyfish to float out with a strand of hair-sized flame in its mouth. The moment this flame came out, an invisible pressure spread out. Everyone from the fire god tribe was stunned, and the next moment, they all knelt down. The scene was incomparably spectacular. Even that huge volcano seemed to have stopped spewing lava at this moment. The world was silent, because that wisp of flame was a totem, the totem of the fire god race. This was also the legend of their fire god race for thousands of years. Let him come to me, no, I will come to him myself. At this moment, a solemn voice suddenly roared from within the volcano. A moment later, a bulky middle-aged man walked out with a few people supporting him. The middle-aged man had an extraordinary aura. He was also a martial god realm expert. His hair was a meter long, reaching the ground. However, it was quite dim at the moment, and the fire path runes on his body were actually more numerous than the others. Patriarch! Seeing this, everyone shouted loudly. The great elder's entire body was trembling as he respectfully shouted. Then he loudly said, "Patriarch, don't be fooled. He is a fake, definitely a fake." However, the clan leader didn't say anything. He walked in front of the great elder and looked down at him, causing the great elder's expression to become one of terror. In reality, how could the great elder not know that the flames that Lin Ling controlled were real? This was because he could also sense the might that was radiating from Lin Ling's body. It was as if his ancestor had arrived. He was only unwilling to admit it because he couldn't swallow his pride. However, being looked at like this by the clan leader, he finally calmed down. Then he knelt on the ground and crawled toward Lin Ling. "Lord Totem, please spare my life. I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai." As he knelt, he kowtowed. There was no trace of his previous domineering attitude. Meanwhile, Lin Ling stood silently like a guardian. When the great elder crawled in front of him, he stepped on the great elder's shoulder and forced him to the ground. "Despicable wretch." A disdainful voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. He, Lin Ling, had done his best to eradicate the heaven-crushing alliance, yet this old geezer had opposed him time and time again. Moreover, if what this old geezer said was right and reasonable, then he, Lin Ling, would be convinced. But fucking hell, this old geezer was just spouting nonsense. To put it bluntly, he still couldn't swallow his pride. Being stepped on by Lin Ling, the great elder's whole body started to tremble. How could he dare to resist? He lay on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. "Totem." At this moment, the clan leader also knelt down and spoke respectfully. "Clan leader of the fire god tribe, do you know your sins?" However, Lin Ling shouted in a dignified voice. His voice also caused the clan leader's whole body to tremble. He continued to kowtow. "I know my sins, I know my sins." He didn't know where Lin Ling came from, but Lin Ling possessed the flame of the human monarch, so how could he not be respectful? Moreover, he suddenly guessed that the flame of the human monarch had awakened some time ago. Could it be that the flame of the human monarch had transformed into this young man? The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Of course, the others were also letting their imaginations run wild. In the end, they also thought so. Therefore, they kowtowed even harder. "Totem, the fire god tribe failed to protect you and woke you up." The clan leader kowtowed 3 more times before speaking in a trembling voice. Lin Ling was stunned at first, then he knew that these people were overthinking. However, since he wanted to borrow the power of the fire god tribe, he had to admit it. "The evil aura is going to destroy the entire demonic forest, but you all are hiding in the volcano. Are you all digging your own graves in advance?" Lin Ling said coldly. "The fire god tribe knows our sins. The fire god tribe knows our sins." The clan leader kowtowed even harder. Seeing this, Lin Ling also knew when to stop. He said indifferently, "Forget it. I'm here today because I plan to summon the 3 tribes to fight against the evil spirit alliance together." "This is it possible?" The clan leader raised his head in disbelief. Summon the 3 tribes? The 3 tribes hadn't been in contact for 10,000 years. What do you think? Lin Ling suddenly asked. The clan leader immediately nodded. If the totem is here, it's definitely possible, definitely possible. It was obvious that he was extremely convinced by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling finally nodded. He then took a step forward and said, "Okay, that's about it. Now let me take a look at your injuries." Yes. Hearing this, the clan leader forced a smile and said, "I've been injured for many years. I was injured by an evil spirit. The one who attacked me was the strongest evil spirit. So after so many years I've gotten used to it." However, just as he finished speaking, a large number of evil spirit jellyfish floated out of Lin Ling's body. "Don't resist," Lin Ling said indifferently. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Lord Totem had an evil spirit on him? However, they quickly comforted themselves. Lord Totem was omnipotent. It wasn't difficult for him to imitate an evil spirit. The clan leader was also in a daze, but he didn't dare to resist. He just smiled and said, "Lord Totem is thoughtful. However, this death aura is wrapped around my fire heart, so it's very difficult to get rid of it, unless..." Before he finished speaking, evil spirit jellyfish swam out one by one, carrying with them wisps of death aura. This made the clan leader feel as if he had been struck by lightning. There was only one sentence in his heart. Lord Totem is omnipotent. Chapter 3779. He unleashed his full power. How could he know that this deathly aura was exactly the same as the deathly aura under the trees of the wood god tribe? In fact, it was even weaker than the deathly aura under the forest. The fire god tribe couldn't do anything about it, but Lin Ling could. "Give it a try," Lin Ling said calmly. The tribe leader immediately sensed his surroundings and discovered that the deathly aura around his fire heart had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but roar at the sky. After being trapped by the deathly aura for so long, he was finally free. No one had experienced this feeling before, and they had no idea how torturous it was. Because every night, the deathly aura would stir and devour everything in his body. That kind of pain was the most terrifying torment in the world. "Thank you, Lord Totem." Then the clan leader kowtowed to Lin Ling again, and the ground cracked from the kowtow. "Wait for my command." Lin Ling smiled. He didn't expect to subdue the fire god tribe so easily. "Farewell, Lord Totem." Seeing Lin Ling leave, everyone from the fire god tribe kowtowed again. He was the first human to receive such a grand gesture. Only after Lin Ling left did the fire god tribe erupt into an uproar. Everyone was overjoyed. "This is great, Lord Totem has come to save us." "Lord Totem? I actually saw Lord Totem with my own eyes." "Huoba, good job, you actually found Lord Totem." After a series of excited conversations, everyone looked at Huoba, and this made him blush. That was because he wasn't the one who found Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was actually Lord Totem? This caused him to be confused. He only thought of Lord Totem in his mind. Wasn't he the guy who raised ghosts? After Lin Ling left the fire god tribe, he immediately headed toward the stone god tribe. Previously, he had questioned the members of the Heaven Crushing Alliance, and he had a rough idea of the Heaven Crushing Alliance's strength. That was why he wanted to gather the 3 tribes to work together. The most difficult fire god tribe had been dealt with, and the remaining stone god tribe and wood god tribe were much simpler, especially the wood god tribe. He probably only needed to say a few words. And if the members of the Heaven Crushing Alliance knew that Lin Ling didn't leave, and instead gathered the 3 tribes, they would probably explode with anger. That was because Lin Ling not only destroyed their efforts, but he also planned to uproot them. He was practically like a hornet's nest, and there would be endless trouble after being poked. Night fell unknowingly. Lin Ling walked quickly along the forest, but at this time, footsteps came from the dense forest in front of him, and there were also sounds of complacent conversation. "Lin Ling, Lin Lin Ling, Lin Lin Ling, a warning, a Lin Ling Lin Lin." Hee this time, the young master is completely enraged. He's going to attack the Wood God clan. Not long ago, the death chi in the Wood God clan's underground was destroyed by someone. Therefore, the young master wants to punish the Wood God clan as an example to others. I've heard that there are many beauties in the wood god tribe, especially their queen. However, she's not weak, so they only need to wait for the wood god tribe to engulf the entire forest, and the queen won't be able to fight back. Even senior brother Tianjing can defeat her. Tianjing and Big Ghost have been mobilized this time. Big Ghost is the most lecherous, and those beauties of the wood god tribe are going to suffer. They were actually members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Moreover, they were going to attack the wood god tribe. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Most importantly, he had heard that one of them was Tianjing. Tianjing had killed Huahuan, and this was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart. He had to avenge this. His gaze was like a wolf's as he stared ahead. Through the broken leaves, Lin Ling stared at the group of people. He was also assessing their strength. This time there were 6 half-step martial gods, and 12 peak stage martial progenitors. This was a formidable opponent. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling had broken through, he wouldn't have dared to face them head-on. However, since he had broken through, then he might as well test his strength. However, don't be too careless. I've heard that a vermin has come to the demonic forest, and it seems like many people have died at his hands. I've also heard about it, but according to senior brother Tianjing, this person seems to have escaped. No matter what, it's not wrong to be cautious. According to my understanding, this person's name is Lin Ling, and he can kill peak stage martial progenitors. Lin Ling? I've never heard of him before. The group of people advanced along the forest. However, they were powerful, and it was as if they could communicate with heaven and earth. Soon they also sensed that something was wrong. "Who's there?" someone asked in a low voice. What was terrifying was that there were a large number of eyes floating around this person, and further away, there were a large number of ears. "I'm the Lin Ling you're all talking about." However, the person who had just arrived walked out openly. In everyone's eyes, the trees parted, and under the dim night sky, a blue-robed young man walked out with a large sword on his back. "Lin Ling, you're still here?" Seeing this, the crowd halted in their tracks, as their faces were filled with disbelief. Although it was their first time seeing Lin Ling, they had assumed that Lin Ling would have escaped from the forest. Mid-stage martial progenitor realm? Following this, an expert said with a hoarse voice. The reason being that Lin Ling was slowly drawing out his sword without concealing his cultivation. "You can call me Lin Ling, or you can call me Cho Lang, the Wolf of Vengeance." Lin Ling drew out his sword and said with a hollow laugh while pointing it at the crowd. Mid-stage martial progenitor realm? Vengeance? Are you kidding me? Vengeance my ass. The experts were startled, before they burst out laughing. However, their smiles were extremely cold. Bang. However, Lin Ling also made his move. He went all out. He was facing a few half-martial god realm experts, and quite a number of peak martial progenitors. It was obviously going to be a fierce battle. If Lin Ling did not want to test his limits, he would not even take part in the battle. It was also the reason why the crowd assumed that Lin Ling was out of his mind. It was already impressive for an intermediate martial progenitor to defeat a half-martial god, let alone fighting against a sea of cultivators. A terrifying force swept across the place, as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. The area within 10,000 li had turned into a forbidden area. Even 1,000 years later, the place would be completely barren. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless inherited underworld swords flew out, forming a total of 9,999 swords. On top of that, the progenitor force had reached 90%. According to the rumors, when the 9,999 flying swords were fully activated, they would form the strongest underworld sword, which contained a hint of godly force. As such, martial god Qilin treated the swords as precious treasures. Following the swords were countless demonic jellyfish. He's no ordinary intermediate martial progenitor. His talent is most likely above the 8th grade. Lin Ling, I remember now. He's Lin Ling from the Snow Wind Institute, the first person to reach the 9th floor of the Ethereal Tower. He even defeated Duan Wuheng from the Duan clan. I heard from some senior brothers that his talents can be stacked. Chapter 3780. The Wood God clan was in danger. After a long time, the mighty momentum gradually calmed down. At dawn, everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Only the thick smell of blood quietly drifted out. At this moment, thousands of miles away, huge black wolves quietly appeared. They were obviously attracted by the fresh blood. These were primordial devil wolves, the most terrifying demonic beasts in the primordial devil forest. However, just as they were about to take the risk and enter the forbidden area, suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the rubble in front of them. This person carried a big sword on his back and wore a red robe. His face was full of fatigue, and there were even many wounds on his body. Some of the wounds were even dripping with blood, but they were quickly recovering. However, it was not because of the red robe, but because the robe was dyed red with blood. It's daybreak. The man suddenly stopped in his tracks and smiled faintly. With just one sentence, the surrounding demonic elemental wolves began to tremble. They even forgot to run away and lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. They felt that this person was simply a god of death. After that person, 3 more tall figures appeared, and a large number of dragon demons slowly walked past those beasts and finally disappeared into the distance. None of the primal devil wolves dared to move. They finally dared to move when the sound in the distance had completely disappeared. A wild wolf was rather bold. It mustered up its courage and quietly probed into the open space. Immediately, it saw that the place was filled with blood and rotten flesh, as if it was a calamity of the world. The most frightening thing was that all kinds of forces were still spreading in the open space, making this wild wolf feel as if it had come to the remains of the most intense battle in the post-god era. Bang! The primordial devil wolf remained motionless. It was scared to death. At this moment, by a small stream, Lin Ling changed his clothes and took a bath. Then he slowly got up and sat down cross-legged. Looking at the bloody holes on his body, he shook his head helplessly. After a night of battle, he had completely killed all the experts in the forest. This allowed Lin Ling to confirm that as long as his opponent was not a grade 7 genius, he would be able to kill any half-martial god realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen just how much power the heavenly dragon bone had brought him. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill a half-step to martial god with a 7th grade ultimate wild body. Oh right, giant ghost. How do I refine the human monarch's flame? After resting for a while, Lin Ling looked to the side and said, "Fruit of good, fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, these 3 fruits are enough. Because these fruits have received the blessings of the gods of heaven and earth, they are items of great fortune. With their protection, you can refine the human king's flame," the giant ghost said. Hearing that, Lin Ling was a little excited. The flame path had accompanied him since he was young. He was truly reluctant to give it up. It was just that the space-time divine steel had always been sufficient, so he hadn't looked for a more powerful flame seed. And now, he had obtained the human king's first flame. Lin Ling's flame Dao could also continue to be passed down. "You want to kill Sky Crystal?" the giant ghost asked. Lin Ling immediately nodded his head. A 7th grade ultimate wild body, in addition to the fact that his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you want to kill him, you will need to use your full strength. Therefore, you should heal your injuries first. The giant ghost reminded him. Lin Ling was aware of this too. He immediately took out a large number of treasures and began to heal his injuries. These treasures were taken from the experts. Many of them were extremely rare. Of course, the one that allowed Lin Ling to recover rapidly was the 10,000 spirits water. At the same time, Lin Ling checked his cultivation and discovered that his 4th-level martial progenitor realm had stabilized. The energy that he obtained from devouring the experts with the help of the malevolent spirit jellyfish would definitely not be weak. The warm-up battle is over. Shao Kunlun, giant ghost, the real battle is about to begin. Lin Ling smiled and closed his eyes slightly. He exclaimed in his heart. The trip to the demonic forest had greatly improved his strength. His confidence in the battle 3 years later was undoubtedly greater. Of course, the battle last night seemed simple. In fact, Lin Ling had suffered a few fatal blows. Most importantly, Lin Ling was in a rush and had wanted to kill them all in one night. Otherwise, if Lin Ling had defeated them one by one, he would not have suffered such serious injuries. While Lin Ling was recovering, on the other side, the soil under the ancient tombstone continued to rumble as a coffin appeared. Following this, a A figure slowly walked out from it. It was Wanyan Bupo. However, his expression was extremely unpleasant. This was because he had wanted to supervise Lin Ling, but had failed once again. Lin Ling was the only person in the demonic forest who was not under his supervision. On the other hand, he was ranked 30th on the stairway of the divine list. Lin Ling was only ranked 400th. There was such a big gap between them, but Lin Ling was not under his control. He could not figure it out at all. Young master, bad news. Senior brother Li and the rest who went to the Wood God tribe last night are all dead. At that instant, an expert suddenly rushed over and said with a bow. What? There are many half-step to martial gods among them. They are ranked 400th on the divine ranking and below, and they are all dead. Wanyan Bupo's already unpleasant expression was now filled with murderous intent. They are all dead. There is not even a blade of grass growing within a 10,000-mile radius. That expert said solemnly. It is Lin Ling. It is definitely Lin Ling. Wanyan Bupo frowned and suddenly thought of something. When the expert heard this, he was shocked. He then frowned and said, "This is impossible. Although Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhan, it was only a short time ago. He should not have such strength in such a short period of time. Moreover, we have checked and found that all of them were killed on the spot. It was only one night. It is impossible for Lin Ling to do it alone." Wanyan Bupo placed his hands behind his back and looked coldly into the distance. He said, "Don't forget that Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhan. He has a set of mysterious super skills that can superimpose his talents. This is the reason why he is challenging the world god's 3 halls. However, this is too unreal. It is also because Lin Ling has broken through during this period of time." What? When the expert heard Wanyan Bupo's analysis, his heart trembled violently. This demonic genius who is more powerful than Duan Wuhan is really terrifying. He has broken through in such a short period of time, and his combat strength can even kill a half-step to martial god. Inform Sky Crystal and Big Ghost to be careful, especially Big Ghost. He likes beauties, so don't go alone. It's best if he goes with Sky Crystal. As long as we capture Her Majesty, the wood gods will be under our control. Wanyan Bupo knew that the bigger picture was more important. They had to deal with the wood god tribe first. However, De Gue has already disappeared. Only senior brother Tianjing brought his men to the wood god tribe. Senior brother De Gue said that the death chi has already spread to the roots of the forest. He does not need to do anything to the queen. Tianjing alone can take care of her. That is why he disappeared. Bastard, this guy must have gone to play with women. He can't do anything right. Chapter 3781. Demonic Essence Wolf. He had a feeling that something was about to happen to Big Ghost. This was because if Big Ghost and Tianjing worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of martial gods. However, if they separated, it would be hard to say. Go and tell Tianjing that there's been a change in the situation. Tell him to come back immediately. Wanyan Bupo issued an order. He had a feeling that things were becoming more and more troublesome. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to plan everything carefully. After all, the 3 tribes of the demonic forest couldn't be underestimated. It was just that they weren't united. Moreover, all the tribe leaders had been controlled by the aura of death, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, this aura of death had been left behind by his father, so how could the tribe leaders resist it? However, his father had told him before going to the ancient Yuan mountain range that he couldn't allow the 3 tribes to work together. Otherwise, all their efforts would be for naught. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was already heading toward the Wood God tribe at this moment. This was because he knew that the Heaven-Crushing Alliance was about to attack the Wood God tribe. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh as he walked along the path he had come from. He was now going back on the same path. However, Lin Ling wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't destroy the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Moreover, he knew that Tianjing had appeared in the Wood God tribe this time. Thus, he was going to take revenge. He was full of confidence in his revenge. After walking for a whole day, the scent of the Wood God tribe finally appeared ahead. However, compared to last time, the Wood God tribe was much quieter this time. As he continued forward, he suddenly heard whispers in front of him. This time, His Majesty has asked us to find the Stone God tribe. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. That's right, the evil spirits are invading. The aura of death that disappeared not long ago has reappeared. Moreover, it's even stronger than before. His Majesty has said that if we can't invite the Stone God tribe, a great calamity will befall our Wood God tribe. Sigh, the Stone God tribe is a bunch of stubborn old geezers. How can it be so easy to invite them? These voices were somewhat familiar, and Lin Ling's eyes involuntarily lit up. He immediately parted the branches in front of him, and saw a clearing. There were more than a dozen people in the open space. Some of them were holding bows and arrows while others were holding short swords. They were the people of the Wood God clan. The reason why Lin Ling sought them out was because he wanted to know more about the Wood God clan. It's you. The appearance of Lin Ling had undoubtedly caused the expressions of those people to change slightly. After that, their expressions gradually became disdainful, because they all knew Lin Ling. More importantly, they had the protector of the Wood God clan, the Grand Elder, and even Xingna. Why are you here? Didn't you leave the demon forest? After recovering from her shock, the Great Elder smiled and spoke. Her attitude towards Lin Ling was clearly not as overbearing as before, because on that day, Her Majesty the Queen had personally come to see Lin Ling off. This made her realize that Lin Ling was definitely not simple. However, the young man was very unhappy. He was originally a protector, but because of Lin Ling, he had been stripped of his status. If it wasn't for the urgency of this matter, his status as a protector would have been stripped. And all of this was because of Lin Ling. He couldn't understand how a mere human could be valued by Her Majesty the Queen. Of course, Xingna also thought the same. She didn't even want to take another look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally noticed their expressions. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to these small fries. Grand Elder, what happened to the Wood God clan? Lin Ling asked. In reply to my lord, nothing happened to the Wood God clan. Everything is fine for now. The Grand Elder immediately replied with a smile. This also caused Lin Ling to relax. It seemed that the Heaven-Crushing Alliance hadn't made a move against the Wood God Alliance yet. He was just about to ask again, but at this moment, Xingna had already spoken. What does the Wood God clan's matter have to do with you? Also, even if something really happened to the Wood God clan, what can you do to help? Don't think that I don't know the strength of you humans. You're only a martial progenitor. You don't even have a half-step martial god. You overestimate yourself. Her words were sharp and harsh. Not only her, but the others also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Xingna, don't be rude. However, the Grand Elder shouted angrily at them. Her Majesty the Queen had already treated Lin Ling as a guest, but these people thought that the Wood God clan was arrogant and actually looked down on Lin Ling. If you don't want to say it, then I won't say it. Xingna was obviously very afraid of the Grand Elder, so she pursed her lips. However, she suddenly looked at the Guardian and said with a smile, the Guardian is still the most powerful. Last time, you killed a human peak martial progenitor with a single arrow. Clean and crisp, a fatal arrow. What, a single arrow? If you say that the Guardian defeated a peak martial progenitor, we would believe it. However, to kill a peak martial progenitor with a single arrow, that's not very possible. The others were instantly shocked. Hee, because of Her Majesty's order, this matter hasn't been announced. However, you can ask the Guardian. Xingna instantly smiled proudly. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes as she looked at the young man. Of course, she also secretly glanced at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with mockery. This kid's strength was very ordinary, and not only that, but his temper was also very bad. Since you've said it, then I'll admit it. That's indeed the case. At that instant, the Guardian calmly nodded his head. Buzz buzz. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As they had said, defeating a peak martial progenitor was not too shocking. However, killing a peak martial progenitor with a single arrow was absolutely shocking. Following this, they uttered sounds of admiration. However, their loud voices had no doubt interrupted Lin Ling's inquiry, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. If it weren't for the Grand Elder and the Queen, he would have scolded them. After all, the calamity of the Wood God tribe was approaching, yet they still had the mood to talk about other things. As he was about to inquire further, The howls of wolves could be heard coming from ahead. Demonic elemental wolves. These were the strongest beasts in the demonic forest, capable of posing a threat to the other tribes. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Most importantly, the number of these demonic elemental wolves could reach over 100,000 at a time. The previous guardian of the wood god tribe had been killed by these wolves. As there were too many of them, even a half-martial god would have to dodge them. Whoosh! At that instant, the guardian fired an arrow forward, which penetrated countless trees with a menacing aura. However, to everyone's surprise, after the arrow was fired, the howls of the wolves disappeared as if they had all left. It was obvious that the demonic elemental wolves were intimidated by the arrow. As expected of the guardian, Xingna immediately let out an excited smile. The others wore looks of admiration as well. They knew that if it were not for the threat of the arrow, the demonic elemental wolves would have arrived and wreaked havoc. If the demonic elemental wolves had seen blood, they would have gone even crazier, resulting in a calamity. Luckily, the guardian had stopped them from doing so. The Wolf King had retreated after seeing the extraordinary power of the arrow. Chapter 3782. The person who will kill you. However, Xingna didn't think so much. She said sarcastically, "Some people still want to protect the wood god tribe. Hee, if it weren't for the guardian's arrow, he would have become a piece of meat in the mouth of a wolf." Although she didn't mention names, everyone knew that she was talking about Lin Ling. Instantly, many people laughed mockingly, as if Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. "Forget it, it's nothing. Anyway, he's Her Majesty's guest, so let's protect him." The protector spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything. Only he knew that the primal demon wolves weren't scared away by the arrow. The real reason was the platinum evil spirit. Moreover, Lin Ling remembered correctly that when he killed the elites of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance a few days ago, he also saw a large pack of wolves. However, when the wolves saw him, they could only kneel and tremble. Those wolves seemed to be the primal demon wolves. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to explain such a thing. However, his silence was naturally seen as a guilty conscience by Xingna, and she laughed even more proudly. Lin Ling asked the Great Elder again, "Then why did you leave the wood god tribe this time?" The Great Elder didn't want to say at first, but she felt that since Lin Ling was valued by Her Majesty, he should be trustworthy. Immediately she said, "Under Her Majesty's orders, we went to find the stone god and discuss the matter of an alliance. After all, Her Majesty thinks that the primal demon forest will definitely become a land of death if we don't form an alliance now that a calamity has arrived." "Indeed." Lin Ling nodded. Then he said, "Her Majesty is indeed thoughtful. Currently, I've already contacted the Fire God tribe. As long as I ask, they'll agree to the alliance. As for the Stone God tribe, although I haven't gone, I'm confident that I can persuade them. When the time comes, we can also fight against the evil spirits." Hearing this, the Great Elder's eyes narrowed. Xingna, the guardian, and the others couldn't help but laugh loudly. This human was too good at bragging. He actually said that the Fire God race would agree to the alliance. Could it be that he thought of himself as a god? "Lord Guardian, I don't understand why Her Majesty likes this human. Humans are greedy and hypocritical. They have been bragging from the beginning, and are still bragging now." Xingna couldn't help but ask. "Madam Xingna, now that you mention it, I just remembered that some people do often brag. They can't stop bragging the first time we meet them. They don't respect our elders at all." The others immediately recalled their first encounter with Lin Ling. Then they laughed even louder. The guardian kept shaking his head. There was only a sympathetic light in his eyes, as if he was sympathizing with Lin Ling. "All of you shut up." At this moment, the first elder could no longer stand it and shouted angrily, "Great Elder, we are only speaking the truth." Hearing this, Xingna felt extremely wronged. This time, the Great Elder couldn't help but stand up. Although she also thought that Lin Ling was bragging, Xingna and the others weren't giving Lin Ling any face at all. "Haha, I've finally found you. Little Xingna, I'm here." However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Then the earth rumbled and the trees in front of them collapsed. Dust was tumbling and a strong murderous aura covered the sky. Among them, there were endless howls of wolves. The primordial demon wolves were back. Everyone stood up with a solemn expression, and their pupils were trembling. Bang bang bang. The surrounding trees all collapsed. Following that, countless pitch-black, 2-meter-tall primal demon wolves appeared and surrounded the group. Roar roar roar. The number of primordial demon wolves was endless. They all lowered their front legs and drooled from their cold teeth as they growled. Of course, this was secondary. The most important thing was that among the wolves, a burly man with long hair and a valiant figure rode on the primordial demon wolf king, and walked out of the pack of wolves. Seeing that person, Xingna's face changed because she knew that man. He was from the wicked spirits and had come to the Wood God clan before. He was also eyeing her covetously. Of course, she was not the only one who was shocked. In fact, everyone in the Wood God clan was shocked. Even the Lord Guardian, who had previously intimidated the pack of wolves with his arrow, was trembling at this moment. This was because there were too many primordial demon wolves. If he was surrounded by primordial demon wolves, even he was not confident that he could escape alive. Not to mention, there was a powerful wicked spirit there. That wicked spirit was a half-step to the martial god realm. He was no match for him at all. Most importantly, this wicked spirit could summon primordial demon wolves. What a terrifying technique. Little Xingna, I've come especially for you. Our Lord Wicked Spirit has arranged a task for me. However, I can't forget about you. I searched the entire Wood God clan, but couldn't find you. So, I came especially for you. The valiant man stared at Xingna from head to toe. His gaze seemed to see through her entire body. Xingna immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Only she knew what would happen if she fell into the man's hands. It was said that the man had killed 3 primordial demon elephants in one night. If she fell into the man's hands, she would rather die. Lord Guardian. At this moment, she no longer had her previous arrogance. She was like a girl who was about to be bullied. The only thing she could rely on was the Lord Guardian. However, the Lord Guardian was even more afraid than she was. However, because of his position as the Lord Guardian, he braced himself and said, "Wicked Spirit, you're so daring. Be careful that you'll be punished by the gods." He spoke without any confidence. His voice was even trembling. Scram. The valiant man sneered disdainfully. A powerful aura surged out like a wave. Thud thud thud. The Lord Guardian took 3 steps back. His handsome face was pale with fright. Oh! Almost at the same time, all the primordial demon wolves howled. Their bestial instincts soared into the sky. Bang! These howls scared the Lord Guardian so much that he fell to the ground. The smell of urine wafted out from his pants. Was this really the Lord Guardian who had intimidated the pack of wolves with a single arrow? Everyone felt that this was unreal. Their hearts were like dead ashes. Xingna sat weakly on the ground. It was as if the mental pillar in her heart had collapsed. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Those were tears of helplessness. "Haha, little beauty, you're my woman. I'll take good care of you even if you run to the ends of the earth." Looking at Xingna's appearance, the valiant man's bestial instincts were aroused. He could not help but laugh. However, before his laughter died down, a puzzled voice suddenly rang out in the quiet space. "You're the Great Ghost?" The Great Ghost with Tianjing. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had been looking for Tianjing and the Great Ghost because these two were the strongest experts of the Wood God clan. "I'm the Great Ghost. Who are you?" The Great Ghost sneered and looked for the person who had spoken. "I'm the one who's going to kill you." After being acknowledged, Lin Ling finally revealed his killing intent and leaped out. Oh! Chapter 3783. Imagination and Reality. Lord Lin Ling. The Grand Elder shouted worriedly. Lin Ling dared to provoke the primordial demon wolves. Was he courting death? Get lost. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to the Grand Elder's warning. His voice reverberated in the air. Woo woo woo. All the wolves knelt down at the sound. It was a shocking sight. Boom. Everyone was shocked. Even the primordial demon wolves were bowing down to him. The Grand Ghost frowned and a divine artifact appeared in his hand. It was a 3rd-grade divine artifact, the Sea-Splitting Axe. Eat my axe. The grand ghost leaped up and his strength erupted. He appeared in the sky like a blazing sun. However, Lin Ling was even faster. Combining his talents, his dragon claws sliced through the ancestral power of the divine axe and reached the big ghost in the blink of an eye. Then, like a pair of pliers, his claws grabbed onto the big ghost's neck. Fast, extremely fast. It was the speed of 1,500 worlds. His strength was ferocious. It was the strength of 10,000 worlds. After grabbing the grand ghost's neck, the grand ghost could not resist at all. The two of them turned into shooting stars and slammed into the ground. Boom. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The trees in the distance collapsed like building blocks. The earth churned like waves, stretching out for thousands of miles. Then a huge crater appeared. Looking carefully, the thing lying in the crater was none other than the big ghost. Dust was rolling around the pit. The man who looked like a demon god was none other than Lin Ling. This scene undoubtedly caused all the members of the Wood God clan to drop their jaws. This Lin Ling, he actually defeated the evil spirit? The evil spirit was a half-step to martial god realm expert. Moreover, he could summon the primordial demon wolves. Even the guardians were frightened to the point of sitting on the ground and wetting their pants. However, that was not the end of it. The primordial demon wolves, who had been too intimidated to move, turned red. "Give me your flesh and blood." Inside the pit, Big Ghost was undoubtedly in an extremely miserable state, but he also let out a hysterical cry. Countless red lights floated out like ribbons and landed on the bodies of the Devil Essence wolves. Next, the Devil Essence wolves howled in pain. Their flesh and blood melted, and under the binding of the ribbons, they rushed into the deep pit. Densely packed, it was a ghastly sight. This frightened the Wood God clan. They clearly knew that the Great Ghost had absorbed the Devil Essence wolf, so its strength would definitely increase greatly. "Brat, you're the first one to hurt me. Repent. Be surprised. You finally know what kind of existence you've provoked." Within the deep pit, countless pieces of flesh and blood were rolling about, as if they were a pile of meat paste. "Lord Lin Ling, leave quickly." The first elder knew they were in trouble. After all, the evil spirit was a half-step martial god. As for the Wood God race's protector, his legs went soft. He pointed forward and was speechless. This was because he saw with his own eyes that a terrifying lump of meat was growing. It was emitting a soul-stirring power. This scared him so much that he didn't even have the strength to run away. This talent is not bad. However, in front of the huge mountain of meat, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at it with a smile in his eyes. The Great Ghost's talent was similar to the technique he had seen in the Rainbow World. It was absorbing the flesh and blood of demonic beasts to increase its strength. If it was in the past, Lin Ling would have been surprised by this talent. However, he was used to it now. He even felt that the Great Ghost's talent was slightly weaker than the experts in the Rainbow World. "It seems like I have to merge with the evil spirit jellyfish," Lin Ling muttered to himself. However, he shook his head. Instead, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Then he jumped up, held the sword with both hands, and stabbed it into the mountain of meat on the ground. The power of 10,000 realms erupted. The fusion of the 6 great Danshan's realms. 80% of the ancestral power was stimulated. This sword had truly come from the era of the deities. The Wood God clan's people's eyes were trembling. In their eyes, it was as if the most ancient deities had descended, holding a sword to drive away the evil spirit. Today, the surprise that Lin Ling brought them was too strong. However, was that all? Rumble. A deafening sound could be heard. The wriggling mountain of meat was shattered by the impact of the sword. Following this, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the mountain of meat exploded and scattered across the ground. Everyone was stunned. The first elder's mouth opened wider, the protector's mouth opened wider, and everyone's mouth opened wider too. Was this the human they thought was a hypocritical and shameless human? Was this the Lin Ling they had looked down on? The powerful evil spirit was killed in a single blow. When facing a half-step martial god, they were so scared that they did not even have the strength to run away. How is he so powerful? Of course, the one who was most surprised was none other than Xingna. She looked ahead blankly, and saw the blue-robed youth walking towards her with a sword in hand. His long hair and clean robes were constantly magnified in her heart. Tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes. There were even more tears than before, and they kept dripping onto the ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She had thousands of words to say, but all she could think of was this one sentence. Previously, she had thought the protectors had frightened the wolves with their arrows. However, when the wolves arrived, the protectors were so scared that they lay on the ground. On the contrary, when Lin Ling appeared, the wolves bowed their heads. Previously, she had thought the protectors were the pride of the wood gods. However, when the evil spirits arrived, the protectors were so scared that they wet themselves. However, Lin Ling had killed the evil spirit with a single blow. The gap between her imagination and reality was too big. This reminded her of the first time she had met Lin Ling, when they had kidnapped Lin Ling with arrows. It turned out that Lin Ling had not attacked them seriously at that time. It seems like Tianjing and the others have taken action. Let's go back immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was walking back, did not know what the crowd was thinking and did not have time to ponder over their thoughts. Okay. The first elder suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded immediately. If her previous reverence for Lin Ling came from Her Majesty the Queen, then now this reverence came from her heart. This thank you. The protector stood up with a guilty look on his face and lowered his head as he spoke. He did not have the courage to look at Lin Ling, especially when he thought of how he had wanted to reward Lin Ling, only to be saved by Lin Ling. The guilt in his heart turned into shame. Lin Ling nodded. To be honest, he did not care about what had happened before. Me. At this moment, Sheng Na also spoke. She looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of adoration. Let's go back. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't say anything and walked forward with large strides. Looking at Lin Ling's slender back, Sheng Na's pretty face became gloomy. She finally knew why Lin Ling did not refute her before. It turned out that it was a kind of disdain. It was also because the two of them seemed to be from different worlds. Wrong. It's too late to make up for it now. At this moment, the first elder walked past her and said lightly. These words made Sheng Na even more depressed. However, the first elder said, but now it's not too late. You can make up for it. Go back, Her Majesty needs us. Okay. Chapter 3784. Like a demon, like a god, descending from the sky. At that moment, Lin Ling was running toward the Wood God clan. He knew that since Big Ghost was here, Tianjing must be here too. He just did not know how many of them there were. If there were many experts like Tianjing, the battle would be troublesome. As for Big Ghost, his talent had reached grade 7. However, unlike Tianjing, Big Ghost's talent was not strong. His limit was grade 8. Lin Ling had fought several half-step martial god realm experts, and was familiar with his strength. Hence he knew from the beginning that he could kill Big Ghost. At that moment, the beautiful home of the Wood God clan was destroyed. Smoke billowed and the ancient trees collapsed. Their vitality was exhausted and they continued to wither. Looking around, a large number of experts were laughing and wreaking havoc. The Wood God clan is fucking beautiful. It's like a palace. Hee hee. Hee hee, if the young lord did not allow us to attack the Wood God clan, I would have ransacked this place. Now I finally got what I wanted. Hee hee. Senior brother, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Hee hee. You don't know about this. The beauties of the Wood God clan were born from the wood spirit. Not only are they beautiful, but if you do that with them, you can also prolong your life. Hee hee. I think senior brother Tianjing is already prepared to do that. If that's the case, I'll take off my clothes too. The entire Wood God clan could only be described as a catastrophe. Although the Wood God clan had more people, their strength was related to plants. If the plants around them withered, their strength would be reduced by half. Hence, although there were fewer experts in these academies, they easily controlled the situation. The forest, it's all withered. As for the highest palace, the queen looked into the distance with a pained heart. There was no longer any vitality there. It was dead and she could hear the forest crying. Because the forest had withered, her strength was greatly reduced. Now, even a half-step martial god realm expert could be arrogant in front of her. Not far away, several figures were looking at Her Majesty with admiration. Especially, Many of them stared at the queen's slender white legs and licked their lips. Some of them stared at the queen's jade feet and swallowed their saliva. Very beautiful and very pure. According to legend, the queen of the wood god clan was a manifestation of the wood spirit of heaven and earth. She was one of the most flawless beings in the world. When they thought of their dirty hands touching Her Majesty the Queen, they felt a burst of excitement. The more impatient ones even started to take off their clothes. These experts all had firm hearts of martial arts and wouldn't be easily shaken. However, it also depended on who the other party was. They naturally wouldn't take a fancy to ordinary flowers, but Her Majesty the Queen was a different story. Wow, Monk Sanchio, you're also taking off your clothes? Aren't you a Buddhist? Cough, cough, everything is for martial arts, everything is for truth. Shameless. It's all because of the power in the queen's body. What was even more exaggerated was that even the bald monk was tempted. However, the queen ignored the pack of wolves and continued to look into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with heartache. That's enough. At this moment, Tianjing, who had been silent, suddenly said coldly. Her words made everyone's expression change. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Some even started to put their clothes back on. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling and secretly resentful. These experts looked down on the other women of the wood god clan, but they naturally couldn't bear to miss out on Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen isn't a human. She's a manifestation of the snow maple tree. She's pure and flawless. How dare you treat her like this? At this moment, Tianjing looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone was terrified and didn't dare to speak. However, Heavenly Crystal Peak's words that took a turn in the situation caused everyone to be stunned again. Even if you want to do it, it's not impossible. However, I must be the first. After Tianjing said coldly, she immediately took off her clothes. What a joke. Her Majesty the Queen had a pure wood spirit chi in her body. It was rare in the world. How could he miss out on it? If he absorbed it, even if he was seriously injured in a battle in the future, he would be able to recover quickly. He had been tempted by this for a long time. He even wanted to attack Her Majesty the Queen for a long time. However, the young master didn't allow him to. Hearing his words, the surrounding people were stunned. Then they burst into laughter. Then, one after another, they took off their clothes. Senior Tianjing, hurry up. After you're done, it'll be our turn. Shut up. Shut up. How can Senior Brother Sky Crystal be a 3-second man? That's right. You're right, haha, I was wrong. Haha. In their hearts, Her Majesty the Queen was not only a peerless beauty, but also a treasure of heaven and earth. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen finally turned her head to look at the crowd. In the depths of her eyes, there was a burst of anger. She had heard these people's words. She even knew that many humans had coveted her body. They were greedy and shameless. All humans were like this. If there was one, perhaps only the god's emissary was clean and flawless. If she wanted to give her body, it would be to this god. These filthy ants didn't even have the right to touch her. With the wood spirit chi in my body, I should be able to save these plant lives. Yes. She slowly walked forward barefooted. Her beautiful eyes were also looking into the distance. She wanted all the withered trees to regain their vitality. Although this was only a temporary measure, and might even cause her death, she was willing to sacrifice herself because everything was worth it. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly became filled with a murderous aura. A figure actually faced the terrifying thunderstorm and shot over like a meteor. That figure was like a demon, but also like a god. It had a murderous aura, but also a supreme Buddha god aura. This shocked everyone, and they looked at the sky in disbelief. Rumble. The calamitous thunderstorm in the sky continued to fall as if it wanted to destroy that murderous aura. However, that murderous aura also had a masculine Buddha god aura. It was like a heavenly dragon protecting it, and it actually blocked the thunderstorm in the sky. This shocking scene caused all the battles of the wood gods to come to an end. They all looked up at the sky. That terrifying figure was getting closer and closer. Finally, it appeared above the palace and then crashed down like a meteor. Boom. The huge leaf that supported the palace shook violently, and the beautiful palace in the distance collapsed. As for Tianjing and the others, they were smashed by the meteor. 2 of them actually died and were smashed into meat patties. In just a moment, the figure that crashed down slowly stood up. A dazzling sword light appeared. When everyone reacted, that person had disappeared again. What a fast speed. It's above the 1,000 worlds. Everyone be careful. Watch out. Tianjing's expression changed drastically, and he anxiously reminded everyone. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. The sword light flashed. An expert was still quickly putting on his clothes. Then he touched his neck and pointed in front of him in disbelief. Plop. He fell on his back. The sword of death flashed again. Why do I see my legs? Oh my God, am I killed? Another expert's upper body slid down, and he also exclaimed. The terrifying thing was that the cut was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no blood at all. Chapter 3785. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Who is this person? What a ruthless sword. The others reacted, unleashing their talents one after another, fighting with their lives on the line. However, they could not catch up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's speed was too fast. Someone's talent was turtle shell divination, wanting to divine Lin Ling's whereabouts. I see him. A moment later, this person shouted angrily, full of confidence. Unfortunately, sword light flashed, and the previous sentence was also the last sentence of his life. Because he was killed by a sword, and even the turtle shell behind him was cut apart. Attack with full force. Everyone knew that things were troublesome. However, facing their attacks, Lin Ling turned a blind eye. Powerful ancestral power arrived. Lin Ling destroyed it with a sword. Playing with ancestral power. He had as much as 80%. What was there to be afraid of? The powerful power of talent arrived, and Lin Ling destroyed it with a single slash of his sword. Playing with talent? He had surpassed rank 10. What was there to be afraid of? Powerful realm energy arrived, and destroyed it with a sword again. Playing with realm energy? He had 6 stanchions and 10,000 realm energy fused. What was there to be afraid of? In the end, every time Lin Ling took a step forward, a life would fall, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Under the tree, powerhouses rushed up one after another, but in the end, they were scared of being killed, and no one dared to go up. The huge leaf platform was dyed red with blood. It's Lin Ling, it's definitely Lin Ling. His speed is too fast, we can't catch him at all. Tianjing looked at his allies dying one after another, and his eyes turned red. In fact, in his eyes, the dead powerhouses were all his junior brothers, and many of them were in the same class, friends who had fought for their lives. These people also treated him as a big brother. Therefore, he was also responsible for them. But now they were all dead. Die, great Buddha flame. He roared, green flames rolling all over his body. And a Buddha formed by green flames rushed out. His ancestral power had reached as much as 70%. However, his innate talents were also on display. The green flame Buddhist kingdom had the spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? This was a talent that could force others to commit suicide. Therefore, there was evil in Buddhism. It could also be said that it was a stubborn and twisted Buddhism. Most importantly, he did not attack Lin Ling. Instead, he attacked the queen. This was besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. It had to be said that this person's scheming was indeed impressive. When the queen saw the ancient Buddha arrive, she was actually affected. A feeling of despair rose in her heart. It was as if she wanted to die with the forest. Therefore, she also gave up resisting. However, a voice was struggling in the depths of her heart. However, at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared and forcefully lifted her up before disappearing on the spot. Rumble! The huge Buddha immediately passed by where she had been standing and disappeared into the distance. When she looked up at the sky again, Lin Ling appeared there, hugging the queen. At that moment, the queen finally came to her senses. The thought of seeking death disappeared. But when she realized that Lin Ling was hugging her, she blushed instantly. She was the first queen of the wood gods. When had she ever been hugged by anyone? Moreover, she was being hugged by a handsome man, an emissary of the gods. Her delicate body was pressed against Lin Ling's body. She could feel the temperature of Lin Ling's body. This made her breathing heavy. She did not dare to look at Lin Ling. and buried her little face in Linling's chest. However, Linling felt it more strongly than her. That was because he was not wearing any clothes after fusing with the innate talents. Moreover, the queen was wearing very little. Therefore, Linling could clearly feel that the queen's 2 lumps of softness were pressed against him. They were slightly deformed. "Lord Emissary, let me down." Finally, the queen said softly. Her voice was like the buzz of a mosquito. That was because she also felt that the softness on her body was deformed. It was very uncomfortable. "All right." Linling nodded solemnly, as if he was not someone who would take advantage of others. However, he was a man after all. With a beauty in his arms, it would be a lie to say that he did not feel anything. Therefore, he unexpectedly pinched the queen's perky buttocks. Then he was stunned. Did he actually do such a stupid thing? In fact, he was also captivated by the queen's beauty. Of course, this was also temporary. Compared to other men, she was much better. "There's a trace of death aura there. Therefore, I removed it for you," Linling hurriedly explained. In fact, this was an excuse. The queen's face was flushed red. She was full of feminine charm, and actually nodded. She actually believed Linling's words. Just like that, Linling hugged the queen and descended from the sky. From afar, they looked like an immortal couple. The people of the wood gods were all dazzled. In fact, Linling's appearance was too ferocious. With dragon claws on his body, his entire body was pitch black. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked like a demon god. Looking at the queen again, she was beautiful and flawless. She formed a sharp contrast with Linling. One was righteous, one was evil. They were like a beast paired with a beauty. Of course, this was also a handsome beast. "Good," someone said excitedly. It was the Grand Elder. Next, the protectors and the others also spoke up one after another. This caused even more people of the wood gods to start cheering. Looking at the people of the heaven-crushing alliance, they all looked as disgusted as if they had swallowed flies. Fuck, who was this guy? He actually beat them to it. After Linling landed, he was somewhat reluctant to let go of the queen. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people watching, he really wouldn't have let go. "Leave these filthy and shameless humans to me." "Yes." Then he also spoke coldly. His words completely provoked the people of the heaven-crushing alliance. They were filthy? You, Linling, weren't any better, right? You were practically taking advantage of the situation. However, in the queen's heart, Linling was clearly pure and flawless. She immediately nodded and said, "Go, leave the people under the tree to us." "Yes." "Okay." "Yes." Linling immediately leaped up. At this moment, at the edge of the treetop, Tianjing had personally witnessed the scene just now, and he was fuming with anger. Previously, he had attacked the queen because he wanted to use this opportunity to distract Linling. In the end, he had instead given Linling a chance to save the damsel in distress. Now, by the looks of it, the flawless queen was clearly a little moved by Linling. Moreover, Linling was so shameless. He actually had the nerve to call them filthy and shameless humans. Fury. It was as if the most precious thing in Tianjing's life had been snatched away. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to kill Linling. However, at this moment, Linling had already arrived, and he slowly descended on the tree leaves. A dense murderous aura also quietly spread out. The two of them looked at each other, killing intent in their eyes. If they didn't kill the other, they wouldn't be human. Whoosh! The ancient forest suddenly became oppressive. At the bottom of the tree, no one was fighting. They all looked up at the sky, knowing that the battle at the treetop would decide everything today. The people of the wood god tribe all clenched their fists. They knew that they had misunderstood Linling. And now, in this great calamity of the wood god tribe, the only person who could save them was that mysterious man. As for the people of the heaven-crushing alliance, their eyes were narrowed, and cold smiles tugged at the corners of their lips.